Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you a story about a very beautiful and lovely princess who yearned to repay her benefactor. In her kingdom of light, her cruel father sold her off, constantly cursing and criticizing her. Just when she was at her most desperate, Duke Mayer helped her, giving her a new life. And thanks to him, she was able to meet the Duke's son. At this moment, her only wish is to repay his kindness. But is this encounter truly just about repaying a favor? Or is there more to it? Please join me as we seek the answer. It was a crisp morning, golden sunlight streaming through the windows. Inside the opulent room, crayons, books, and several scribbled drawings lay scattered across the floor. Sunlight danced on Ida's shimmering golden hair as she gently brushed a strand aside. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out. Princess Ida lifted her head from her book, asking, "What is it?" Now frowned at her, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Weren't you listening to me?" But his expression softened immediately, and he quickly added, "In the customs of our dear empire, there's a saying, consider the feelings of others." He shrugged, smirking. "I'm telling you this because there's no way the princess of a light kingdom wouldn't know such common sense." This attitude made Ida want to hit him. He's being arrogant again, she thought. "You can't always be like this now," Ida replied, frowning. "I'm learning some new implications." Her mispronunciation immediately dampened the cheerful atmosphere. Now froze, repeating, "Implications?" He pondered for a moment, then sighed, extending his hand towards her. Cupping her adorably chubby cheeks, he corrected her pronunciation. "Let's try that again." "Meanings." Ida moved her lips. "Meanings." The sound was clear and distinct. Her round cheeks nestled in Nao's hands, looking utterly adorable. And he, who had just moments ago acted so arrogant, now blushed unconsciously, gazing at her pretty face. "Meanings, right?" Ida asked again, startling him and bringing his dreamy soul back to reality. Now feigned a cough, quickly turning away. "Well, not bad, though you do seem to be slower at learning than others." The blunt criticism made Ida snap at him, calling him a jerk. But the arrogant young master couldn't resist further teasing her. "What are you saying?" "I'm happy to correct the princess's flat pronunciation." "Now!" Ida immediately interrupted him, stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth to shut him up. "Eat this quickly." But he immediately cried out as if he had just eaten something utterly repulsive. "This is awful. I told you I hate sweets." But Ida seemed to relish his reaction, laughing as she told him to eat it. She believed everything was beneficial, and if now ate more sweets, he would be happy in the future. This idea was immediately dismissed by him as nonsense. But at this moment, she held another piece of cake in front of him. Now looked at the cake he loathed, then back at Ida. The beautiful girl was holding the cake she adored, looking at him with eager eyes. Expectant blue eyes. "Do you want me to eat it?" Now asked. She immediately nodded firmly. For the sake of the beauty before him, he reluctantly ate the cake, then grumbled a compliment about its deliciousness, making Ida secretly rejoice. "Good job now," she thought, as if her wish had been fulfilled. She picked up a piece of cake. If you want to be the future male lead, you have to start with the sweets she likes and gradually get used to them. I'll help you get rid of that supporting character role. Ida thought happily, taking a bite of her cake. She reveled in the sweet, delicious flavor of her favorite cake. Seeing her happy, now also smiled unconsciously, looking at her with utterly adoring eyes. Ida Light was the princess of the Light Kingdom, a small kingdom, the capital of wheat, and the perfect place to watch the sunset. But this little princess had something special, a story not too distant, not too close, but different. She carried the memories of a novel, a tale of how to survive with eternal love. Of course, the story unfolded in a place entirely unrelated to her, a love story between people she didn't know at all. It was Fong Dongbai's story. Yet, the princess had no idea who that person was. She only knew that she possessed their memories from birth. She thought she would live the blissful life of a princess until the backdrop of the novel led to her abandonment. The king cruelly offered his pitiful young daughter to the man who had lent him money, a gift to repay the kingdom's debt. The little princess stood alone under the gaze of nobles and high-ranking officials. He had sold his daughter to another empire. Whispers began to circulate as the princess was brought there. She heard them then. There were even remarks about King Mysidia. They said he was incredibly lewd and had extravagant tendencies. The poor little girl. The words of pity that reached the princess's ears only made her heart ache more. Yes, her father, King Light, was an incompetent king, unable to balance the enjoyment of luxury and pleasure. His ideal was to make beautiful women from all over the kingdom his concubines. A foolish, shallow, arrogant, and promiscuous man, yet unable to produce an heir. That might have been his only virtue. A man who didn't know how to raise a child, only how to scold them harshly. All she received were words of sarcasm and ridicule. Who would take responsibility for the princess? The Light Kingdom was too small for her to have her own palace. But he couldn't entrust the princess to a noble family. How dare he do such a thing? The crowd began to clamor again. She heard all of it clearly, and she had to grip her clothes tightly to keep herself from crying. The king's mocking words echoed in her ears. You're 8 years old and haven't learned the kingdom's language yet? I was already fluent at 8. I wonder how my daughter, with my blood flowing through her veins, could be so stupid? Perhaps. That was why she now had to stand alone in the hall, enduring the scrutiny of the crowd. Now, at 11 years old, she had gradually given up on herself for the sake of the kingdom. Though she always had to endure and put in hundreds of times the effort, she was clearly a princess, yet her rosy heels were calloused and her leather sandals were worn through. Even her clothes were wrinkled and dirty. A princess, yet without a proper education. How can I live in a place where I can't even read or write? Ida thought miserably. Humiliation brought the tears she had been holding back streaming down her face. Indeed, ignorance was truly painful. Just then, a long black robe flashed before her eyes. A tall figure in a black cloak stood before Ida. I will take responsibility for the princess. The firm voice startled her. She looked up. The man continued, I am Duke Mayor, a good friend to all of you. I ask that you agree to my proposal. The Duke commanded. Having spoken, he turned to the little princess. He knelt before her, as if in reverence. He extended his large hand. His handsome features and noble bearing brought a flicker of hope to the little princess. Will you come with me? Princess Ida, still astonished, stood motionless, tears still clinging to her lashes. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she understood one thing. This man had saved her life. So, without hesitation, she reached out her hand to the Duke. The moment her small hand rested in his large one, her life changed, not only materially, but deep within her innocent heart. The thought bloomed. She would repay his great kindness. Duke Mayor brought her to the luxurious ducal mansion, a stark contrast to her father's palace. The magnificent sight was unlike anything she had ever seen. The carriage came to a stop, and 2 rows of servants were waiting at the main entrance. Such a grand welcome made Ida a little flustered. Just then, another pair of small feet approached. Pleased to meet you, princess. The greeting came from someone Ida was seeing for the first time. The person's face and demeanor immediately left a deep impression on her. He was now Mayor, the Duke's son. The moment she saw him, she knew how she would repay her benefactor. Now, a handsome man, but the tragically unlucky supporting character in Fiona Dunbrio's life, a man destined never to find happiness. But fate had brought her face to face with the protagonist of that sorrowful love story. Looking at the face, beautiful as a sculpture, a strange excitement suddenly filled her heart, just like the scene she had imagined from the novel. The now standing before her now was the now of his childhood, distinctly different from the 17-year-old now. The reason she remembered the novel so vividly was perhaps because the now of today was clumsy in expressing his feelings, always flustered in front of the female lead. I will help now become the male lead. Ida affirmed resolutely within her heart. She believed that if now had the female lead by his side, the entire Duke's family would be happy. This was a good opportunity for her to repay her debt of gratitude. Trust me, she thought. Now, she looked at the boy in front of her, filled with hope and enthusiasm, only to be met with indifference. His attitude puzzled her, making her wonder if she had misread him. Just then, the Duke's arrival broke the awkward silence. Your Highness, my eldest son is currently studying at the academy, so we shall exchange greetings later. You must be tired today. I hope you rest well. After the Duke spoke these words, Ida's spirits suddenly sank. Duke Mayor saw her expression, but didn't rush to inquire. Neither of them spoke until the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight awakened the earth and larks sang on the windowsill. Ida slept soundly in the soft, now sun-drenched bed. She woke up, opening her eyes as if by habit. She had been given a private room, neatly and elegantly furnished. Despite being in a foreign land, she had slept well. Remembering where she was, she hugged the soft blanket with delight. I really came to the Empire. I never imagined a bed and blanket like this. In a light kingdom. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, she released the blanket and hurriedly got out of bed. Now is not the time to be complacent. I can't be like those children who need others to help them. Just then, the door suddenly burst open. A maid entered, pushing a cart with a basin of water for washing. Ida had just finished folding the blanket when a maid came in. She carefully approached the wash basin and obediently washed her face. She stealthily observed the maid's demeanor. The maid continued, smiling gently at the little princess. Realizing she was being watched, Ida quickly finished washing her face. I wonder how you say wash in this empire's language, she thought. The cool water refreshed her. She suddenly remembered that those of lower status weren't allowed to speak first. She looked at the gentle maid. Her lips moved slightly. The Nkeu. It was the only word she knew, and she felt a little embarrassed because her pronunciation wasn't quite right. Thank you, Your Highness, the maid replied happily, her tone gentle. She added something else, but Ida couldn't understand what she was saying. However, she still assumed it was something kind, so she memorized it silently. During the meal, she repeated the phrase to the servant. So gentle. The servant was taken aback, making her feel a little awkward. But then, in response to the little princess's sweet compliment, the male servant enthusiastically replied, "It is my honor, Your Highness. If there is anything you would like to eat, please let me know, and I will inform a chef." Unfortunately, Ida couldn't understand what he was saying. Despite this, she forced a smile to hide her embarrassment. After breakfast, Ida was led to the mansion's library. The butler respectfully informed her, "You are free to peruse the books at your leisure." She stared at the large encyclopedia before her. There were children's books too, the butler had explained, but she didn't understand the Empire's language. She could only repeat the two phrases she knew. "Thank you very much," and "You are so kind." The butler, like the other servants, was ecstatic at the praise. "You're welcome, Princess Ida. Please, take your time," he said before leaving, and silence descended once more. Ida stood quietly beneath the towering shelves, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. Should I confess I don't understand the Empire's language? She wondered. For now, I can pretend. But how can I keep this up? A sudden surge of determination coursed through her. She lifted her gaze to the daunting array of books, feigning understanding. It was overwhelming. Then, her eyes landed on a familiar title. A children's book, The Adorable Little Squirrel. Hope flickered within her. "I know this book," she exclaimed, a gasp of delight escaping her lips. Joyfully, she clutched the book to her chest. The cover was identical. She glanced around, checking for any onlookers. Assured of her solitude, Ida breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on the book. "All right, I'll start with this one. I already know the story anyway." With a happy skip in her step, she carried the book away, leaving the library in stillness once more. Unbeknownst to her, behind a bookshelf, a young boy who had been hiding let out a held breath. Now startled, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, his face creased in a frown. "Yelling like that so suddenly, scare me half to death," he muttered. "I heard she's from a country where the king is considered a disaster. Doesn't she know to be quiet in a library?" He ruffled his hair in annoyance. "Honestly, my peaceful reading time is completely ruined." Grumbling, now walked towards the shelf where Ida had been. What a bother, having a stranger suddenly appear. He looked at the empty space on the shelf where she'd taken the book. She looks kind of like a squirrel, he thought. If her hair were brown instead of that beautiful gold, she'd look even more like a country squirrel. The thought made him chuckle softly. But then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he froze. Did I just compliment her? Flustered, now awkwardly banished the thought. Later that evening, as the sky outside the ducal mansion deepened to a dusky blue-gray, Ida was still struggling to decipher each word in the children's picture book. The futility of her efforts brought a sigh of frustration to her lips. At this rate, I'll never learn the Empire's language. It's only natural I can't read if I don't know the letters. I'm such a fool. She paused, her hand reaching into her pocket, searching for something. She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Scrawled upon it were the words, "Hello, I am Ida Light. Thank you. This is a letter from His Majesty, King Light. Goodbye." These were the only phrases she knew. It was woefully inadequate. The memory of her father's harsh words stung. "You stupid girl. Enough. Stop bothering me." The sting of the rebuke still ached within her. Just then, the sound of the door opening pulled her back to the present. It was Duke Mayer. He bowed politely to the princess. Seeing him, she quickly rose from her chair, lifting her skirt slightly in a curtsy. Though she hadn't yet learned to read, she still knew the basic courtesies and performed them with practiced grace. The Duke approached her. "I see you're reading," he said. "I apologize if I disturbed you." Ida quickly shook her head. "It's all right," she replied. Duke Mayer knelt before her, his voice filled with concern. "Are you settling in well here?" he asked. "Yes, very well," Ida responded cheerfully. "Thanks to everyone's kindness." She paused abruptly, as if realizing something remarkable. "Oh," she exclaimed. The Duke just spoke in the Light Kingdom's language. Ida's voice was filled with delight. "It's the Kingdom's language, isn't it?" she said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Duke. Her expectant gaze held a mixture of admiration and hope for this kind man. Seeing her joy, Duke Mayer felt a pang of warmth. "As your guardian," he explained, "I have memorized the necessary vocabulary. I wonder if my pronunciation is strange." Duke Mayer mused aloud. Ida, eager to reassure him, shook her head vehemently. Relieved, the Duke continued, "That's good. Then I have a few questions for you, Princess." Without hesitation, Ida replied, "Okay, ask me as many as you like." Hearing her native language brought a wave of comfort over Ida, but the Duke's next question sent a jolt of panic through her. "Can you tell me what you studied in your kingdom, where you studied, and what you learned?" Seeing the young princess's expression, Duke Mayer worried he had misspoken. He checked his language book, but he hadn't misread anything. Ida, however, was consumed by fear. She was terrified that he would be disappointed if he discovered she hadn't learned anything, that she was a terrible child. She dreaded the thought of being a burden. Even worse was the fear that he would abandon her here, in this foreign land, if he knew she couldn't even speak the Empire's language. Just as that thought fully formed, the Duke held the book out to her, snapping back to the present. Ida looked at what the Duke was offering. Her gaze focused on the word he was pointing to, tutor. "You might need one," the Duke said gently. His words left her momentarily stunned. Confused, she asked why. Calmly closing the book, the Duke replied casually, "No reason. I'm simply looking for a tutor who suits your learning progress. Speak freely." Ida nervously clutched her arm. "I have to show them something I know. Anything," she thought, her lips moving silently. "What I learned," she began, her hands clenched tight, muscles trembling historian. "New, Kate." Duke Mayer watched quietly as she struggled to force out each word. Ida gritted her teeth. The tension and fear choked off her words. Her last defense crumbled, leaving her no room to hide. "I'm sorry," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I was never taught anything. I don't speak the Empire's language." Then, she presented the crumpled piece of paper she had been holding to the Duke. "But I've memorized all the words on this," she offered. The esteemed Duke took the paper from her with a look of skepticism. "I asked my father before I came to the Empire," she explained. "I can say all the words on it." "Is that so?" She lowered her head and mumbled, "I can count to 10. The words were so soft they almost disappeared into the air. She couldn't think of anything else she knew. Shame and sorrow washed over her, making her body tremble uncontrollably. "I haven't learned anything," she choked out, "so I have many shortcomings. I'll try my best. I won't cause any trouble, so please don't abandon me." Tears welled up in her clear, emerald eyes as the Duke's warm hands rested on her small shoulders. Duke Mayer continued to comfort her gently. "It's all right," he reassured her. "I know someone who is very good at teaching the Empire's language. You'll learn quickly. Thank you for being honest with me." He offered her sincere encouragement. His words were like magic, soothing Ida's pain and stemming the flow of her tears. Seeing her expression, Duke Mayer abruptly withdrew his hands. "I've been too forward. I apologize, Princess." But Ida didn't mind the apology. She only knew one thing. The Duke was truly a kind man. Wiping her tears, she looked at him with gratitude. She expressed her heartfelt sincerity to the Duke. "Thank you," she said, using one of the few phrases she knew in the Empire's language. Her voice was clear and soft. Tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of genuine happiness. The child's sweetness and innocence momentarily stunned the Duke. He responded with a gentle smile. "It is my honor to be of assistance to such an honest princess." The next morning, Ida hummed happily as she strolled down the long corridor. She excitedly recalled the events of the previous day. "Paper, pen, and ink this morning. The Duke is so efficient. He also said he would find me a tutor. and a wonderful book that connects the languages of both countries. A whole dictionary, she thought excitedly, remembering the gift the Duke had given her. Ida clasped her hands together over her chest, expressing her gratitude. I will definitely repay the Mayer family for their kindness. Your Highness, what are you doing? A sudden voice broke through Ida's thoughts. It was now Mayer, the Duke's son. Ida greeted him cheerfully. Hello, now Mayer. Contrary to her bright demeanor, he appeared rather indifferent. Yes, hello. If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing in the middle of the hallway? Now went straight to the point without hesitation. However, he spoke in the Empire's language, which she couldn't understand. Left with no other choice, she intertwined her fingers, brought them to her mouth, and stammered that she didn't understand his language. Now, don't understand? Empire language. The silly gesture immediately plunged them both into an awkward silence. Now, lowered his eyes to look at her. Even with this small action, she resembled a little squirrel. Although she hadn't fully understood, just hearing the words, little squirrel, made Ida's eyes light up. What? Now I was taken aback. Didn't you say you couldn't speak the Empire's language? This sudden question ignited a spark of annoyance in him, while she still remained oblivious to what he was saying. Looking at her bewildered expression, he sighed in exasperation. Well, I need to find you a tutor quickly. Tutor. Ida parroted the word back to him. This time, he was truly irritated. You say you don't know the Empire's language, but you understand everything. But how could he know those were the only words she understood? Her innocent expression only fueled his frustration. Why are you pretending not to understand? Are you doing this on purpose? Now, Ita called his name softly, noticing his anger. Hearing his name, now lost his desire to argue further and turn away, stomping off in a huff. Watching his retreating figure, Ida furrowed her brows in concern. Not like male lead at all. This won't do. Miraculously, his anger didn't discourage her. Instead, it fueled her determination to try harder. I must study hard and get close to Now quickly. She pictured them becoming the best of friends in her mind, her resolve strengthening. Now wait for me. I will help you become a great male lead. Later, Now went straight to the library. You said you were looking for books related to the Light Kingdom, right? A voice called out. There are some books about small countries on the shelves, though. The librarian trailed off, searching through the shelves. His hand stopped on a book with a blue cover. But you probably shouldn't expect too much, young master Now. Now, arms crossed, watched the librarian's every move carefully, his face still etched with a clear frown. The librarian placed a thick book titled All About the Light Kingdom in front of him. I'm interested in the Light Kingdom. Now stared at the title with a troubled expression. Why is the information like this? As expected of an insignificant kingdom. Are you planning to study it because of the princess from the Light Kingdom? The librarian's blunt question about Now's intentions startled him. Before he could compose himself, the librarian continued. I heard she's staying at the Duke's mansion. I hear she's quite lovely, isn't she? But he neither denied nor confirmed, letting the librarian chatter on as he fell in a deep thought. Now, if I wasn't here for the princess, do you think I'd borrow this book? He found his own behavior strange, unable to believe what he was doing. He turned to the librarian and said, I won't borrow it, and ran off, leaving the librarian to call after him. Now hurried down the hallway, making excuses for himself as he went. Regardless, she's a guest in our house. I wonder if she realizes my status. I'm also the Duke Meyer's son, the Emperor's nephew. I'll be the Emperor's cousin in the future. At that thought, his body suddenly stiffened. The word interested brought an involuntary blush to his face. Ugh, Now quickly exclaimed, trying to shake off these feelings he deemed fleeting. That evening, at the dinner table, Humac tentatively asked Now, the Princess of the Light Kingdom is staying at your house, right? I heard the Princess of the Light Kingdom is very beautiful, he added pointedly. Now Mayer raised a skeptical eyebrow. Was this why his father had suddenly invited him to dinner? For days, he'd been bombarded with questions about Princess Ida, first from the gentlemen, then the ladies. Inquiries about her preferences, her disposition. Even young ladies his own age had expressed an interest in the lovely princess. He wondered why everyone was so curious about the squirrel princess, as some called her. The image of a petite, beautiful princess innocently calling his name stirred something within him. Now frowned. I dislike idle gossip, especially when the subject isn't present. His words silenced Humac immediately. He stammered an apology. I won't be so rude again. Now replied politely, you needn't apologize for that. But Humac's next words caught him off guard. I'll be sure to apologize to the princess when I see her. At the mention of meeting Ida, a palpable hostility radiated from Now, rendering his companion speechless. No, absolutely not, he affirmed with unwavering certainty. The following afternoon, during tea time, Ida was invited to share tea with Now. Her small hands cradled the warm teacup as she smiled and asked him in a halting voice, now tea-like. Her voice reminded him of the squirrel princess, but wary of other nobles overhearing, he rested his chin in his hand and replied, nonchalantly, it's ordinary. She had learned a little of the Empire's language and desperately wanted to tell him, now, no like tea. He watched her with weariness and annoyance. How much longer must I listen to her pronounce things this way? Despite his impatience, he couldn't disobey his father's instructions. Converse with the princess in the imperial language for an hour each day, as much as possible. You can do that, can't you now? It was solely due to the Duke's request that he patiently sat with her. Now, no like tea, Ida repeated, her pronunciation still unclear. He enunciated each word meticulously, teaching her dislike. Ida clapped her hands excitedly, repeating after him, now, dislike tea. This time, she got it right, and his approval filled her with joy. Perfect, she stammered, mimicking him. Perfect, perfect. Ida diligently practiced, while Now left her to her own devices. Just then, the butler interrupted their lesson. Master Now, he said, holding up a book with a smile. I heard you left the book you borrowed at the royal library yesterday. The librarian personally delivered it to the mansion. Seeing the book, Now's face paled. Why is this here? He jumped out of his chair in a panic and rushed towards the butler. Snatching the book, he clutched it tightly, terrified that Ida would see the title. He glanced back at her. She likely hadn't seen it. I grabbed it as quick as an arrow. Book about Light Kingdom, she stated, instantly shattering Now's hopes. The butler's subsequent confirmation filled him with despair, but he quickly regained his composure, feigning arrogance. I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. I'm not the least bit curious about the Light Kingdom. Now folded his arms nervously, waiting for her response. Meanwhile, Ida stared at him silently, lost in thought. But finally, she simply offered a small smile, like a kitten trying to appease its owner, leaving him utterly frustrated. She doesn't understand anything, he thought, inexplicably irritated with her. Now likes Light Kingdom, she declared brightly, with innocent cheerfulness. The butler gave her a thumbs up. Perfect, Your Highness. Contrary to the jovial atmosphere, Now looked utterly dejected, speechless. Later that evening, in the Duke's mansion, as the sky deepened into twilight, the butler refilled Now's tea. The princess barely ate anything today. The kitchen staff is worried, unsure why. I'm concerned she might faint, the butler added. His words left Now momentarily speechless, but a flicker of understanding crossed his face. He sighed. There's no helping it. I'll go to her room later. The butler silently praised him, as expected of the considerate young master. So, later, he found himself standing before Ida's door. Even though I said I shouldn't come, why did I have to carry the food all the way here? No choice, he sighed, raising his hand to knock. Father and older brother are busy, so I have to take care of the guest. A quick check, and then I'll leave. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, a thought crossed his mind. Is it really necessary to ask at this hour? There's breakfast and afternoon tea tomorrow. What if she thinks I came to see her on purpose? With that thought, he resolutely turned to leave, but a timely call stopped him. Now, good morning. Oh, good evening. Ida peeked her head out, opening the door with a smile. Her loveliness rendered him speechless once again. A mischievous thought flitted through his mind. He leaned in closer, teasing, Good morning, princess. It's night time, she called out, embarrassed. Now your mood is much better. He composed himself. What is her highness doing still awake so late? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the papers scattered across the floor of her room. Looking at the sheets filled with writing, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, is she still studying the Empire's language at this hour? Seeing her diligence, a pang of guilt washed over him. I've been ignoring her because her pronunciation is strange. Just then, an embarrassing growl emanated from her stomach. Now, suddenly remembered his original reason for seeking out Ida. Your stomach is growling because you haven't eaten properly. What do you mean, not hungry? Ida tried to deny her hunger, but was immediately immediately met with his reproach. "What do you mean, not hungry?" She stubbornly insisted she wasn't hungry, but the rumbling of her stomach betrayed her. Late at night, Meyer's second son lurked outside the mansion's kitchen. Ida peeked out, asking, "Now why are we hiding?" Now quickly shushed her. He told the wide-eyed little princess, "Listen carefully. We're going to raid the kitchen now." The two children gazed at the empty but well-stocked kitchen. Now tiptoed into the kitchen like a thief, the worried Ida trailing close behind. She whispered anxiously, "Hey now." He bent down, turning around to shush her with a low gesture. Ida froze in the kitchen, watching the boy who had been annoyed with her earlier, now acting like a petty criminal. Not cool at all, she thought. But her hungry stomach didn't care about cool or not. It only wanted her to focus on the food. A covered plate of bread sat on the table. Now lifted the cover and reached for a roll, striking a pose with a perfect golden brown baked egg bread in hand. "Princess, eat this. This might be your first time trying it," but before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon the little princess, who was happily munching on something from a jar. "Idiot, that's not food." He hurried over to the naive Ida. She sat on the floor, holding the jar up to now. "I like this." The contents of the jar were sugar. He questioned the girl, who still clutched the sugar jar, asking in bewilderment why. At his question, she fell silent, her hand instinctively tightening. A melancholic air settled over her as memories of the past surfaced. "Sometimes I wouldn't eat for days because father was angry." Her voice remained quiet as she explained to him, "I thought it was okay, but if I didn't eat, the maids wouldn't eat either because I didn't have leftovers. Even so, the maid would secretly take sugar from the kitchen. She used to give it to me." Ida recalled the kindness of her former maid. She was a kind maid, a gentle soul, always worried her mistress would go hungry, even though she herself must have been starving. Working all day, remembering that warmth, Ida gave a small laugh, but it was tinged with a bitter sweetness. Now I'd been listening intently, and watching her smile, a mixture of emotions churned within him. He abruptly stood up and reached for the sugar jar in Ida's hands. "Give it to me." He dipped a finger in, tasting a bit, the sweetness making him grimace. "Why on earth would you eat this?" Now stuck his tongue out, disgusted by the sweetness of the sugar, thinking to himself, "I can't even understand what she's saying because she's speaking the Light Kingdom's language. Is she purposely eating this to appease me? No, Io." Ida's voice chimed in again, her laughter sweet as she complimented him in the Empire's language. Now is a good person too. She truly possessed a beautiful smile. Her lovely face shone even brighter when she smiled, her sweet expression radiating a captivating glow. Standing before such an innocent, angelic girl, even the usually aloof now couldn't help but blush. Composing himself, he spoke softly and slowly. "Princess Ida, do you want to go back to the Light Kingdom?" Ida tilted her head at his question, now tensed, afraid she hadn't understood. Unsure how to explain further, he awkwardly averted his gaze and repeated, "Go back." Ida froze. Return to the Light Kingdom? Unpleasant memories of the harsh king resurfaced. The Light Kingdom was where she had been abandoned, forgotten. Ida slumped onto the floor, her hands unconsciously clenching. She didn't want to return, yet aside from her father, it was the home of all the kind and gentle people she knew. She suddenly became aware of now sitting across from her. He asked suspiciously, "Is it something that requires this much thought?" He held up 5 fingers, pointing to his thumb and index finger. "Look carefully. This is yes, this is no. Understand." Now played the role of teacher, instructing her in the simplest things for the sake of communication. But he never imagined she would point to her middle finger and ask, "Then what's this?" His smile faltered. He didn't know what that meant either. Just then, a figure appeared, interrupting their conversation. The butler glared at the 2 children who had snuck into the kitchen in the middle of the night. "What are you 2 doing here at this hour?" News quickly reached the Duke, who sternly questioned the 2 little culprits. "Is it true that you dipped your saliva-covered fingers in there?" Princess Ida, and now 2. His gaze shifted from Ida to his cherished son. Both hung their heads, murmuring apologies. Duke Mayer issued a command to the 2 dejected children. "From now until noon tomorrow, copy the sentence, polite ladies and gentlemen, do not dip their fingers in sugar 50 times and submit it to me." He then placed a plate of hot sandwiches and milk before them. "Eat this and go back." Ida happily took a large bite of the sandwich, satisfying her rumbling stomach. Now sat beside her with a glass of milk, watching her swing her legs cheerfully. He commented, She eats a lot. He asked her curiously. It seems to suit your taste. How good is it? Ida spread her hands, searching for the right words, then excitedly held up 2 thumbs. She declared, this much. Now paused. 2 thumbs? She remembers. How about you now? Ida asked. He enthusiastically held up 2 thumbs as well, indicating it was delicious. The 2 children chatted and ate happily like old friends. The Duke's voice interrupted their laughter. You are being punished, so don't laugh loudly. They whispered to each other, leaving the butler and the Duke standing by, shaking their heads with amused exasperation. At lunch the next day, Ida ate as usual, but after a few bites, she put down her fork and wiped her mouth. The servants, seeing the almost untouched plate, were deeply disappointed. Another failure today. Duke Mayor, sitting beside her, fell into deep thought. Ida's plate, compared to its initial state, was only missing a small tomato. Even now, found it unbelievable. She had finished an entire plate of bread just yesterday. Looking at the smiling girl, he truly couldn't understand why. The entire dining hall's attention was focused on Ida. She suddenly realized, everyone is looking at me. A boy with a polite smile spoke, Princess Ida. It was the young Dario Mayor. Dario calmly asked Ida, I was wondering, are you purposely leaving food behind? Ida, with a bewildered innocence, confirmed it. Duke Mayor, turning to his son now, asked in a puzzled tone, what do you mean? Dario, eager to contribute, chimed in, Brother, you've figured something out, haven't you? Dario carefully explained to everyone. I read in a book about the Light Kingdom that the king or princess must always leave leftovers. They say that's how the servants get to eat. He then kindly addressed Ida again. Because you care about the servants, you left food behind with such a warm heart, right? Ida's eyes widened as she considered this, while now quickly agreed. That's it, Duke Mayor. Now, understanding, addressed Princess Ida with practiced diplomacy. Princess Ida, Dario has just informed us about the dining etiquette of the Light Kingdom. If you don't mind, I can teach you the customs of the Empire. Ida, startled, exclaimed, Oh, did I make a mistake? Duke Mayor reassured her, Not at all. Meanwhile, now muttered to his brother Dario, Where did you find that astonishing piece of information? Dario, beaming, replied, Do you want to read it too? He produced a book and offered it to his brother, adding excitedly, I just happened to find it this morning. Looking at the book in his brother's hand, now was utterly shocked, incredulous. He froze, thinking in astonishment. That stupid book actually contained such profound information. I thought it was something only an idiot would borrow. He turned his gaze back to Ida, who was now receiving instruction from Duke Mayor. The atmosphere had completely shifted. The Duke chuckled. So now, you can eat comfortably now. Ida clapped her hands together, indicating her understanding. A pang of guilt struck now. If only I had realized sooner. Ida picked up her spoon and took some soup. Duke Mayor watched quietly, while the butler and maids also observed anxiously. Ida brought the spoonful of soup to her lips. She smiled brightly at everyone and declared, Delicious! A warm and cheerful atmosphere filled the dining hall. Ida continued enthusiastically, I'll eat it all. Numerous elegant dresses were laid out before Ida. A maid asked excitedly, How about this one, princess? Ida commented pleasantly, It's beautiful. The maid gestured toward some shoes. And these? Ida, smiling politely, offered a perfunctory compliment. They're all beautiful. Anything will do. The maid's eyes sparkled. She excitedly informed Ida, We can't just choose any outfit for the palace banquet. This banquet is prepared by the emperor himself, especially for the princess. The maid then busied herself selecting accessories for Ida. How about this jewelry? Ida replied absently. It's beautiful, but inwardly, she thought with a touch of despondency, anything is fine anyway. Just then, now, dressed in a neat suit, entered and asked anxiously, Are you still getting ready, princess? Ida turned towards Now's voice. She was now wearing a fashionable two-tone dress, primarily blue and white, with matching shoes. Her hair was styled in braids, tied with ribbons, and she looked utterly adorable. Ida called out brightly, Now. Seeing Ida's stunning appearance, Now blushed, completely speechless. He only snapped back to reality when the maid spoke. You think the princess is beautiful too, don't you, young master? Embarrassed, now deflected, extending his hand and stammering. It's late. Let's go. I have to escort you to the carriage. Now declared firmly, allow me to escort you. Ida's eyes widened as she looked at the waiting hand before her. She stepped closer and asked eagerly, is now attending the banquet too? Now recoiled slightly, don't get so close. It's the princess who's attending, not me. Ida offered a sincere compliment. Even so, you look handsome. Now asked, surprised, really handsome? Ida nodded with a smile. Yes. Very handsome, she agreed, then asked innocently, do you know what escort means? Now retorted sharply, of course I do. On their way to the carriage. Now earnestly reassured Ida, this is your first time dining at the palace, but you don't need to be nervous. Just be polite to the emperor. Ida walked arm in arm with Now, as he added cheerfully, I did a great job the first time. Now turned to look at Ida with a cheerful expression, but caught a glimpse of her downcast demeanor. Besides, he continued, this is all for the princess. There's even a letter from the kingdom. He quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? What is it? Ida shook her head, forcing a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Now chattered excitedly, completely oblivious to Ida's anxious expression. Whatever the case, her mind was elsewhere, entirely preoccupied with the palace. Ida's anxiety about the banquet stemmed from this. I'm worried that father's letter will be read in the palace today. He must have filled it with all my flaws, right? Recalling Duke Meyer's warm welcome, her heart grew heavier. The people of the empire, even the Duke who has been so kind to me, will hear it. Ida fretted gloomily, worried she would become a laughingstock. Now's voice broke through her thoughts. Princess, he declared, giving her a thumbs up with unwavering admiration. You look truly beautiful today. Scratching his head, Now offered enthusiastic reassurance. That's why I said you don't have to be so scared. Ida blinked innocently. Are you worried about me? No. Now feigned indifference. Worried? Don't get the wrong idea. He might have acted that way, but every word he spoke was laced with understanding and concern. I just thought I was scaring you. Anyway, there's nothing special about the palace. Don't be afraid. Silently, Ida thought. It was like this before too, wasn't it? She remembered the scene of Now eating sugar with her in the kitchen. Why are you eating this, anyway? Seeing him gobbling it down, she had cried out anxiously, no, Now. But now, Ida truly understood. She smiled radiantly at Now and said softly, Now is so kind. He stammered, what? No way. Embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject, criticizing her speech. Can't you pronounce things more properly? Ida retorted dryly. Only Now would say that. Now clasped his hands behind his head and smiled, giving her instructions. Anyway, remember to behave yourself and return safely. Princess Ida of Light. The banquet began with a toast from both sides to the everlasting friendship between their beloved empire and the Kingdom of Light. All the emperor's guests cheerfully echoed the toast to everlasting friendship. The emperor addressed Duke Mayer warmly. It seems the princess is doing well, so I am very relieved. I was worried whether my inconsiderate brother was taking good care of the princess. Ida, her face glowing, replied, the Duke has been very kind. The emperor continued with amusement. It seems my brother is quite different when he's with the princess. Usually, he just wears a stern expression. Duke Mayer then addressed the emperor. The two of them exchanged friendly banter in front of the banquet guests. Don't you always wear a stern expression while discussing internal affairs? Isn't that your job? It's surprising to see you ask about attire, which has nothing to do with work. The emperor laughed heartily. Your Majesty, Duke Mayer called out softly, as if scolding him, my straightforward brother. Ida sat quietly, listening to their conversation, feeling immensely grateful. The Duke has been truly kind to me. A beautiful room, delicious food, beautiful clothes. He even provided me with a good tutor. I received so much. The emperor said cheerfully, now the princess is like a granddaughter to me, so we can chat anytime. Duke Mayer firmly corrected his brother. The princess is not your Majesty's granddaughter. He declared frankly, I am the princess's guardian. The emperor jokingly quipped, my brother is so strict. Sorrowfully, Ida thought to herself, I don't want to disappoint him. Just then, the emperor noticed his messenger had arrived. He raised his hand to call for attention. Come here. Now let's spend some time with the princess. The entire banquet hall fell silent at the emperor's command. Ida grew more anxious at the prospect of everyone's eager inquiries. Oh, right. You must have missed news from your family during this time, princess. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? The messenger began to unfold the letter and read it aloud for all to hear. The letter began, "This is a letter to His Great Majesty, the Emperor, the only one who can rein me in, Your Majesty." The messenger's booming voice continued, "It is no exaggeration to say that the stability and peace of Light are thanks to Your Majesty's generosity. I always keep Your Majesty's expectations in mind. I will consider it a sign to follow the righteous path." Ida clenched her hands, a familiar pang of anxiety twisting in her gut. Just as she'd feared, the letter was a rambling mess of empty platitudes. Now he's going to list my flaws, isn't he? She thought bitterly. The letter droned on, mentioning her current rule of light and her importance as heir. Ida squeezed her eyes shut, fighting for composure. It's all right, it's all right." But then, a phrase read aloud shattered her expectations. "My 2 young sons." Ida's eyes flew open, shock and confusion warring within her. The letter concluded with, "I wish the great empire eternal glory." He didn't mention me, she thought, stunned. The reader's voice echoed, "I wish the great empire eternal glory." A heavy silence followed the reading. Then the whispers began. It was clear they said she was the first in line when she arrived. Ida froze, the whispers stinging her ears. That's right, she thought. They said I was the firstborn. But no one seemed to notice her distress. The whispers continued, because she was the firstborn, right? But why did the letter only mention 2 young sons? Ida gritted her teeth, the bitterness gnawing at her. Fool, what was I worried about? Would have been better if he'd written something bad about me. The thoughts tumbled through her mind, relentless and unstoppable. If that were the case, I could have said he always dwelled on my shortcomings. I truly didn't know he had completely forgotten me. She dug her fingers in her leg, a desperate attempt to stop the tears. But the dam was breaking. Tears welled in Ida's eyes, hot and stinging. She knew the kind of man her father was. He hadn't cared for her from the beginning, which was why he'd abandoned her in this place. Ida felt like a parentless child, adrift in a lonely expanse of white, snowy sky. As if sensing her distress, Duke Meyer's voice cut through the tension. "Time flies," he began calmly. "Forgive me, Princess, but it is now time for your midday rest, if you don't mind. Let us return together." The words startled Ida. Duke Meyer's gaze was gentle. Gratitude welled up inside her as she realized his kindness. The Emperor, understanding the Duke's intent, readily agreed, offering his well wishes. "Sleep well and have sweet dreams, Mayor, and you as well," he said, turning to Ida. "My princess." Later, back at the mansion, Duke Mayer paced the hallway, his anger simmering. Sending a mere piece of paper wasn't enough. The King of Light had sent his daughter to the Empire and then publicly humiliated her with such a letter. How could he do this? As a father, as a human being? He stopped abruptly, turning around. Ida was kneeling before him. "I'm sorry, I ran too quickly," Duke Mayer said, rushing to her side. He saw her clasped hands trembling as she apologized. Duke Mayer, stunned, regained his composure. He knelt down on one knee, his gaze soft. Ida forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Your Grace," she said, her voice wavering. "You had to return early because of me, didn't you? Because of that letter from my father. I'm all right, don't worry. I'm used to it. I'm sorry for causing a disturbance." Surprise flickered in the Duke's eyes. He couldn't believe such words came from such a young girl. His gaze fell upon Ida's twisted ankle. Duke Mayer lifted her up. Ida blushed, embarrassed. "Please put me down," she insisted. "I'm really all right. I'm not seriously injured. I can walk on my own." Duke Meyer's voice was gentle. "I know that even though the princess is young, she is also a very brave child, coming alone to this distant land from her homeland, always with a bright smile. Just seeing your efforts is enough. However, Princess, you do not need to walk on your own." He continued as he walked, "Because I am your guardian, Princess. According to my judgment, as your guardian." Ida's cheeks flushed. "I think this is better," she murmured, clinging to his coat as if drawing strength from his support. And so, the Duke carried her away. A teddy bear spoke automatically, "Hello. I'm Gentle Squirrel." Ida crossed her arms. "Gentle Squirrel," she whispered. "I'm sad right now." Then, lowering her head, she continued, "What should I do, Gentle Squirrel?" A hand reached out and picked up Gentle Squirrel. It was Now. Ida looked up in surprise. Now asked with concern, "What's troubling you today?" Ida hesitated, unsure how to explain. She recalled the language lesson Duke Mayer had given her, and the incredibly soft gift he'd presented, a teddy bear, imbued with the Duke's gentle affection. Ida had decided to name it Gentle Squirrel. Thanks to that gift, Ida had felt a surge of motivation to study. But only a short while later, exhaustion had claimed her, and she'd fallen asleep, drool staining her cheek. In her heart, she was determined to learn, but her hand could no longer form a single letter. Upon hearing Ida's story, now exclaimed in frustration, "You fell asleep during that tutor's lesson?" Ida sadly revealed the consequences. "So, I have a test next week." A sudden test. Now cried out, "Princess, that's not the issue. That tutor is a demon." Ida immediately retorted, "I hate tests, but the tutor is a good person." Now, exasperated by her naivete, shouted, "You don't know anything." After grading the tests, that tutor makes you get your guardian's signature. At this, Ida's face paled, now painted a grim picture for her, miming holding a test paper covered in red marks. Can you imagine how it will feel standing in front of your father? I mean, the Duke's office? The image of Duke Mayor complaining about her slow responses flashed through Ida's mind. The thought made her cry out in terror. Unbelievable. As Ida clutched her head in distress, now calmly asked, "What's the scope of the test?" Then, searching her memory, she added, "The first lesson was a tour of the Duke's mansion, explained in the Empire's language." Ida began to sweat with fear. "I said she should teach me the Imperial words for all the objects I can see." Hearing this, Nao's face darkened. "Are you crazy? What were you thinking?" Ida said helplessly, "I had no other choice. I wanted to learn the Empire's language quickly." Finally, only Nao's voice echoed through the mansion. "You're doomed. Because of your curiosity, this entire enormous mansion is now the scope of your test." Nao and Hugh practiced swordsmanship in the training grounds. Nao furiously swung his sword at his opponent, muttering, "Idiot! Moron! How can the princess possibly handle such a vast test scope?" Nao's expression was deadly serious, etched with worry. Hugh, standing opposite him, noticed Nao's demeanor and asked, "Young master, is the princess all right?" Hearing this question, Nao started, then quickly intensified his attacks. "Why are you curious about that?" he snapped. Hugh replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I'm curious." Struggling to block the onslaught, a sweat-drenched Hugh said, "Because she's a guest of the Empire." Hearing this, Nao gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. A guest of the Empire? That means the date of her return must have already been decided. The thought spurred him on. "The princess is not a guest," he shouted, delivering a swift downward slash that sent Hugh's sword flying and Hugh himself crashing to the ground with a yelp. Hugh asked, "Then what is she?" Now bent down and retrieved the sword from the ground. He walked over to Hugh, pointing the blade at him. "I believe I said I dislike unnecessary noise when that person isn't around, didn't I, Hugh McLean?" As Nao offered him his sword, Hugh said, "Thank you, but you didn't tell me before." Before Hugh could finish, Nao interrupted him, his eyes catching the inscription on the sword. "What's that?" Hugh, taking the sword back, explained, "My adorable younger siblings recently started practicing writing. Since it's mine, it seems they wrote my name on it." Hugh's words sparked an idea in Nao's mind. "Right, there's that method." He immediately ran off, calling back to Hugh, "Sorry, I have to go." A surprised Hugh called after him. "Huh? Why?" "Young master." Left alone, Hugh ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "I can't get any answers again. I was going to ask if I could see the princess today." His delicate features, green eyes, and golden hair truly gave him the appearance of a beautiful young man. Meanwhile, Nao slapped the table with his hand and exclaimed, "Hey, you can call me a genius, you know?" He preened, piquing Ida's curiosity. "Why are you suddenly putting paper everywhere now?" she asked. "I'm studying. I don't have time to play with you." "In my kingdom, the word genius is used for praise," Ida pointed out. Nao bristled at this. "It's praise in the Empire, too." He stuck a piece of paper labeled "Noble Gentleman" on himself, puffing out his chest. "Don't forget to memorize the nouns for titles properly." Ida stammered, "Noble gentleman, it seems. The meanings are different between my kingdom and the Empire's language." She turned away, fiddling with the stuffed squirrel in her hands, ignoring Nao's calls. "So you don't want to do it? Fine, I won't say any more." At this, Ida looked up confused. "What?" Nao said impatiently. "What? Naming things. If you write names on things like this, you can remember them easily." As he spoke, he stuck a piece of paper that read "table" onto the table. Ida's eyes widened in surprise. "So that's why you were putting paper on the table?" Nao grew even more exasperated. "You're only just realizing that now," Ida rushed to explain. "I thought you were just messing around." At this, Nao looked at her incredulously. "What?" Ida quickly backpedaled. "Nothing. I want to try." now quickly began labeling everything in the room. This is a vase. This is a painting. He slapped a label onto the painting. To be precise, this is a portrait. Ida gave him a thumbs up, which pleased him immensely. This is good. He moved on to a maid's basket, sticking a label on it. Basket, the maid cheerfully added. It's written baggy uni. He thanked the maid politely. Thank you for telling me. The two of them quickly turned their attention to the window. And curtains. By the time snacks arrived, even the cookie in Ida's hand had a label. This is a cookie. Now did the same, labeling his teacup. This is a teacup. They ran gleefully through the hallways, even labeling a nook in a tree. They not only wrote names, but also drew cute shapes like a bird's nest and a tree. Ida even labeled a window next to a guard, but a strong gust of wind blew the paper away, catching the guard's attention. The guard hurried over to investigate. Seeing the glue residue on the window, he exclaimed, "This is really sticky." He quickly cautioned them. "Your Highness, young master, you must be careful. It will be troublesome if you stick these on valuable items." Hearing this, the two of them froze. Now looked bewildered. Valuable items? The guard continued. Be especially careful with the Duke's portrait and vases. The words hit them like a thunderbolt, draining the color from their faces. Now, nervously clutched the bottle of strong glue in his hand. Fear filled them both. What should we do? Whispers passed between the two as they hid behind a curtain in one of the rooms. Ida asked, "Didn't we stick some on a portrait earlier?" Now quickly confirmed, "Probably." Ida gasped, "Let's apologize quickly." He hesitated, "But we were just scolded recently for the powdered sugar incident." Then, hearing his words, Ida also lost her courage. "Then, is there any other way?" Now suggested, "Why don't we just take them all off now?" But Ida was apprehensive. What if we run into the Duke? Her words deflated him. Now peeled a piece of paper off himself, revealing the glue residue. "We're doomed. The portrait will have marks like this too." He anxiously rubbed at the sticky patch. Now looked at Ida miserably. Ida said, "Now I was just trying to help me. Thanks to you, I learned a lot today. I can read and write so many things now, really." Seeing Ida's grateful expression, now paused, then asked, "Really?" Ida reached into her pocket as if to retrieve something. "It's enough." She pulled out several pieces of paper with various words written on them and showed them to Now. She beamed at him, bright as the morning sun. "It's all thanks to you. Thank you." Her smile made Now blush, seemingly unable to look away. "You really shouldn't laugh," he muttered, his sudden outburst startling her. "Huh? What?" Now was silent for a moment. You should maintain your dignity as a princess." Ida, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why are you suddenly angry? What's dignity?" Hearing her mispronounce the word, Now immediately corrected her. Dignity, a serious and polite demeanor. At this, Ida still naively asked, "Dignity?" They were unaware that their conversation was being overheard by Duke Mayor. The Duke, looking at the scattered papers on the floor, heard Now's voice. "I'm talking about dignity. You're surely just pretending not to understand when it's inconvenient." Ida innocently replied. The curtains were suddenly drawn back by the Duke. "Dignity," he said, "is an attitude worthy of respect." Seeing the man before them, the two children froze. The Duke addressed them, "Her Highness the Princess," and of course, both Her Highness and the young master. This is a virtue that every living person should possess. The Duke's words left them dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open. The Duke spoke gently. "Do you understand?" Ida hastily apologized. "I apologize." Now also apologized. "Please forgive us." They quickly emerged from their hiding spot, leaving behind the papers they had been writing on. In Now's room, he recalled his father's instructions. Take off all the notes, scrape off the glue. Today, he dragged himself towards his bed, exhausted, complaining as he walked. "Even so, thanks to everyone's help, we finished quickly. For the princess, it's nothing." Now collapsed onto the soft bed and sighed. "I'm so tired." Suddenly, Now noticed something. He quickly sat up. "What's this?" Now looked at the paper with the words, "Gentle Now," written on it and realized it was a gift from Ida. Now's mood shifted slightly. This, although it's troublesome being with the princess, he smiled with a sense of contentment. It's also fun. The next day, Ida, as beautiful as a flower, smiled brightly like the sun and said to everyone, "Thank you for helping me scrape off the glue." She skipped down the hallway, thanking everyone. "Thank you all." Everyone smiled at the label still stuck to her back. Ida continued saying thank you, oblivious to the label on her back that read, "Not a guest." She continued walking with a blissful smile on her face. Ida sat down in a chair and sighed, causing Now, who was reading a book, to pause. Wait, did she fail the test? With this looming question, Now quickly closed his book. He walked over and sat beside Ida, carefully comforting her. Your Highness, you don't have to be so down. It's only the first test. My father will understand. Unexpectedly, Ida calmly asked, Huh? What are you talking about? Ida's expression startled now. What? She was acting perfectly normal. How was the test? 100 points. Looking at Ida's test paper, Now was stunned and couldn't help but praise her. She did amazing. No, incredibly well. Now snatched Ida's test paper, exclaiming, There's even a star sticker. I can't believe it. How could you do so well? Hearing Now's unintentional words, Ida said indignantly, That's mean. I studied hard. Give me back my test. Hearing the complaining tone in her voice, Now quickly retorted, Then why were you sighing? It made me misunderstand. Ida hurriedly explained that the more she spoke, the more dejected she became, causing Now to frown. Ida quickly voiced her worries. I did well on the test. I'm worried about the glue. I removed it from everything else, but there's still some on the portrait. I feel bad for ruining the Duke's belongings. Hearing her words, Now stared at her blankly. That's it. Ida confirmed, yes. Now calmly folded a piece of cake, comforting Ida, Don't worry. Once my father scolds someone, he never brings it up again. Ida was still worried. Even so, Now calmly placed a piece of apple in his mouth, chewing as he spoke. I'm sure my father has already figured out a good solution. The invited painter said gravely, This painting, the butler explained, the young master and the princess got glue on it. The painter's words were filled with awe. This is truly a legendary painting. The placement of the glue is creative. The steward's dry observation made Now and Ida, hiding behind him, cringe with embarrassment. Can it be restored? The steward asked, turning to the painter. The painter, brimming with confidence, replied, Yes, better than I expected. It can be fixed. Relief washed over Ida. That's wonderful, she exclaimed. Beside her, Now puffed up his chest, a smug grin spreading across his face. See? I told you. The steward breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave it to you. The painter readily accepted the task. Leave it to me. A gust of wind blew in from the open window, sunlight illuminating the room filled with portraits. The painter looked around nostalgically. It's been a while since I've been here. I used to come almost every day. Suddenly, the painter turned towards the doorway. You should announce yourselves before entering, shouldn't you? You must be here for a viewing, young master, princess. To his surprise, Now and Ida stood just outside. Ida hesitated. Is it all right? She began. The painter quickly reassured them. As long as it belongs to the Duke, you can stay as long as you like. The two children beamed at his words. Thank you. They hurried inside, circling the painting table, pointing at the various colors. Now excitedly explained, Princess, these are watercolors. Amazing, right? Ida gazed at the palette, mesmerized. They look like jelly, she whispered. Now confidently mimicked the pose of a knight in one of the paintings. Now, you look exactly like him, Ida praised. They stopped before an elegant portrait of a gentleman. Who is this? Ida inquired curiously. Now stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Let me see. The nameplate says Maya, Tron Maya. Recognition dawned on Now. That's my grandfather's grandfather. Ida was impressed. Really? That's amazing. But then she tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. Come to think of it, I've never seen a portrait of the Duke in this house. Now spoke confidently. Maybe he'll have one painted when he's a little older. He'll look better then. Ida's next words caught him off guard. But the Duke is handsome now, too. An idea sparked in Now's mind. Placing a hand on his chest, he declared excitedly, Then I'll paint one now. Ida was genuinely surprised. Huh, now. Her words, though innocent, stung him like a sharp knife. He puffed out his cheeks, a petulant frown forming on his face. What do you know? His outburst confused Ida. What's wrong? Her gaze then fell upon a painting covered by a cloth. Her curiosity piqued. Now, what is that? It's covered with a cloth. He quickly glanced in the direction she indicated, guessing it must be something valuable. Are you curious about what it is? Ida asked, Now scowled. Curious about what? No way. But after a moment, he turned back. A little, he admitted. This prompted an idea from Ida. They both ran towards the covered painting. I'm going to look first. Now shouted. I found it first. Ida retorted. They both reached for the cloth. Let's look together then. Now suggested cheerfully. Ida agreed with a smile. Okay. Both Now and Ida were eager to see what lay beneath the cloth. 1, 2, 3. The cloth was slowly pulled away, revealing a woman's smiling face. Before them was a portrait of a man with his hand on a woman's shoulder, both looking incredibly happy. A moment of silence hung in the air. After Ida finished recounting the events, Dario, sipping his tea, explained that was a portrait of the Duke and his wife, Princess. Realization dawned on Ida. I see. I did see the Duke in the painting. She set down her teacup, a hesitant look on her face. And then, recalling Nao's reaction to the portrait, she continued, her voice laced with worry. Nao looked very sad when he saw the painting. He just stood there, frozen. Dario asked with a gentle smile, "Are you worried about Nao?" Ida answered honestly, yes. He hasn't spoken since we came back from the studio. Usually, he would tease me or go off to tease someone else. Dario chuckled softly. Ida then ventured to ask him, "Dario, that painting—" Dario continued to sip his tea calmly. It was left unfinished after his mother passed away. It seems father didn't want to complete it. Sometimes I think about hiding it away, as it's incredibly precious. Guilt washed over Ida. I'm sorry. I saw the painting, and so did Nao. Dario sat sipping his tea, gazing out at the garden. His voice caught slightly as he spoke. Princess Ida, whether it's within this mansion or elsewhere, there isn't a single place my mother hasn't touched. My memories of her are so deeply ingrained that I can scarcely recall a time without her presence. So, Princess, please treat Nao as you always have. Ida blinked, a little bewildered by Dario's words. As you always have, Dario continued, just as you've taken such good care of Nao while I've been away at the academy. Ida waved her hand dismissively, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Well, that's only because you're always busy with your studies. Looking after her is just spending time with her. Seeing her flustered reaction, Dario chuckled softly. You've learned how to be quite the romantic, haven't you? He teased. Ida echoed the word blankly. Romantic? Dario corrected her gently. Romantic. Ida sounded it out slowly. Romantic. That's right, Dario affirmed. At any rate, Dario added with a hint of admiration, I find the time you two spend together quite romantic. But Ida was completely lost. Dario, she said, you're speaking in riddles. Dario let out a light laugh. Is it the words or the meaning? He asked. Both, Ida replied promptly. Dario suddenly rose from the table and presented Ida with a card. All right, Princess, there's an invitation here for you. I'll deliver the message now. Ida stared at it, bewildered. For me, the card was exquisitely decorated. Holding the pink card in her hand, Ida felt a blossom of happiness bloom within her. Invited for the very first time, Ida opened the invitation. It read, an invitation to the princess for a lovely ladies' tea party. Please grace us with your presence and make the seat sparkle. I went there with a pounding heart, she thought to herself. In the beautiful courtyard, the lively chatter of young ladies filled the air. I heard the Duke himself escorted you. What did you talk about with the Duke? At the banquet table, laden with delicate sweets, the young ladies continued their chatter. What kind of tea does the Duke prefer? I heard the Duke ransacked every teddy bear shop just to get you a gift. Is it true that he receives marriage proposals every day? Ida felt a little overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. The Duke is really popular, she mused. She recalled the Duke's concern before they came to the tea party. Will you be all right on your own? He had asked. At the time, Ida had replied confidently, of course. I've always wanted to go to a tea party. Remembering that, Ida said the Duke was very worried. The lovely young ladies, each with their own unique charm, offered her cakes and tea, making her feel incredibly welcome. Everyone is so friendly and kind, and most importantly, it seems everyone adores the Duke, so I'm happy. Then, Ida spoke up. The Duke is truly kind. He sometimes reads me short stories when everyone is busy. Her words conjured images for the young ladies of the elegant Duke sitting in a chair, gently reading aloud. They were utterly charmed. That stoic Duke, exclaimed a girl with raven hair. The young lady with auburn hair, holding her teacup, also expressed her admiration. It seems he truly cherishes the princess. I'm so envious. You're so beloved. These words brought a faint blush to Ida's cheeks. Smiling, she said, he's a very gentle person, not to mention how much he cares for me. He's just naturally a very kind person. A girl with short black hair asked Ida, oh, by the way, princess, don't you do embroidery? Ida looked a little puzzled. Embroidery? The girl with short black hair added excitedly, yes. If you learn, it will be very useful when decorating the mansion. The girl with golden brown hair chimed in. You could embroider a cushion with the family crest yourself. The princess could change the atmosphere of the duke's mansion herself. Ida was a little taken aback by this suggestion. Oh, the auburn-haired girl quickly pointed out, it would be so much fun to decorate it with the latest interior decorations trending in the empire. The girl with short black hair added, try changing it to however the princess desires. The auburn-haired girl suggested, how about we have an embroidery date next week? Next week. This idea flustered Ida a little. About that. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. That sounds lovely, one of the young ladies remarked. And my mother taught me embroidery. I imagine the princess hasn't had the opportunity to learn. Ida, overhearing their conversation, felt a prickle of unease. The young ladies continued to chatter, their words weaving a tapestry of assumptions. The Duke doesn't have a lover, you see. Even something as small as embroidery must be difficult for him. It's a shame about the two young masters as well. They should have a mother's guidance. It would be wonderful for the princess if the Duke found someone new, another young lady chimed in. The others murmured their agreement. Isn't that right, Your Highness? At this, Ida's face paled, her earlier discomfort blossoming into a full-blown chill. The girl with auburn hair asked hesitantly, Your Highness? Seeing Ida's troubled expression, the girl with short black hair asked anxiously, Did we perhaps speak too freely amongst ourselves? Ida quickly countered, No. It's just, I'm wondering if I've misunderstood something, she said, her words laced with uncertainty. The young ladies exchanged puzzled glances. Misunderstood? Misunderstood what? Ida's expression turned serious. In my kingdom, she began, we don't speak so casually about other people's families. A stunned silence fell over the group. Ida continued, Even if I knew certain things, I believe it's wrong to make casual judgments. It's basic courtesy, common sense. The young ladies rushed to explain. Of course, it's the same in this empire. We made a mistake. We only wanted to become closer to Your Highness. Please don't misunderstand. Ida's hands clenched, a flicker of anger in her eyes. A mistake? Perhaps. But words once spoken cannot be taken back. Later, in the carriage after the tea party, Ida slumped back against the plush cushions, her face etched with disappointment. The tea party everyone was looking forward to was ruined because of me. I should have been more polite, more mature. Seeing Ida's sadness, Duke Mayor asked with concern, What happened? Ida berated herself. No, it's just, I seem to have many shortcomings. Hearing this, Duke Mayor offered gentle reassurance. Your Highness, the empire is vast, and there are many stories. Some people will be mentioned inadvertently. You needn't worry about those who aren't worthy of your concern. His expression softened as he comforted her. I don't need to know what you heard, he continued, his words resonating deeply with Ida. Then, with a touch of remorse, he added, I apologize for leaving you alone there. The Duke's apology only deepened Ida's guilt. Clutching his sleeve, she confessed, Actually, a few days ago, I heard Dario say that traces of the Duchess remain everywhere in the mansion. He misses her so much that he remembers everything. At her words, the Duke froze. Ida's voice dropped to a near whisper. It's because the Duke keeps her in his heart. I thought, because you cherish her so much, this place filled with precious memories. I wouldn't want to change it to suit my preferences. These were the words she had withheld from the young ladies at the tea party. Meanwhile, she pictured a scene of Ida chatting happily with the Duke's family. Rather, she continued, if I knew more, I think I should share it with you. Ida spoke each word with heartfelt sincerity. So, Duke Mayor echoed, a thoughtful pause hanging in the air. That's a very romantic sentiment. The Duke's unexpected praise caught Ida off guard. Yes, Duke Mayor continued gently, by sharing your thoughts, you've learned to express yourself beautifully. And, Your Highness, I'm glad you seem to value what I lack. Ida blushed crimson at his words, waving her hands in denial, as if something unthinkable had been suggested. The Duke continued, I've always lacked. Ida, flustered, rushed to interrupt. No, on the contrary, it's wonderful. Dario is as sweet as sunshine, and now is so gentle and rich, the best in the world, no, the best in the universe. Suddenly realizing her blunder, she trailed off, mortified. The Duke chuckled. Thank you very much. His gratitude only amplified her embarrassment, and she covered her face with her hands. Please pretend you didn't hear any of that. Unbeknownst to Ida, her words had touched the Duke deeply. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He mused, the echo of a familiar voice calling his name resonating in his memory. Mayor, you're so romantic, aren't you? The scene of their vows, the exchange of rings, flashed before his eyes. Hand in hand, they strolled down the corridor. Bound by our hearts, we'll be able to share our time together, the woman's gentle voice continued, and enjoy this romantic moment here. Just as you said, Duke Mayor reminisced, a wave of happiness washing over him, as if soothing a wound within his heart. I, too, want to savor this romantic atmosphere. A joyful air permeated their carriage ride. The painter excitedly presented the finished artwork to the Duke. I've retouched it beautifully. The Duke examined the portrait, offering satisfied praise. Your skill is truly exquisite. Will you be leaving now, Your Grace? The painter asked cheerfully. Unless you have further instructions. The painter glanced out the window. It's been a while since I've returned. Seeing the young master so full of life brings me great joy. The Duke followed his gaze. Is that so? Before them, Now and Ida played together, happily weaving flower garlands. Touched by Now's bright smile, the painter remarked, the young masters have grown so much. And the princess is here as well. Observing the scene, the Duke sighed. How romantic. His words caused the painter to stare at him in surprise. The painting isn't finished yet. The more the Duke spoke, the more perplexed the painter became. The Duke continued, Could you complete the portrait of my wife? The painter's eyes welled with tears at the Duke's request. Truly, a gentle, serene smile graced the Duke's face. I want my children to see their beautiful mother. Overjoyed, the painter readily agreed. I understand. I will paint her most beautifully. Duke Mayor added, restoring her original beauty will be enough. Hearing this, the painter commended the Duke's enduring love for his wife. As before, Ida's days were filled with playing with the Duke's family. The painter poured all his effort into creating a magnificent portrait. Ida and Now, as mischievous as ever, climbed a tree and then cried because they couldn't get down, causing a flurry of activity below as people scrambled to find a solution. Time passed, and finally, snow began to fall, ushering in the cold winter. A snowball struck Now squarely in the face. Angrily wiping the snow away, he clutched a snowball of his own. What was that, princess? The princess, standing opposite him, shouted indignantly. Now started it. Ida panted, her breath clouding the frosty air. How could a friend throw a snowball in their friend's face like that? Ida's face flushed with anger. Where's the male protagonist? She thought. Winter is the perfect time to be kind. She gazed at the snowy landscape. A radiant, joyful expression spread across Ida's face. At a time like this, I just need to show Now the right way, she thought. It's important to teach him early on, for the sake of the female protagonist. Bundled in winter clothes against the chill, her hands trembling, Ida frowned in thought. Absolutely not, she decided. I don't want to be like this. Now, Ida called out, let's stop with the snowballs. Let's do something else. Now, still making snowballs, asked, what else can we do besides throw snowballs? Ida, picturing the scene in her mind, suggested, let's build a cute snowman together. She envisioned them lying in the snow, side by side, making snow angels. Now would wrap a scarf around the girl, sharing his warmth, enjoying a romantic moment with the female protagonist. The mere thought made Ida blush with excitement. Now seemed to be calling her princess, but she remained lost in her daydream. He called again, and she finally opened her eyes. Ida opened her eyes to see Now, a smug grin on his face, throwing another snowball at her. Throwing snowballs is fun, he declared. You're no good at it, so you want to do something else, right? Silly princess. Ida burned with fury. Ida packed a snowball tight and hurled it at Now's head. You're the silly one, Now. Mayor and Now cried out. What was that for, princess? Under the swirling snow, the sounds of their snowball fight and shouts echoed back and forth. Now started it. Ida insisted. Now retorted, what kind of friend throws a snowball in their friend's face? Inside, a fire roared in the hearth of a lavishly appointed room. Someone, shivering, raised a cup to their lips. I hope I don't catch a cold. I really don't want to get sick. Both Now and Ida, wrapped in blankets, clutched their cups, trembling slightly. When you have a cold, Now observed, it feels like the more medicine you take, the worse you get. Ida agreed. I don't want to get sick either. Behind them, Cox, the butler, addressed Now. Master Now, you must take your medicine. Ida, throwing off her blanket, walked toward the vase of flowers on a nearby table. What kind of flowers are these? They're beautiful. Now asked, don't you have flowers in your kingdom? Ida, cradling her cup and pressing it against her cheek, replied, we do. We also give flowers to people we like, but it's hard to find flowers in this cold winter. How romantic, Now mused, taking a sip of his hot tea. These flowers were brought directly from the royal gardens by my father. I wish the princess could have seen them with us. Ida looked up, a bright smile illuminating her face. Really? She asked, then added with a shy laugh, as expected of the Duke. How romantic. Now looked at Ida, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He thought, with a touch of awkwardness, is this okay? The door opened and Duke Mayer entered, calling out, Princess Ida. He held a letter in his hand. A letter has arrived from your kingdom. Ida accepted the letter as everyone gathered around, waiting expectantly. Duke Mayer asked solicitously, Princess Ida, would you prefer I review the contents of the letter first, or shall we leave you to read it in comfort? Ida smiled. It's all right. Let's read it together. Clutching the letter, she thought to herself, I'm a little scared to read it alone. What did father send? Could it be that he's run out of money? If not, then. She opened the letter and her expression shifted to one of surprise, her eyes sparkling. Her voice, filled with wonder, betrayed her astonishment. Duke Mayer, relieved, patted his chest. It seems to be from someone you cherish. Ida, beaming, held up the letter. It's from my personal maid. Duke Mayer replied, I'm glad to hear that. No way. Now asked curiously, what does it say? Read it aloud. Ida nodded and unfolded the letter. The letter, penned by Maureen, began, My dearest Princess Ida, how are you? Ida pictured Maureen in her mind, thinking, she's always been so kind to me. Ida read aloud with delight. Lady Maureen, I never thought I'd receive a letter from her in the Empire. Duke Mayer and Now peered at the letter with curiosity, a fact that suddenly struck Ida. All right, she said. She says she'll send my luggage from the royal palace to the Empire. Duke Mayer responded, That's wonderful news. Ida's eyes widened further, her joy intensifying. And the luggage, she continued. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. A radiant smile lit up her face. Alicia will be bringing them. No way. Now intrigued, asked Alicia. Ida replied, She's my maid's only daughter and my friend. Now seemed puzzled. A servant child and a princess are friends. Ida hastened to explain. Although Alicia's family isn't nobility, they've served the royal family faithfully for generations. Then, with evident pride, she began to sing the praises of her dearest friend. Alicia is incredibly smart and so kind. Everyone loves Alicia because she's wonderful. Her excitement bubbling over, she continued, Now, she'll definitely become a good friend to you too. At this, a mixture of exasperation and embarrassment flickered across Now's face. Just because someone is friends with the princess doesn't automatically mean they'll be friends with me, Now pointed out. How can you guarantee I'll become friends with the princess's friend? Besides, with my status, I can't just be friends with anyone. Ida responded brightly. That's right. Now is my friend too. Now flinched, his expression now one of pure mortification. With a radiant smile, she pointed and declared, All my friends are good people. Ida lifted her head and asked, Duke Mayer, isn't that right? Duke Mayer replied, Indeed it is, princess. Standing to the side, Now grew flustered, his face reddening. Now, his face still flushed, stammered, Well, since you put it that way, I suppose I'll meet him. Duke Mayer bowed. I shall send someone to fetch him. Ida beamed. Thank you, Now. Now, however, panicked internally, realizing she hadn't been listening at all. The snow continued to fall. Inside, Ida seemed to be changing clothes, preparing to meet Alicia. She paced back and forth in front of Now, questioning, It's better to take the hat off, right? I should wear a prettier dress. Maybe I should tie my hair up. The beautiful Ida turned to Now. Do I look like a princess? Now offered a compliment. You look like a radiant princess. Hearing this, Ida broke into a delighted smile. Thank you. Now scratched his head in exasperation, thinking she's asked that 100 times in the last hour. Just how amazing is this friend of hers? He continued his internal monologue. Even so, I'm only planning on a quick glance. Now, imagined Ida playing happily with her friends, thinking, I'm curious to see what the princess is like with female friends her own age. Will she be different than when she's with me? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Obviously, she won't be this high-strung, unless her friend is also a goofball. His thoughts continued to spiral. So, does that mean I have to look after the princess's friend too? This is getting complicated. Ida repeatedly called out, now. He finally snapped, exasperated. I already told you. You look like a princess. Why don't you just pin a sign to yourself? Ida, too, furrowed her brows in annoyance. Not that. He's here. Together, they descended the stairs. Ida ran with unrestrained joy, calling out, Alicia. Her face radiant, she greeted him. Come here. I've been waiting for you. You've grown so tall. Alicia bowed, kissed Ida's hand, and offered a compliment. Your Highness has also become even more beautiful. Ida responded shyly. Alicia, you're such a flatterer. Alicia replied, not at all. I always speak the truth. Watching them, Now stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. She turned to Now. Now, say hello. This is Alicia, the one I told you about. Now was still lost in thought, prompting Ida to tease. What's wrong? Did you fall in love with Alicia at first sight? Now exclaimed angrily, Don't say such ridiculous things. Alicia is a man. Ida chuckled. Didn't I mention that? Now, still irritated, retorted, You did not. Ida gestured between them. Alicia, over there is now Mayor, the Duke's second son, and my friend. Alicia offered him a respectful greeting, which only served to further irritate Now, who thought, why is he looking down on me? Now continued to fume, pointing at Alicia. Why does he have such a pretty name? It's so misleading. This outburst caused Ida to burst into laughter. Still chuckling, she said, Now you're complimenting Alicia's name, but you're saying it too loudly. Now angrily asked, When did I compliment him? Ida asked innocently, Didn't you just say it was a pretty name? Now stubbornly countered, I meant, who in the world would give a boy a name like that? Ida retorted, but Alicia's grandfather was also named Alicia, and he was a very brave knight. Now, still obstinate, exclaimed, That's what I'm saying. Just then, Alicia removed his coat and draped it over Ida's shoulders, taking Now completely by surprise. Alicia said, Your Highness, the Empire's winters are quite harsh. Please be careful not to catch a cold. Ida responded happily. Alicia is as thoughtful as ever. Alicia replied, It's nothing. Witnessing this exchange, Now grew even more perplexed. Ida continued, But Alicia, you'll be cold. Come inside quickly. I'll introduce you to the handsome Duke and the kind Dario. They continued chatting, much to Now's annoyance. Alicia said, I understand. I shall follow your Highness's wishes. Please walk slowly. I wouldn't want you to slip. Ida exclaimed, Goodness, how long have we been talking? I'm so sorry. Now has been listening this whole time. Ida turned to him and explained, Now, we've been talking like this since we were 3 or 4, so don't misunderstand and think I fall in love easily, okay? Now, trembling with indignation, retorted, You two were chatting away so happily in your kingdom language, I couldn't understand a word. Ida's eyes widened in realization. Oh, right. I'm sorry. It's cold. Let's go inside. Ida and Alicia turned and walked away, chatting pleasantly. Now seethed, fuming inwardly, when the princess was 3 or 4. So from then until now glared at Alicia, who was gazing affectionately at Ida. Impossible. I thought she said she played with that stuffy guy. Alicia bowed to the 3 members of the Mayor family. These are my lifelong benefactors. Please take good care of Her Highness the Princess. This prompted Ida to call out shyly, Alicia. At the dinner table, everyone except Now chatted merrily. Now, meanwhile, simmered in his indignation within the mansion walls. Ida and Alicia strolled around the grounds, confiding in each other. It was so hard to get the glue off, Ida said, but thanks to Now, I did really well on the exam. Ida giggled. Now, I didn't know it was super glue. It was so funny, right? At this, Alicia smiled faintly. I'm talking too much, aren't I? Ida asked. I haven't seen you in so long, so I'm just really happy. Alicia replied warmly. Not at all. After hearing your Highness's stories, I'm so relieved that you seem to be doing well in this unfamiliar place. She placed a hand sincerely over her heart as she spoke. I'm doing well, Ida replied. Hearing this, Alicia responded with a sigh of relief. That's good. As they walked down the stairs together, Ida clutched her skirt and asked hesitantly, How are they? Alicia, halfway down the staircase, turned. Ida continued, still clutching her skirt, stammering slightly. You don't have to try to say everything is fine. I'm just curious if they're well. She continued to inquire. I was wondering if everyone is doing all right. I'm worried my father might be causing trouble, and I'm also curious about my brothers. Alicia asked, You haven't forgotten the kingdom, have you? Ida placed a hand over her heart, tears welling in her eyes. Of course, how could I forget? Because the people important to me are there. Alicia suddenly became hesitant. Turning back and walking up the stairs, Alicia replied, I heard His Majesty recently found a new wife and is in a good mood, so no one is upset with his meaningless antics. Of course, I've also heard that both princes are doing well. Hearing this, Ida responded happily, Really? That's great. Alicia stammered, a melancholic expression now settling on her face. Only all the ministers and servants are worried about your highness. The two princes miss you dearly. Alicia continued, Although you are currently in the Empire due to unforeseen circumstances, someday you will return to the kingdom of Reese, our first heir. Alicia stated, That is our only hope, causing Ida's eyes to widen in surprise. Touching her ear and giving an awkward laugh, Ida said, That's a huge hope. Even so, I'm grateful that everyone remembers me. Alicia spoke softly. It is our duty to worry about our master. Ida quickly denied, Master? What master? Alicia replied, Because it's the truth. Placing a hand anxiously on her chest, Ida said, I considered Alicia a friend, you know, right? Alicia placed a hand over her heart and replied, I've always been grateful for that generosity, but I cannot consider your highness a friend. Seeming slightly upset, Ida pushed her hair back as Alicia delivered his chilling words with utmost politeness. Even so, she said, You'll always be my friend. Alicia seemed to agree, but a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. With a smile, Alicia asked Ida, Doesn't Her Highness already have a very good friend? Ida responded, Huh? Who? Now, Alicia replied, Yes. Building a friendship with young Master Mayor is quite enough. Alicia smiled. The two of you can share your friendship forever. Ida hesitated slightly. Alicia thinks so too. I wish now and I were like that. Alicia replied, Yes, I hope your friendship lasts forever. As they walked down the stairs together, Ida called out, Oh, Alicia, is there anything you want to do or see in the Empire? Looking at Ida's radiant smile, Alicia replied, I've already seen what I longed to see. Ida asked in surprise, You've already seen it? Ida looked slightly disappointed. So soon? I still want to show you around. Alicia expressed her wish. There's somewhere I'd like to go. Ida quickly asked, Where do you want to go? Alicia stammered shyly. It's the military academy. Ida asked in surprise, The military academy? Do you want to become an imperial knight? Alicia quickly waved her hands, replying, That's not what I mean. Ida asked, Then why? Alicia scratched her cheek, replying, Well, Ida interrupted her, I understand. I'll talk to the Duke and ask for his permission. We'll go together. Alicia asked, Really? Ida pointed confidently at herself. Trust me. Alicia looked incredibly relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. The next day, Ida wore a mournful expression. I'm sorry, Alicia. Ida explained regretfully. I forgot I have Imperial language lessons today. I'm sorry, I can't go to the military academy with you. Alicia replied, As a servant, I'm glad Your Highness is focusing on your studies. Ida replied apologetically, Thank you for saying so. Alicia, you're so considerate. Alicia bowed and kissed Ida's hand. Goodbye, Your Highness. I'll be going now. Ida said, You don't have to be so formal all the time. There's no need to greet me like that. Alicia replied, I apologize. I can't resist expressing my loyalty at such close proximity. Now, standing to the side and watching them, asked impatiently, So, when can we leave? Ida turned to Now and said, Oh, I'm sorry, Now. Thank you for offering so suddenly. Now looked at Alicia and replied, There's no other way. We can't let a guest from the kingdom travel alone. Ida praised him, as expected of a fine gentleman now. Now looked pleased. He chuckled happily and patted Ida's head, thinking, Her eyes are really like a squirrel's. Ida looked bewildered. What was that? Now, startled, glanced away. What was what? Alicia is looking at him uncomfortably. Now, thought, why does he keep staring at me? Now, looked at Alicia, and Alicia looked at Now. Now gritted his teeth and said loudly in the language of the Kingdom of Reese, Hello. Now switched to the Imperial language. Hello. Alicia replied, Yes, hello. This made Now breathe a sigh of relief. He imagined Ida pleading with him. Now, do you speak the language of my country? Now blushed, smiling smugly. The princess was worried about whether I could speak. Nothing is impossible, Now declared. The weather is nice, isn't it? Alicia replied, Yes, the weather is nice. Now became even more smug, thinking, What a genius I am. I should say more. Now, beaming, began Military Academy. At this point, he abruptly stopped. School. Now replied, I'm fine. He smiled smugly, thinking, What a genius I am. I should say more. Now, beaming, began Military Academy. At this point, he abruptly stopped. School. He flipped open his notebook and looked at it, puzzled. Ah, I see. going to the military academy. Why? Now's anxiety rose. Why? What? Alicia said, yes. That's how you say it. Alicia complimented him. It seems like this is your first time speaking the language of my country. Your pronunciation is very good. Now lifted his head happily, replying, oh, really? Alicia suggested, what is the reason for your visit to the military academy? You can ask it like this. Now thought, I see. Now asked Alicia, what is the reason for your visit to the military academy? Alicia praised him. Very good. Your pronunciation is excellent. Now suddenly froze, the atmosphere turning awkward. He thought, huh? What? He stammered at Alicia. Why you? You can speak the imperial language? Alicia replied, I never said I couldn't. Now shouted angrily, don't lie. You speak so well, yet you pretended not to understand the imperial language in front of the princess. Alicia expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. Now retorted angrily, that wasn't a compliment. Alicia said, because of the princess, I only speak our country's language. How can a servant speak to their master in a different tongue? Now retorted angrily, what do you mean by that? He then paused, lost in thought, a memory surfacing. Holding his head, now felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I knew I was right to ride to the military academy, he muttered to himself. Alicia replied, I'll answer your earlier question. I intend to find work. Find work. Now questioned, surprised. Alicia handed him a newspaper with job listings. Yes, she answered. I heard the military academy is looking for odd job workers. Earning money would solve the problem of food and lodging. A shy blush colored Alicia's cheeks as she continued, and it would be a good opportunity to learn more about knights. Hearing this, now hesitated, a nervous tremor running through his leg. Then take the entrance exam, he suggested. I heard your grandfather was a distinguished knight. Alicia answered frankly, I'm a citizen of the kingdom of Reese. Entering the Empire's military academy requires more procedures than I imagined. Now listened intently, committing the requirements to memory. A letter of recommendation for study abroad from the king of Reese, or something similar from a high-ranking official. Now turned to Alicia, a note of concern in his voice. Have you talked to the princess about this? I hear it's quite demanding there. Alicia replied, I don't want to worry her. You needn't be so concerned. Thank you, young master now bristled. Concerned? Concerned about what? I just find it strange that even though you know it will be tiring, you still want to go there. It's not like you're a fool or something. Alicia's voice softened. Even if I were a fool, she said gently, I couldn't leave the princess. Life is hard enough for her already. She continued, I'm just looking for a way to stay here. Now turned away, muttering, such astounding loyalty. But after coming to the Empire, Alicia said, I'm not as worried. Now relaxed, a puzzled expression on his face. As they walked down the path together, Alicia continued, the princess said she made a good friend. I see she's happy. Now perked up. Are you talking about me? He asked. Alicia replied, of course. Aside from you, young master, the princess has no other friends. Now confirmed, that's right. A smug grin spread across his face. It's quite difficult being friends with someone of that status, you know? Alicia beamed, her smile radiant. Yes, she suggested. I hope you'll continue to look after the princess as a good friend in the future, as her best friend. Now hesitated slightly, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but agreed nonetheless. All right, back at the mansion, now sat cross-legged, lost in thought. Ida, brimming with anticipation, peppered him with questions. Well, was Alicia happy? What did she see? Now sighed repeatedly, growing increasingly irritated. Ida continued to pester now, humming impatiently. He finally snapped, raising his voice in exasperation. Princess, you could just ask directly. This moment is incredibly important to me. Ida retorted, that riddle was mine anyway. Now responded, so what? You're curious about the military academy? That's great. Ida hesitated. Well, she began. Aren't you going to tell me? Now pressed. Ida continued. The reason Alicia wants to go to the military academy might be because he wants to be a knight. Now thought to himself, she already knows? Ida hung her head, looking dejected. But Alicia doesn't seem to want to tell me. Now looked at the still sorrowful Ida. I wanted to ask too, he admitted, but I didn't have the courage. Yes, you do. Now reassured her gently. Ida continued. It really is a secret. Sitting by the fireplace, Ida reminisced. When I was very little, I thought Alicia hated me. Now exclaimed, what? Impossible. With that incredible loyalty, Ida replied. Even so, it felt like I stole Alicia's mother. Ida continued. Alicia needed her mother too, but he had to give up so much for me. Now sighed. Silly. The princess is a fool, as expected. Ida, startled, exclaimed, what? Now turn away, exasperated. The important thing is that Alicia doesn't hate you now, he said. He continued, your loyal attendant will be very upset if he knew you thought that way. Realization dawned on Ida. I believe he would, she whispered. Ida clutched her arm, her voice filled with newfound determination. If that's the case, if there's something Alicia cherishes, I want to do everything in my power to protect it. A melancholic shadow crossed her face. If his dream is to become a knight, she continued softly, he will. I want to help him, even if it's just a small thing. Ida said sadly, but I'm just a princess abandoned by her kingdom. She then called out to Now, startling him. Ida covered her mouth with her hand, making a gesture for secrecy. What I just said is a secret. Absolutely don't tell anyone, okay? Now replied. Everything is a secret. Ida continued, but I don't like that. I wish no one knew except for Now. Now scratched his face shyly and asked, what about Alicia? Ida responded, of course. Kneeling down to Now's level, Ida said, everything is a secret except to Now. She held out her hand for a pinky promise. Only Now will know this for the rest of our lives. A pinky promise? Now sighed, finding a bit much. This is troublesome. Ida urged him, come on. Now extended his pinky finger. Is this okay? Ida declared, a lifelong promise. Now blushed. A lifelong promise? What? Now placed the final piece of the puzzle into its correct spot, completing the image. He exclaimed happily, yes. The next morning, Alicia's door opened. Alicia asked Now, who was standing at the doorway, young master, what is it so early? Now cleared his throat, about to speak. Now handed Alicia a sword. Take this, he said. Hurry. A voice called from outside. Mail's here. Someone opened the door to receive the mail, causing the mail carrier to hesitate. Yes. The person inside asked, where's the mail? The mail carrier timidly held it out. Here, sir. The person inside took the mail, saying, thank you, and slammed the door shut. The mail carrier stood dumbfounded, thinking, what did I just see? The dignified Duke, wearing the birthday hat Ida had given him, exclaimed, oh my, everyone. Those around him applauded, congratulating Alicia. Ida said happily, oh my, Alicia, congratulations. Alicia replied, thank you. Alicia continued, thank you very much, young master. Now smiled shyly. Congratulations. Everyone gathered around to offer their congratulations. Alicia, congratulations. Alicia expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Dario. Ida smiled happily, thinking to herself, after the day I told Now my secret. Alicia began taking swordsmanship lessons with Now. The instructor shouted, more power. 1-2. Alicia's talent was recognized by the swordsmanship teacher. An exhausted Now said, Alicia is very skilled. If he is able to learn, please recommend him to my father. The teacher replied, I understand, young master. Catch your breath first. Thanks to the Duke's recommendation, Alicia was able to take the exam for the military academy and passed. The Duke handed the acceptance letter to Alicia, saying, the acceptance letter. Take a look. Alicia took the letter and replied, thank you for your grace. Ida thought happily, that's wonderful. Now glared and asked, do you like Alicia staying in the Empire that much? Ida replied, innocently, of course. Alicia achieved what he wanted and more. It seems Now cares a lot about my affairs, so I'm very touched. This statement made Now freeze, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Ida said gratefully, thank you. Suddenly, Now became flustered. Of course I have to care. He continued, forcing an amiable smile. The princess is a member of the Duke's family. Ida was slightly surprised. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled happily. A member of the Duke's family? Now looked at her with a gentle smile. The two stood side by side under the snowy, full moon, shy and filled with unspoken emotions. Alicia and Ida walked together. Alicia said, be careful of your footing, Princess Ida. Ida replied, thank you. As they walked, Ida said, Alicia, I heard that the term of study at the military academy ends at age 18. Alicia replied, yes, that's correct. Ida asked, will you return to the kingdom of Reese then? Hearing this question, Alicia hesitated slightly. Ida continued cheerfully, oblivious to his hesitation. Lady Morin will be so happy, won't she? Alicia called out, Princess Ida. Ida, still not noticing, continued, excellent graduates from the military academy are highly valued. continued. After returning to the kingdom, you'll become a majestic knight. I believe Alicia will be amazing. Alicia looked at her, stunned. Ida continued excitedly, just like Alicia's grandfather. Alicia called out again, Princess, have you realized why I came to the Empire? Ida hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Was it so that one day you could return to the kingdom with me? Ida continued. Inside the mansion, now rushed about, searching. Princess, princess, princess. Now froze in the doorway, a can of hairspray clutched in his hand. He called me Ida, now mused, a puzzled expression on his face. That's strange. Truly, the title of princess suits her. Now rubbed the back of his neck. Where could she have gone? She's not in her room, either. He held a handkerchief in his hand. I was going to give this to her. As long as she has this handkerchief, it shows she's under the protection of the Maya family. He imagined Ida's delight at being under their protection. A happy smile touched Nao's lips as he held the handkerchief. It signifies that the princess is also a member of the Maya family, and proof that we'll be together in the future. Glancing out the window, Nao spotted Alicia and Ida standing together. What? Why are they strolling outside in this freezing weather? Curious, Nao looked down. Beneath the falling snowflakes, Ida asked, You said it before, didn't you, Alicia? I'm the kingdom's only hope. Ida continued, But I don't want to be hope, nor do I want any authority to borrow money from the Empire. I, the princess, am nothing more than a sacrifice. Alicia's voice was apologetic. Princess, I've never thought of serving any king other than you. It's not just me, Alicia began, but Ida interrupted, her voice rising. Alicia, you know I'm 11 years old now. As the first in line to the throne, I still have plenty of time to use my authority. It's a waste if you spend your precious time on me. Ida clutched her skirt, fighting back tears. Not just you, but also those in the kingdom who are vaguely waiting for me. I don't have the courage to tell everyone to keep waiting. She lowered her head in despair. Alicia was silent for a moment. He called Princess Ida. She stepped forward. Wherever the princess is, that's where I'll be. During that time, I'll bear the burden, and that time itself. Ida looked up. Alicia seemed to realize something. Therefore, I've been studying the language here very hard because I don't want to trouble the princess. Surprise colored Ida's voice. What? Alicia knelt. When the princess returns to the kingdom, please keep me by your side. Ida looked bewildered. Alicia closed her eyes and thought. The full moon hung high in the sky. Snowflakes drifted down, and a gentle breeze stirred. Nao dropped his handkerchief. Both of them turned to look at Nao, who stood there stunned. Nao, Ida called out. The moon was large and round. The snow continued to fall. Despite his lack of a coat, Nao rushed towards them, handkerchief and scarf in hand. Even if I'm not wearing a coat, I have to wrap the scarf properly, right? He thought as he ran, a joyful expression on his face. There you are. Nao was about to speak when Alicia's voice cut through the air. Because I don't want to trouble the princess, Ida asked, puzzled. What? Just then, the newly arrived Nao witnessed Alicia kneeling. When the princess returns to the kingdom, please keep me by your side. Hearing these words, Nao froze. He stared at Alicia, his mind racing. Ida is returning to the kingdom of Reese? But Ida is a member of the Duke's family. That was the great emperor's decree. It must be true. He looked at the two of them. So, Ida can't return to the kingdom of Reese, can she? He watched Ida's hesitant expression. Why doesn't she refuse? What? Nao dropped his handkerchief, catching Ida's attention. And she started to say, he bent to pick it up. Oh dear, I must treasure anything with the family crest. Ida continued, Hey Nao. Nao looked at the handkerchief. It's dirty now. Father will scold me if he finds out. Ida reached out a hand. Nao, she faltered. And Nao. Now, Ida stammered, her voice thick with emotion. Nao's face, now crimson, was awash with tears. He turned and fled. Now, wait. Ida cried out after him. The clatter of shattered china and the splash of spilled tea echoed in the room. It seemed Nao had collided with a servant in his frantic escape. The servant, sprawled on the floor, asked with concern, Young master, are you all right? I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? The servant's gaze fell upon Nao's hand. Young master, your hand. Your hand is bleeding. Nao, without a word, ran off again. Young master. Dario, the servant called out. Dario, picking up a handkerchief, said, I'll go see to him. He examined the blood-stained cloth and then addressed the servant. "Please clean this up for me." Outside the room, Now stood leaning against the door, weeping silently. The words, "Darling, don't worry," echoed in Dario's mind. He gritted his teeth, his gaze falling upon the fragments of a jigsaw puzzle scattered at Nao's feet. This was a precious item that Ida brought from the kingdom of Reese, Dario thought. Wasn't it? The puzzle was broken. That's right, Nao thought. I have to hide it, because the road is wide. Gathering the scattered pieces, Nao thought, so, if you lose something, it's hard to find it again. If I hide this precious thing, Ida won't leave the mansion. He opened the door and stepped onto the balcony. Clutching the broken fragments, he thought, I'll never let you go back to the kingdom of Reese. Never. Now raised his hand, poised to throw the pieces away. Then his hand fell defeated. But I don't want Ida to hate me. Despair washed over him. I don't want that. From outside, Dario's voice called, "Now, can I come in? Are you all right?" Quickly wiping his tears, Now replied, "Wait, just wait." Dario entered, offering a first aid kit. "I thought you might need this." Now looked at him, tears welling up again. He rushed to his brother and clung to him, sobbing. "Brother." They sat down together. "Brother," Now began, "you didn't ask me why I was like this." Dario replied gently, "Tell me if you want to." Now sat with his head buried in his knees. Ida said, "She's going to leave here, just like mother." A shadow of grief crossed Dario's face, and he lowered his head. "So, that's it," Now said, the painful memory too much to bear. He recalled his mother's words as she turned to leave. "Darling, don't worry. When the weather gets warmer, I'll be back." That winter had been exceptionally harsh. His mother had contracted some kind of contagious illness and had to leave the Duke's estate. She hadn't been able to keep her promise to return. Because of the illness, they hadn't even been able to be with her when she died. His helpless father and his 2 young sons hadn't even been able to bring her body home. "I never thought anyone would leave," Now thought, his head bowed in grief. He began to cry again. Dario put a comforting arm around him. I know. If back then," Now choked out, "don't go. If I had said those words, would anything have changed?" Dario hesitated at the question. Now lifted his tear-streaked face. "Even if mother would have been disappointed in me, thought I wasn't a good child, even if I could have kept her here and she hated me for it forever, it wouldn't have mattered. I wish I could go back." Dario embraced his weeping brother. Now sobs intensified. The brothers sat together, offering each other solace. The next morning, Now awoke. "I fell asleep." He looked towards his bedside table and saw a letter. It read, "Dear brother, I had to go to the academy, so I woke up early. Although I can't do anything for you, I'm always by your side, running around with you. Have a good day." After reading the letter, fresh tears welled in Now's eyes. "Brother." Alicia entered the room. "Young master." Now jumped, startled. "You scared me. When did you get here?" "Just now," Alicia replied. Now, still irritated, asked, "Is it customary for citizens of the kingdom of Reese to enter someone's room without permission?" "I clearly didn't," Alicia responded. Now's annoyance lingered. "You have to get permission before entering." "My father said it's quicker to ask for forgiveness than permission," Alicia said. Alicia lowered his head. "If I startled you, I apologize." Now seethed inwardly. "I absolutely cannot lose. Not now, not ever again. I won't even entertain the thought of losing. Forget being a gentleman. I'm going to be a villain." He jabbed a finger towards Alicia's face. "Why are you here so early in the morning? I hate you, so get out." Within the confines of the room, Alicia bowed sincerely. "Is that so? But I don't hate you, young master." Now felt a surge of frustration. "Then what am I supposed to do?" Alicia further explained, "I didn't mean anything by it. I came here because Princess Ida was worried about you, young master, so she asked me to check on you." At this, Now's eyes widened in surprise. "Ida." He shook his head dejectedly. "No, I have to be a villain." He pointed at Alicia angrily. "Since you've done that, get out. Take Ida by the hand and go back to the kingdom of Reese." Alicia immediately countered, "You're wrong about one thing." He closed his eyes regretfully. "It's unfortunate, but the princess won't allow me to return with her yet." Clasping his hands together in front of his chest, Alicia insisted, "The princess wishes for me to return to my own country." Now clenched his fists, a wave of despair washing over him. "See? Ida's going back to the kingdom of Reese after all. Anyway," Now's eyes widened in anger. "Both of you are going to live in the kingdom of Reese together." Alicia sighed. "You keep getting it wrong. We won't be living together." He continued in an even tone. Of course, the kingdom of Reese is smaller than the empire, but the total population. Before he could finish, Now began to flaunt his knowledge. I know, the total population is 800,000, and the total area is 8 million hectares. Not to be outdone, Now excitedly continued. More than half of the population cultivates wheat and barley. Most of the land is rivers and lakes, and the local specialties are oven-baked barley bread and exquisite handicrafts. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Alicia complimented him. As you say, you know a lot. Now flinched, sweat beading on his forehead. I don't really know that much. He quickly brushed it off. Who cares about that squirrel nest of a land? Another argument began. I don't live in a squirrel nest. Even if the kingdom is shaped like one, Alicia retorted. Shaped like one? Huh. The scenery there's actually quite beautiful, Now quickly countered. At this, Alicia agreed. Indeed, as you say, anyone who sees it with their own eyes would fall in love with the place. Now sat on the bed, stroking his chin, nodding in agreement. Exactly. It must be beautiful to see with your own eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck Now. Why didn't I think of this before? Since the kingdom of Reese and the empire are on friendly terms, Ida and Alicia can come to the empire too. If Ida wants to return to the kingdom, he quickly grabbed Alicia's coat. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, he asked, Can I go too? He tugged on Alicia's sleeve again. Alicia was taken aback. Yes. Now muttered, No, that wasn't directed at you. Alicia asked, puzzled, What are you talking about? Now thought for a moment, then turned back to his wardrobe, hurriedly putting on his outer coat. Wait, I'll be back after I ask. Alicia watched Now's actions, bewildered. Young master, who are you going to ask? Now turned back and exclaimed, Have you gone senile? He raised a finger. The person who will be the master of that land, of course. Meanwhile, Ida paced anxiously by the door. Why is Alicia so late? Suddenly, a low voice came from behind her. Princess. She instinctively turned around, startled. Ida was surprised. Now, I was worried about what happened yesterday. Are you all right? Now didn't answer, instead steering the conversation in a different direction. Princess, you're going back to the kingdom of Reese, right? Aren't you going to tell me? Ida panicked at his words. Why would you suddenly say that? Now, feigning tension, emphasized it's important. A hint of confusion flickered across Ida's face. I can't decide that myself. Alicia naturally assumes I'll become queen, but she lowered her head sadly. It seems like my father has forgotten about me. I don't think he'll pass the throne to me. I'm just the first in line for succession in name only. Ida remained silent for a long moment, lost in thought. Seeing this, Now asked, What are you thinking about? Startled, Ida snapped back to reality, stammering, Sorry. Now pressed on. So, are you going back or not? You're not saying anything. Ida hesitated. Well, now, this is important, so you'd better be clear. A troubled expression clouded Ida's face as she stared at Now. I can't say anything right now, whether I'll go or not. Under Now's persistent questioning, Ida remained silent, her hands trembling as they clutched her clothes, her inner turmoil evident. This isn't something I can easily decide. Now continued impatiently. Ida, what are you going to do? Ida bit her lip on the verge of tears. I don't have the strength anymore. I can't bear it any longer, she blurted out, mustering her courage. I want to go back to the kingdom of Reese. I want to protect the people I love. Hearing the answer he'd been seeking, Now crossed his arms. If that's the case, I'll go too. Ida's eyes widened in surprise. What? Now explained. The princess is a member of the Duke's family. It's only natural that I accompany you. He scratched his head sheepishly. Besides, if you want to go, then go. Why did you say it like that? I just wanted to know what you were thinking. Now's next words left Ida perplexed. Of course, I might have put too much pressure on you. I apologize. With that, he folded his arms again, adopting a sage-like posture. Regardless, I have to know what you're thinking so I can decide whether we'll live in the kingdom of Reese or stay here. Ida sounded reluctant. Is there no other option besides living together? Now tilted his head reproachfully. Why do you always ask the obvious? He affirmed resolutely. Ida of Reese will always be a member of the Maya family. Ida gazed at Now with touched eyes, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Silly Now. When the original story of Fong Dambayo begins, you'll be with the female lead you love. Seeing Ida's faraway look, Now was puzzled. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Then, a contented smile graced Ida's lips. But thanks to you, the knot in my heart has come undone. Images of a simple, rural landscape filled her mind. Actually, I don't want to be involved in the succession to the throne. I just want to go back to the place where everyone is. Ida's spirits lifted once more. I've realized it now. Thank you now. Smiling, she made a promise. When I turn 18, you absolutely have to come with me to the kingdom of Reese. Now thumped his chest in agreement. What? If you beg me like that, I'll go with you. Ida quickly clarified. I'm not forcing you to come with me. Now immediately affirmed. I'll go. Ida beamed, radiant as the sun. Okay, now frowned, his round eyes filled with contemplation. Scratching his head a little awkwardly, now extended a finger. Here, I promise you, Ida of Reese. Ida was momentarily taken aback by Now's resolute gesture. She quickly regained her composure and returned a warm smile. I promise you too. Now Maya, you know, now, if there are promises and secrets, then you're the best of friends. Now asked with a straight face, who said that? Ida quickly explained. That's what everyone in the kingdom of Reese says. Hearing this, Now continued to scratch his head. Then we must be the best friends in the world, sharing secrets and making promises. Ida looked up thoughtfully. Is that so? Now exclaimed in exasperation. What are you still thinking about? Who else besides me have you shared secrets and promises with? Now's attitude caused Ida to mentally downgrade her opinion of him. How can you say that? Come to think of it, Now seems quite possessive of his friends. She had barely finished speaking when, hearing Ida say, Now's possessive, Now froze for a few seconds, feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning. He turned 180 degrees to face her, declaring, it's not possessiveness. Ida was curious. Then what is it? Now sounded a bit impatient. I don't know. Seeing his unreasonable anger, Ida questioned, why are you getting angry again? Now remained grumpy. I'm not angry. Ida, equally displeased, stated firmly, if you do anything hateful again, I won't play with Now anymore. I'll also confiscate the building blocks I lent you. At this, a cold sweat broke out on Now's forehead. Suddenly, a thought struck Now, halting his argument. He turned to leave. I'm going now. Ida froze, calling out foolishly after him. I was just kidding, Now. Where are you going? Now's pace quickened, his steps hurried. Anxiety etched on his face as yesterday's events replayed in his mind. I left it on the balcony, he thought, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Please still be there. He prayed silently, Ida's building blocks. Bundled in warm winter clothes, Now and Ida were engrossed in rolling enormous snowballs outside. Ida paused, suggesting, Now, I'm tired. Can we take a break? Now, breathing heavily, replied, absolutely not. He remembered Hugh's words. Young master, may I invite the princess to my house? Curiosity piqued. Now had countered, Hugh, why? Hugh, brimming with excitement, explained, well, because the princess doesn't go outside much. She probably doesn't get to see many people. I want to meet the princess. Hearing this, Now had bristled, demanding, why do you want to see her? Now dashed Hugh's hopes. The princess is very busy. She's someone you can only see if you have a proper reason. Hugh, naive and trusting, had accepted Now's words. A proper reason, so she doesn't have time to see me privately? At the time, Hugh hadn't actually specified it being just the two of them. Now, taking a sip of tea, thought smugly, that'll surely set him straight. Hugh, after a moment of contemplation, replied, if there's a proper reason. Hugh clapped his hands together joyfully. Of course there is. Startled, Now sprayed tea from his mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, what? Later, Hugh led Now outside, standing before a colossal snowman. Now gaped at the snowman, which towered over him. Despite the cold, a snowman? No, a snow monster, he recounted excitedly. A few days ago, even the emperor came to see it and praised it. Now tilted his head, exclaiming his majesty? Hugh, a touch of pride in his voice, confirmed, yes, it seems father was very proud that I built a snowman taller than a grown man. Hugh's green eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked, is this a proper reason? Remembering Hugh's smug expression, a pang of jealousy shot through Now. What proper reason? I just need to build a bigger snowman. As if reading his friend's thoughts, Ida pouted, calling out, Now. Now jumped, startled. What? Ida, warming her hands, grumbled, it doesn't need to be that big. Why do you keep wanting to make it bigger? Cupping her face in her hands, Ida envisioned happily. If we just decorate the snowman, it'll be much cuter, much prettier. Now protested vehemently. No, small and cute is useless. Ida looked dejected. In Now's mind, the image of a snow horse took shape. My snowman has to be big and cool. His imagination soared, ambition burning bright. I have to find a way to get the emperor to knight me. Ida, seemingly tired and cold, suggested again, I understand your ambition, but let's stop for today. Let's go inside and talk about what Now likes. How about playing with building blocks? Hearing this, he didn't notice he'd unintentionally used too much force, causing the snowball to crack. Both looked with a touch of regret at the fruits of their morning's labor. Ida sighed. Today wasn't a good day, I guess. Let's go have some hot tea and play with blocks. Now, seemingly unfazed, continued to build the snowman. Ida asked, surprised, Now, are you still going to build it? Now affirmed, of course. Didn't you hear what the butler said earlier? Winter sunlight is precious. Ida recalled the butler's words. Winter sunlight is precious, so please enjoy yourselves. Ida wavered slightly. I heard it too, but now urge her on deliberately. We have to hurry and enjoy the sunlight. Ida, seeing the logic, nodded, sighing softly. All right, just for today, okay? Now breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Terror gripped Now's heart. That day, when I returned to my room, the building blocks had been blown away by the wind. Now I could only stand there, helpless. Now fiddled with his hair, surveyed the surroundings, and immediately began searching. He'd picked up the pieces scattered across the courtyard, but it was too late. His expression hardened, a sniffle escaping his nose in the cold, but his resolve remained firm. One piece was still missing. If Ida discovered he'd deliberately thrown away a part of her belonging, she might return to the kingdom of Reese alone. He glanced at Ida. He absolutely couldn't let her find out until he found it. Forcing a cheerful facade, Now plastered a smile on his face, feigning happiness to deter Ida from leaving. Oh, this is so much fun. Night quietly descended upon the grand mansion, drawing everyone to gather before a painting. They looked incredibly happy. It was Duke Mayer and his wife. Ida admired the portrait. It's beautiful. The complimented Duke, Mayer blushed shyly. The real person was even more beautiful. The Duke approached the painting, his face brimming with pride. He gently caressed his wife's painted face with his thick fingers, then placed a swift kiss upon it. Ida, not quite understanding the gesture, looked surprised. Seeing this, Dario explained, it's a tradition. Ida tilted her head curiously. Dario slowly elaborated on the custom for Ida. When a portrait of the deceased is hung, we kiss the painting to greet them, filled with love and blessings. Now placed a hand over his heart. It also signifies cherishing the heart of the person who remains in the painting. We do this too. Understanding the meaning, Ida was deeply moved. That's so romantic. Dario also kissed his hand to express his affection. Welcome back, mother. It was Now's turn. He stood before the painting for a long moment. Then, with a cheerful smile, performed the traditional ritual. From now on, mother, don't go anywhere. Ida, standing at a distance, was also filled with joy, watching them with a smile as bright as the spring sun. The entire Mayer family turned to look at her, startling Ida. Can I do that too? The Duke quickly replied, Of course. Duke Mayer spoke sincerely. If the princess doesn't mind, I would like to ask you. Ida readily agreed without hesitation. Yes, I would like to. Having accepted, Ida stood before the painting and politely addressed the portrait. Hello, Duchess. I've been very happy living here. I won't forget this kindness. I will definitely make Now happy and repay everyone's love. Ida offered a warm smile. I'm glad I could meet you like this. Now's family gazed at her small back with gratitude. Ida turned around. Before she could finish, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her vision blurred, her eyes becoming hazy, as if she were about to faint. She only heard panic cries. What's wrong with me? Duke Mayer rushed forward to check Ida's temperature. Oh dear, you have a fever. Ida still tried to act as if nothing was wrong. I'm fine. Duke Mayer worriedly instructed. You've probably caught a cold. It's best to take some medicine and rest early today. Ida obediently agreed. All right. Ida's face was now flushed crimson. She lowered her head in disappointment. But Dario was going to read me a very interesting book today. Dario quickly consoled her. Princess, I'll read it to you next time. Rest well today, and we'll read other, even more interesting books later. Inwardly, Ida praised him. Dario is so thoughtful. Just then, Now, standing beside her, also offered words of encouragement. That's right, you need to rest well today. Deeply touched by his words, tears welled up in Ida's eyes. Is Now worried about me? Now continued. If you're sick, we can't build a snowman tomorrow. Ida's soaring spirits plummeted. Why is he always so obtuse? I don't know why. but I suddenly feel like my fever has gotten worse. Once everything had settled down, Duke Mayer sat quietly in his chair, chin resting on his hand, his features strikingly refined and distinct. The Duke appeared to have fallen asleep. Blurry images of the past surfaced. A physician declared, "This epidemic seems to only affect your wife, as she is not a native. It would be best to leave the Duke's territory immediately and seek treatment." A while later, a servant returned with tragic news. The Duchess has passed away. Duke Mayer, his heart in turmoil upon receiving the news, fell before the king and pleaded, "Your Majesty, even without a body, please allow me to hold a funeral for her. Please allow me to go." The king's refusal was absolute. "For the sake of you and your children, I cannot allow it. I am sorry." The Duke's mind conjured the image of his father-in-law, and he cursed him. "You killed my daughter. You and your lands have taken my beautiful daughter from me. You killed her." Duke Mayer jolted awake, lifting his head to find someone had been standing there for some time. The butler hurried to report, "Your Grace, we have eased security as you instructed." Jack Mayer replied, "Thank you." A heavy weight settled upon Jack Mayer as he turned towards the immense portrait. Then he quickly departed. The painting depicted his beautiful wife. He had longed for her for so long. After an indeterminate time, Ida stirred, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "How long have I been asleep?" The scene outside the window captured her attention. With a gasp, her eyes widened, her mouth forming a small O as she gazed out in delight. Snowflakes drifted down gracefully, creating a beautiful and romantic scene. Ida cried out joyfully, "It's snowing! It's snowing so much!" Smiling, Ida thought of her friend now. He would be thrilled to have so much snow for building a snowman. Should I build a snowman tomorrow, too? In the midst of her joy, a thought struck Ida, and a flicker of worry crossed her face. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of Duke Mayer's cautionary words. "Princess, you absolutely must not endure hunger or pain." Ida gave a wry smile. "What should I eat?" Ida tiptoed to the door and saw the maid asleep. Thoughtfully, Ida draped a coat over her. "So you were here because of me. Thank you." With that, Ida quietly slipped away. "I'll be right back." The enormous and opulent mansion was somewhat overwhelming, but Ida, undeterred, made her way downstairs. A knight, holding a sword, caught Ida's eye, and she paused to observe him for a moment. "Is that a real sword?" Afterwards, Ida continued down the hallway alone, a thrill of excitement running through her. No wonder the atmosphere in the mansion feels so different at night. It's like a dream world. Ida's expression was one of pure enjoyment. Suddenly, a light still burning in the portrait room caught her attention. A light. Ida peered through the crack in the door. Is the Duke still in the family room this late? But it wasn't the Duke. There was a mysterious figure, cloaked entirely in black robes, that sent a shiver down her spine. A thief. A thief, she thought, trembling. Without a second thought, Ida bravely pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting, "There's a thief." The cloaked figure spun around, clamped a hand over Ida's mouth, and placed a finger to their lips. "Hush, little one. I'm not a bad person." At that moment, Ida saw his face and her eyes widened in surprise. Inwardly, she thought, that makes it even more suspicious. Bad people never admit they're bad. He lowered his hood, revealing his face more clearly. "Look at this kind face." Releasing Ida, he bowed slightly and explained, "I couldn't possibly be a thief." Ida was taken aback. "Then what is he doing here?" It turned out to be Mr. Jenkin. Seeing that Ida was just a child, he produced a piece of candy. Then, in a coaxing tone, he asked, "Do you like chocolate?" Ida stared at the tempting sweet, her mouth watering. Her thoughts wrestled fiercely. No, I was taught not to accept candy from strangers." Ida fibbed, "No, thank you." Hearing her stomach rumble, Mr. Jenkin looked quite surprised. Action spoke louder than words. Without hesitation, Mr. Jenkin unwrapped the candy and popped it straight into Ida's mouth. "It's all right, you can eat it." With the candy already in her mouth, Ida couldn't help but chew a few times before saying, "Thank you." However, her mouth, even while enjoying the treat, didn't forget to offer a friendly reminder. "But you can't steal anything here, okay?" Ida placed her hands on her hips, her face serious as she explained, "This is the family room. The members of the Duke's family cherish this place very much." Mr. Jenkin was rendered speechless by the child's muffled pronouncements. So, you're a child from the kingdom of Lit, aren't you? Mr. Jenkin asked sternly, his voice flat. Why would someone from Lit come all the way to the Grand Empire to be a petty thief? He trailed off, rendered speechless by Ida's words. The Grand Empire? Mr. Jenkins seemed to understand something and hastily explained, You've been calling me a thief? I'm a formally invited guest, of course. Ida, ever logical, swayed her arm as she spoke. If you're an invited guest, why are you here so early in the morning? It's suspicious. Ida's astute questioning made Mr. Jenkins sweat. He turned his head, avoiding her gaze. You don't need to know. Mr. Jenkins pushed himself up, leaning on his knees. But, looking at the painting before him, he continued, There used to be a treasure here, precious enough that I wanted to steal it. His expression shifted, a melancholic shadow passing over his features. The most precious thing in the world. It was a beautiful, wondrous treasure. Ida, listening intently, seemed to have misunderstood. You can't do that, she exclaimed, running over to clutch Mr. Jenkins' coat. The Duke, no, not just the Duke. It's important to Dario, and Nuga too. What is? Mr. Jenkins asked, glancing at the enormous painting. Ida reaffirmed, Yes, very precious. He ignored her, crossing his arms. It's equally important to me. This only deepened her confusion. Yes, well, Mr. Jenkins stopped arguing with Ida and turned to leave, adding as an afterthought. In any case, you've grown up well, unlike those dirty-looking children of the Duke. Truly blessed by the heavens. Ida protested. The Duke is handsome too. Mr. Jenkins began to elaborate. Dario excels at the academy, and because he resembles his mother, he's incredibly intelligent. He's such a sincere and hard-working child. It's wonderful. Nuga is incredibly persistent, so no matter what, he'll achieve his goals. In a way, you could say he's ambitious. Listening to Mr. Jenkins ramble on, so knowledgeable about the Duke's family, Ida was surprised. She sensed it. He seemed to be in a good mood. Mr. Jenkins paused, then continued. In that respect, he's a lot like. But before he could finish, Ida interrupted. Stubborn, but cute. Slightly taken aback by Ida's comment, he asked, Cute? Ida enthusiastically confirmed, Yes, cute. Suddenly, a knock came from outside, followed by a call. Is anyone there? A servant peeked in. Is that the Duke? He stepped inside, looking around, but seeing no one, he remarked, I must have misheard. At that moment, both Mr. Jenkins and Ida panicked, quietly hiding behind the sofa. The servant quickly left, and the door closed. Mr. Jenkins stood up and suddenly heard giggles beside him. Ida was laughing cheerfully. It feels so strange hiding with a thief. Mr. Jenkins sighed in exasperation. Even if I'm not a thief. While hiding with her, Mr. Jenkins noticed something. He reached out and touched her face, confirming, More importantly, are you sick? Ida answered softly, I'm fine now. Mr. Jenkins asked worriedly, What do you mean, fine now? You're running around with a fever. Mr. Jenkins reached into his coat, a sincere expression on his face. I went through so much trouble to get here, and I haven't even been able to see my daughter's face. Ida gasped, Daughter. With her quick wit, Ida guessed something. So that's why he said he wasn't a thief. After fumbling for a moment, Mr. Jenkins pulled out a purple ribbon and gently tied it around Ida's neck. Stay warm in the winter, and don't get sick, little one. Hearing these sweet words, Ida touched the ribbon, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you. Ida felt apologetic, hesitantly continuing, I'm sorry, sir, for taking up your precious time. Mr. Jenkins stood up and turned away. It's all right. A sorrowful expression crossed his aged face. Ida thought to herself, I heard it's difficult to get in here. Seeing Mr. Jenkins looking around, Ida couldn't help but wonder, why isn't he looking at the painting? Nuga knelt expectantly in front of Ida's door. When will she look? Should I wait here or go back to my room? Suddenly, a small note was slipped out. The note read, I just woke up. Nuga, newly arrived, happily recognized Ida's handwriting. Does it still hurt a lot? The two began exchanging notes through the crack beneath the door. It's okay now. What are you doing, Nuga? Nothing much. What are you doing, princess? Nuga bent down and continued to write carefully. He looked at the note in his hand. The snowman outside the window is so cute. I'm looking at it right now. Thank you for the gift, Nuga. He was overjoyed. She understood. How are the flowers? Ida wrote back. They're beautiful, but it's a shame I have a cold and can't smell them. How's the handkerchief? Thank you for lending me your handkerchief. Reading this, Nuga froze. Lending? Realizing Ida had misunderstood his intentions, he scribbled back. It wasn't alone. You idiot. On the other side of the door, Ida, still flushed with excitement, had also gotten out of bed. Picking up the note Nuga had slipped through, she leaned against the door, engrossed in writing. So it was a gift. I'll treasure it. But isn't it cold out there in the hallway? Nuga wrote back, I'm not like you. This kind of cold is nothing to the people here. She felt a pang of relief. If that's so, then that's good. I was worried Nuga would catch a cold too. The two children were now separated only by a door, and Nuga, too, slowly leaned against it. Who's worried about who? Get better soon. You need to be healthy to build a snowman. Seeing this, Ida exclaimed, build another snowman? That's too much. But talking to Nuga like this is really fun. Ida shared her feelings. When I was lying in bed, I felt so bored. On the other side, Nuga asked happily, really? He went on to ask directly, you can't live without me, can you? Ida blushed even deeper. Can't live without Nuga? Ida replied with a yes, staring intently at the words. She thought happily, I never would have thought it, but I've become quite close to Nuga. We've laughed together many times and done a lot of crazy things together too, because we've shared our time together. Recalling the things they had experienced together, Ida's smile grew even brighter. Suddenly stopping, she thought a little shyly, will he like this answer? She wrote on the paper, I like playing with Nuga. Ida sat curled up, her face full of anticipation. How will he respond? I shouldn't get too excited. Ida thought, covering her mouth with her hand and giggling. If I recover, should I invite him to build a big snowman together? She kept looking towards the door, waiting anxiously. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from Nuga. Nuga, she called out. The silence outside made Ida a little disappointed. Has he gone back to his room without even saying goodbye? Ida sighed and returned to her bed. I guess it was a rare opportunity to say nice things to each other. It's okay. If Nuga isn't there, I'll write it like this next time. But Ida didn't know that at this moment, Nuga had collapsed on the floor with a fever and had been asleep for a long time. In the family room, Duke Mayer rubbed his temples. What a mess. So many unpleasant things happening one after another was giving the Duke a considerable headache. The princess has a high fever, now has a runny nose, and Dario has a sore throat. After finishing my work yesterday, I was surprised to see now in front of the princess's room. The problem is I forbade him from doing that. It was so thoughtless of me. I should have explained it more clearly. Seeing the butler bring in a cup of hot tea, he said, take care of everything. You've worked hard. I didn't expect even young Master Dario to catch a cold at the academy. The Duke said dejectedly, that's why I said. The butler advised, regardless, you should rest early, Your Grace. Your complexion isn't very good. Duke Mayer was startled and looked at the butler. Then the Duke took the teacup and replied cheerfully, it's all right. I'll be back later. I still have work to do. Saying this, the Duke turned to look at the painting on the wall, a portrait of his beloved wife. That evening, in the flickering firelight, Duke Mayer sat motionless for a while, as if waiting for something. Then he suddenly stood up and walked towards the painting. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Jenkin. Jenkin, no longer hiding, lowered his hood and asked in surprise, were you waiting for me? Duke Mayer, slipping a hand into his pocket, replied, I know you're not particularly pleased with me, but I wanted to return this to you. He produced a handkerchief, because this is something very precious. Mr. Jenkin, recognizing his daughter's handkerchief, snatched it. This isn't something someone like you should be holding. Duke Mayer remorsefully lowered his head. I know. Mr. Jenkin inquired, how is Ida? Is she ill? The Duke answered, she's still in pain. Mr. Jenkin retorted sarcastically, I knew it. Your Grace has never been good at caring for the sick. Despite his words, he kindly offered Duke Mayer a bag of fruit. Take this. This fruit is good for colds. Duke Mayer seemed to cough a few times before replying, thank you. Mr. Jenkin, ever perceptive, noted as the Duke continued, but unfortunately, Veo and Daro have also caught colds. At this, Mr. Jenkin exclaimed, this household is in excellent shape, isn't it? The Duke respectfully placed a hand on his chest. My apologies. Mr. Jenkin waved it off. Well, it's only natural for children to catch colds. The statement left the Duke somewhat perplexed. Mr. Jenkin turned to look at the painting. Even when sick, they still have the energy to run around like that. No matter what happens, parents can't afford to be ill. Despite his dislike for the Duke, Mr. Jenkin offered a piece of fatherly advice. His gaze fixed on his daughter's portrait, he added, as parents, we must always stay healthy to take care of our children. We must stay healthy. Duke Mayer listened intently. Then, with a respectful bow, he said, thank you for your guidance, sir. Mr. Jenkin abruptly shifted his tone, his voice sharp. Now leave. I don't want to be disturbed. Go and get some rest. The Duke complied at once. dipping his head with a small smile. Yes, have a good day. He reached the door, a feeling of warmth in his heart, and glanced back into the room. Mr. Jenkin murmured, "How can a painting be more beautiful than the real person? Regardless, it's beautiful." The Duke, looking up at him, felt that from such a warm person, the winter chill had already permeated Maya Street. Late winter had arrived. In the palace, Emperor Marcia exclaimed excitedly, "My dear brother, since the two princesses share the same birthday, why don't we celebrate their birthdays together?" The emperor was in high spirits. Duke Mayer didn't refuse outright, instead replying tactfully, "Let me see. That doesn't seem like such a good idea." Emperor Medici questioned, "Why?" "I'm planning to make a very large, very beautiful cake for the princesses." Duke Mayer explained, "That's precisely why. Your Majesty is planning to use the excuse of my guardianship to expand the scale of the birthday party, aren't you? Because you want to hold an even grander birthday celebration for the princesses than last year." Hearing his intentions laid bare, Emperor Marsidia startled, a look of surprise on his face. Emperor Marsidia slapped the table in exasperation. "What's wrong with a grand celebration?" Duke Mayer, undaunted, ignored his outburst. "I'll simply accept your kind offer." "Thank you." The emperor pleaded, "Just agree to it." Witnessing this, the Duke admonished His Majesty, "Please maintain your dignity." The conversation ended unpleasantly, and the Duke quickly boarded his carriage and returned to his residence. The observant butler, noticing the Duke's displeasure, inquired, "Did something happen at the castle?" The Duke removed his coat, saying nothing. Then, he added, "How are the preparations for the princess's birthday coming along?" The butler reported, "I'm currently inquiring about what the princesses would like." Hearing this, the Duke commended, "Good." The butler hesitated, then began, however, Duke Mayer prompted, "Is there a problem?" The butler, frowning, lowered his head. "Well, there's a letter from the Kingdom of Lit." At this, the Duke froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The butler elaborated, "It's from the King of Lit, addressed to Princess Ida." On the coffee table lay a letter and some gold coins. Riata glanced at the gold coins, then looked up at the Duke with a smile. "It's nothing special," she said. "It seems my father has a conscience after all." Ida mused, examining the letter. "Because of his debt to the Empire, he needs to buy a birthday gift for the princess. He's assigned the task to me." On the table lay a small pile of gold coins, the designated funds for the gift. The letter itself contained only a single line, instructing her to purchase a present for the princess. The letter had arrived with the coins. At first, Ida had hoped it was simply pocket money from her father. She truly wished it were so. A birthday party for a strange princess, yet not a word about his own daughter's birthday. Ida concealed her displeasure, a faint, bitter smile playing on her lips. Regardless, she thought, this is actually fortunate. I was worried the Kingdom of Lit might be in trouble. If the princess were angered, it could lead to unpleasant consequences, Ida reasoned. So in the end, she decided it was best to buy something. Duke Mayer, who had been standing silently beside her, was utterly bewildered by Ida's words. No, she's not disappointed. What's fortunate about this? With this thought swirling in his mind, the Duke suddenly knelt before Ida. "Princess," he addressed her gently, "I will prepare everything so that you may attend the palace." His tone was earnest and sincere. "A new dress, new shoes, new jewels, a comfortable carriage. I will prepare the finest. I will endeavor to prepare everything you require." Ida was momentarily taken aback by the Duke's attentiveness, unsure how to react. The emotions swirling within her became strange and unpredictable. Facing the Duke's serious expression, Ida found herself unable to refuse. A sweet smile touched her lips. "All right," she replied. "Please do, Duke." That afternoon, while the two children were playing with toys, Nuga exclaimed in surprise. "What? You're going to the princess's birthday party?" Nuga asked, bewildered, looking at Ida sitting before him. Ida nodded firmly. "Yes, I will be attending the princess's party on behalf of the Kingdom of Lit." She couldn't understand why this news had startled Nuga so much. He blurted out, "What right do you have to represent them?" Ida's brow furrowed slightly at his words. "Nuga, I'm also a princess. Because my kingdom owes the Empire a favor, I will sincerely celebrate the imperial princess's birthday." She once again mispronounced sincerely, prompting Nuga, sitting beside her, to correct her. Ida stubbornly refuted Nuga's critique of her pronunciation. "Don't be ridiculous. My tutor says my pronunciation is much better." Nuga shook his head in frustration. Much better? What's much better? You don't understand imperial etiquette at all, so why are you going to a place like that? There was something else Nuga left unsaid. That day was supposed to be his birthday. Oblivious to Nuga's fluctuating emotions, Ida continued to focus on her toy cooking. The Duke said he'll go with me, so it's fine. Won't Nuga come too? At this question, Nuga flinched. He vaguely recalled the time before he had received a certain letter. The letter had read, "Young Master, I wonder if the Princess of the Kingdom of Lit will be attending the princess's birthday party this time. I would really like to greet her." The sender of the letter to Nuga seemed to want to meet Ida. Upon learning this, Nuga had crafted a mischievous and slightly malicious reply with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He wrote back, "I'm sorry, but that day is also our princess's birthday, and we plan to enjoy ourselves at the residence." After writing the letter, a smug look of triumph had spread across Nuga's face. "Harg McLean, what a shame, but you won't be seeing the princess, haha." Yes, that was Nuga's reply. So the fact that the princess was still attending the birthday party now threw all his plans into disarray. Nuga clutched his head in bewilderment. How did things turn out like this? I made so many plans for Ida's birthday, and now they're all ruined. More importantly, Ida and Harg will meet at the birthday party. The thought of the two of them becoming fast friends was unbearable, especially the image of Ida happily introducing Nuga. From now on, Harg will be my best friend. No! Nuga cried out, hastily banishing the disturbing image from his mind. Nuga's strange behavior caused Ida, sitting beside him. Out of the blue, Nuga said seriously, "Ida, listen carefully. You can't go to the party, and you can't make friends with anyone. You don't need any other friends besides me, okay?" Looking at Nuga's expectant smile and puzzling words, Ida was momentarily taken aback. Then she turned her head coldly and replied, "I don't want to." This answer and attitude frustrated Nuga, so he quickly asked why. Ida smiled and replied that she wanted to make friends. "Don't you want me to have friends, Nuga?" Hearing this, Nuga immediately changed his tune. "Oh no, that's not what I meant." But in the end, he had to change his mind and offered another suggestion. "Okay, then that friend has to pass the Duke's family's strict screening because right now, Ida, you're being taken care of by the Duke's family. Yes, it's best to think thrice because you have to make friends with someone worthy of the Maya family." Nuga muttered to himself as he seriously calculated. This sight made Ida beside him burst into laughter. Nuga immediately blushed and stammered. "What are you laughing at?" She replied that it was because Nuga looked like a child. After a pause, she continued sullenly, "But it's not fair. Nuga is always close to Hugh McLean from the Earl's family. You two meet often and even exchange letters." At the mention of this, Nuga didn't know how to explain and just prevaricated. After a while, he pointed at Ida in alarm and asked, "How do you know about Earl McLean?" Ida was startled, thinking, "Of course I know, because the perfect male lead of the novel, in my memory. Hugh McLean, they're not the same." Hugh and Nuga. Through reading the novel, Ida knew that the two had played together since childhood, but seeing them like this in real life was truly magical. Moreover, Hugh in the novel was truly gentle and kind, really different from this childish Nuga. Nuga kept asking Ida how she knew about the McLean Earl's family, pestering her like a little old man. She had to answer, "His name was on your letter, Nuga." Hearing this, Nuga froze, muttering to himself, "Why were you peeking?" As soon as he asked, Ida gave him a disdainful look. Nuga left the letter on the table. He was so embarrassed that he quickly grabbed the toy carrot in his hand. "Anyway, you have to consider it seriously and sincerely, okay?" Sincerely. Nuga accidentally mispronounced the word, and Ida caught him, causing him to freeze and blush. He shouted in embarrassment, "Oh my goodness, my elegant speech has been infected by your flat pronunciation. It's all your fault." Ida angrily shouted back, "Why is it my fault?" Hearing the children's bickering and conversation, the maid who happened to pass by the room was amused by the cheerful atmosphere. "They're getting along well today, aren't they?" After a while, Ida had the maid and seamstress take her measurements for a new dress for the birthday party. Besides that, she had to learn the etiquette of a young lady. The posture and the distance of each step were important and needed attention. She also had to practice the pronunciation of the word sincerely with Nuga. Time passed, and the day finally arrived. The day Ida would accompany the Duke to the castle for the Imperial Princess's birthday party. Today also happened to be Ida's birthday. The maid cheerfully opened Ida's door and came out. "Everything is ready." The Duke had been waiting outside for a long time. The sound of footsteps echoed with the soft rustle of the magnificent dress. The Duke gazed happily at the beautiful girl before him and then gallantly extended his hand. "Let's go, Princess Ida." Ida smiled and nodded. She wore a beautiful dress, her hair meticulously styled by the maid, making her a princess in every sense of the word. Stepping into the grand hall where the party was being held in the castle, Ida was awestruck by the luxurious scene. The place was truly enormous, and the cake in front of her was equally massive. So grand and spectacular, so incredibly lavish. The many nobles and officials around her were also dressed in their most formal attire for the party. It was the first time Ida had seen such a large cake, and she thought to herself, "Is being an adult like this grand event, like this huge cake? When I grow up, I will reclaim the rights entrusted to my guardian. I must leave my parents' home and become a bird flapping its wings in the sky, not a little chick that needs protection." Ida observed the expressions of those around her, thinking about the day that would suddenly arrive when Duke Meyer's voice interrupted her thoughts. The Duke approached and offered, seeing the large gift box Ida held. "Princess, until the Imperial Princess appears. Let me hold that for you." But Ida shook her head, declining his kindness. "No, I can manage it myself. Thank you very much. I'm a little nervous, but it's all right, hee." Faced with her tenacity, the Duke was momentarily speechless. He bent down slightly, facing her. "Everything will be fine. The princess is also kind, just like you. Just do what you practiced. I'll be waiting for you somewhere. I'm easily seen." Faced with the Duke's comfort and reassurance, Ida felt noticeably better and happier. A bright smile bloomed on her face as she replied, "Yes." The ceremony began, and representatives bearing gifts from countless kingdoms presented them to the princess. "This is silk, a specialty of our kingdom. This is a gold-plated book, the latest work of Time Moon Ho, the pride of our kingdom. This is a jewel made from a ruby mine." Countless gifts of varying shapes and sizes, but all incredibly expensive and precious, were presented. Standing at the back of the line, Ida silently observed everyone's gifts, a feeling of awkwardness and confusion washing over her. She looked down at the gift box in her hands, thinking, "What should I do? Is it too simple?" But with the money her father had given her, she couldn't afford anything more precious. Like a jewel. In the original story, Ida had done her best to prepare something the princess might like, but in Ida's memory, that princess was already an adult. She didn't know if a princess of this age would appreciate the gift now. Ida had also asked Nugo what she should give the princess, but he had replied, "How would I know? Why rely on this heartless male supporting character? If he understood people's hearts and knew what gifts to give girls, he wouldn't be a supporting character." Even in the novel, he hadn't known what the female lead liked. It was always that wonderful male lead, the hugging McLean, who filled in those gaps. Inside the hall, melodious music set a comfortable atmosphere. When it was Ida's turn, her clear, childlike voice rang out. "I am Princess Ida of the Kingdom of Lit." Her steps trembled slightly, but she constantly reassured herself, "There's no other way. I can only hope that the princess likes the pine tree the most." Not daring to look directly at the princess before her, Ida focused on enunciating clearly. "Your Highness, King Lit wishes you a happy 18th birthday." Her hands attempted to push the gift box forward, while Ida's eyes remained fixed on the ground, the gift box shielding her anxious face. At that moment, she could hear the whispers around her. "Is that the child Lit exchanged for money? I heard he gambled all his money away and is now deeply in debt. Has anyone heard the rumors about him living so extravagantly that he forgot about his own daughter?" The looks of disgust and pity from those around her made Ida even more uncomfortable. "How pitiful!" someone exclaimed. Ida didn't want to be looked at with such pity. Just then, the Imperial Princess's gentle voice rang out, silencing the surrounding noise. "I've heard a great deal about you, Princess." Seeing that the Imperial Princess had actually come down personally to accept the gift, the surrounding people were stunned. The beautiful 18-year-old princess, with her light purple hair, walked to where Ida stood, smiling radiantly. "It's an honor." Ida, startled, looked up slightly at the person opposite her. As she clearly saw the princess's beauty, Ida couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. The beautiful princess curtsied slightly and introduced herself. "I am Gabriella Farrell." Medici, Shrinkman, thought, "Oh, she's beautiful." Outwardly, she managed to react, nodding hurriedly. "It's an honor, Your Highness." Hearing this, Princess Gabriella gestured towards the gift box in Ida's hands and asked, "May I open it?" Still captivated by the princess's beauty, Ida nodded absently. Princess Gabriella, with a gentle smile, gestured towards the gift, and Ida finally snapped back to attention. Ah, yes, of course. Squeezing her eyes shut for a moment, she blurted out aloud and heartfelt, "Congratulations." The younger girl's shy demeanor made Princess Gabriella laugh, and she offered her thanks. Ida, startled again, realizing she'd fumbled the pronunciation. Her pronunciation wasn't very good. She just hoped the princess would like the gift. Just as Ida remembered from the novel, the princess was more beautiful than anyone. Seeing her in real life, she was truly breathtaking. Agile enough to win hunting competitions, she wasn't as delicate as she appeared. On ordinary days, she was gentle and elegant, like a flower in full bloom. So, based on the details she remembered, Ida had decided on a riding-related gift. As Princess Gabriella looked at the gift, Ida timidly asked, "Your Highness, are you pleased with it?" Princess Gabriella gazed at the present, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. These are rubber boots." Rewinding a few minutes, on the other side of the party, Nuga paced around, restlessly searching. He muttered to himself, "Has Hugh McLean not arrived yet? Earl McLean and the Countess are both there. If he isn't with them, then it seems he really hasn't arrived yet." Relieved by this thought, Noel breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard the introduction, "I am Princess Ida," coming from up ahead, Noel glanced over. It's Ida's turn, Noel thought happily. There's no danger lurking. It's all right for her to go out. Seeing Ida gravely announce herself and present the gift to the princess, Noel silently praised her. Not bad. But no sooner had he thought this than he heard her stumble over her words. Suddenly, in that moment, a clear voice rang out beside Noel, exclaiming, "The princess seems nervous, doesn't she?" Noel nodded in agreement. That's why I said, even after practicing saying sincerely over 100 times, she'd still make a mistake during the actual presentation. The person who had just walked up beside him sounded slightly surprised. She practiced over 100 times? Wait a minute. That somewhat familiar voice made Noel freeze. Turning his head to see Hugh's face, Noel exclaimed, "Oh my God, you scared me." Hugh sighed, a worried expression on his face. If she makes a mistake, she'll be very upset. Noel, regaining his composure, asked in a panicked tone, "Why are you here?" The answer was Hugh's beautiful, flower-like smile. "I thought young master should come here because I like you." Looking at the earnest smile of the person beside him, Noel sighed softly. This damned popularity. Before he could finish complaining, he heard Hugh continue, "I'm also very curious about the princess." Hugh looked at Ida, his eyes sparkling. "She's much more lovely than I imagined." Hearing these words, Noel couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "Why are you imagining the princess's face? All right, you've seen her now, so go back." Hugh looked puzzled and asked Noel not to say such sad things. "I'm serious." Faced with Noel's resolve, Hugh still firmly shook his head. "Not now." With Noel growing exasperated, Hugh had to reveal his purpose. "Actually, I prepared a birthday present for the princess." Back to the gift the princess had just received from Ida, a gift that had taken her by surprise. "These are shoes." Amidst Ida's anxiety, the princess smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, Princess Gabriella turned and handed them to her maid, instructing, "Take these away and put them away." In this situation, Ida, unsure of what to do, could only awkwardly clutch the hem of her skirt. She chuckled wryly at herself. Perhaps, Ida thought, she had expected too much. She had thought the princess would react differently, because she knew the princess from a novel. She thought she could win the princess's favor with this knowledge, and that the Empire would then show leniency towards Lit. Ida thought she could repay the Mayer family in some small way, but it was just wishful thinking. The idea of trying to curry favor with such a cheap gift was embarrassing. Thinking this, she bowed her head in farewell and was about to leave when Princess Gabriella suddenly called out to her. Under Ida's puzzled gaze, the beautiful princess said, "I heard it's your birthday too, princess, isn't it?" A flicker of hope flashed in Ida's eyes. She nodded, unsure why she was still expecting anything. Surprisingly, Princess Gabriella took a precious hairpin from her handmaiden, bent down, and placed the butterfly-shaped ornament in Ida's shining golden hair. "I prepared a gift for you as well. I didn't want to be the only one receiving gifts today. Happy birthday." The birthday wishes from this unfamiliar princess touched something deep within Ida. Her face flushed crimson. She quickly nodded and stammered, "Teach, thank you, princess." After Ida turned to leave, the emissary from the kingdom of Bernard was next, passing by the guests and emissaries. Ida overheard them gossiping about how she had received a precious piece of jewelry in return for a mere pair of cheap shoes. Lit had certainly profited. Tears welled in Ida's eyes, threatening to spill over. Their words stung. Meanwhile, Hugh told Noel that he had prepared a birthday gift for the princess, but he was worried whether Ida would like it. Hearing this, Noel, who stood beside him, replied, "She won't like it." Under Hugh's questioning gaze, Noel seriously repeated, "I said, she won't like it." Hugh was perplexed by his attitude and response. He asked weakly why. He even directly accused Noel of deliberately preventing him from seeing the princess. Faced with this pointed accusation, Noel panicked, unsure how to explain himself. Just then, he happened to notice a beautiful flower pot beside him and quickly fabricated an excuse. "All right, you should always give flowers when you meet someone for the first time." Yes, in the kingdom of Lit, there's a custom of giving flowers to a princess upon first meeting. He had made it up on the spot, but Hugh unexpectedly believed him and became worried that he hadn't brought any flowers. After a moment, Hugh decided to entrust his gift box to Noel, asking him to pass it on to the princess. Noel had no choice but to agree, saying that he was well acquainted with the princess and would deliver the gift for him. As night began to fall, countless fragrant and exotic flowers bloomed in the castle greenhouse. Ida strolled among them, seeking a moment of peace. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no one's here. She had sought out a quiet place because even with the Duke by her side, Ida felt uncomfortable with the way everyone looked at her with pity. She didn't know if the pity was genuine or not, but it still made her extremely uneasy. Of course, some of them must have disliked, even hated, someone of low standing like Ida. It's such a good deal to receive such a valuable gift in return for such a cheap one, isn't it? They must have thought. As she approached the center of the greenhouse, she overheard the conversation of a few young men and women. They began talking about the princess's greenhouse. How kind of the princess to allow others into her beloved greenhouse. Someone spitefully mentioned Ida in their conversation. Who would care about that child's cheap gift? How awful. Ida had no intention of approaching or getting to know those who looked down on her. However, their words became increasingly cruel, comparing Ida to Princess Gabriella. They even assumed she was here to pick up discarded items. So pathetic. But thanks to that, Princess Gabriella noticed the gift. Someone exclaimed, "If I were the princess, I would be very grateful to the Emperor of Lit for abandoning me in this empire." Someone beside them chimed in, "Of course, if I were her, I would also want to be abandoned by the Emperor of Lit like that." Hearing these words, Ida shook her head fiercely, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. No, never, not even once had Ida ever been grateful to her father. Overwhelmed by emotion, she stumbled and fell, making a slight noise that quickly caught the attention of the young gentleman in the greenhouse. "Who's there?" they called out, deciding to investigate. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ida instinctively closed her eyes, afraid to look. It wasn't until she heard a familiar name that confusion washed over her again. A voice called towards the greenhouse. "Why, it's young Master Noel." At the mention of the name, the children inside began to look around nervously. The voice continued, "Young Master Noel always says the greenhouse is boring, but try it just once and you'll change your mind." The children who had just been gossiping about Ida hurriedly got up and left. "Isn't young Master Noel there?" the voice asked, peering into the garden. Confirming that the group had left, the voice sighed in relief and spoke to Ida. "It seems they're gone. Are you all right?" A hand extended towards her. "Are you all right, princess?" The person who appeared before Ida was none other than the male protagonist from the novel she had read. Ida could only stare, speechless. His trademark golden hair seemed to hold the very essence of summer sunlight. Emerald green eyes sparkled beneath long, mysterious lashes, as if containing an entire galaxy. He was Hugh McLean, the male lead, the picture-perfect hero of this legendary novel, and he was extending his hand to help Ida up. Taking his hand, Ida softly murmured, "I'm sorry." She had been so preoccupied with the thought of meeting the protagonist that she hadn't been paying attention. Hugh chuckled. "It's not your fault, princess. I should apologize for calling out the wrong name." Hearing this, Ida suddenly realized he was lying to cover for her. Ida instinctively apologized again. Hugh, finding this amusing, continued to deny it. It's not your fault at all. Now, Hugh became shy, unsure what to say next. He just felt as if he had forgotten something important. After a moment of thought, he suddenly remembered young Master Noel's instructions. He absolutely had to present flowers when meeting the princess. Otherwise, it would be incredibly rude. So, Hugh hurriedly said to Ida, please wait a moment, princess. Please give me about 40 minutes. No, just 1 minute. Then, before Ida could react, he dashed off. A short while later, Hugh returned, slightly out of breath. I apologize for making you wait, princess. It was terribly rude of me to greet you without flowers. As he spoke, he presented her with a handful of beautiful white daisies, their centers of vibrant yellow. I greet you again. I am Hugh McLean. Faced with this situation, receiving flowers from a handsome and polite boy, Ida covered her mouth in surprise, unsure what to do. In this moment, the boy standing before her truly was the protagonist. After a moment, Ida smiled, reached out to take the daisies, and softly spoke Hugh's name. Thank you for waiting and bringing me flowers. Hugh shrugged as if it were nothing. What thanks? It's only natural I would do so. And of course, bring flowers. Ida was pondering this when she heard Hugh continue. I heard that the flowers here can't be picked freely, so I got permission from the groundskeeper before bringing them here. So, princess, you needn't worry. Holding the flowers, Ida once again found herself at a loss. What should I do? She wondered, realizing there seemed to be some imperial customs she wasn't aware of. Perhaps I should introduce myself when I receive flowers, offer my name, make a friend. Lost in thought, Ida suddenly turned to leave, looking back to call out, wait a moment. Under Hugh's puzzled gaze, she walked away, returning a moment later, holding something in her hand. Placing it in Hugh's palm, Ida said uneasily, I'm sorry, this is all I can give you, but among the fallen blossoms, I chose the most perfect, the most beautiful one. I'm Ida. It's a pleasure to meet you. At her words, Hugh looked down at his palm, where a captivating, deep blue rose lay. Hugh's eyes softened, and he exclaimed, how beautiful, but this flower certainly cannot compare to your highness. The sudden yet sincere compliment startled Ida. Oh my, the male lead truly is different. He can give compliments that make one feel comfortable and at ease. It's wonderful. Noel should learn a lot from him. But the thought of Noel somehow felt like seeing him. Oh, not just thinking, he's really coming. Oh my. Following Ida's gaze, Noel was running towards them, drenched in sweat, calling Ida's name incessantly. Assessing the situation, Noel stopped abruptly in front of Ida. He turned to Hugh and said loudly, Hugh McLean, you promised. Did you forget? Noel glared furiously at the blonde boy before him. This guy is dangerous. I only took my eyes off them for a moment, and he's already gone to Ida. Hugh suddenly smiled and held up the blue rose. Young master, you've arrived just in time. I just received this flower from Her Highness. Thanks to you, I was able to learn how to properly greet Her Highness. At his words, Noel glanced at the daisies Ida held. Of all things, why a flower? Regardless, he should have licked his elbow or done something to greet her, the boy thought. I told him to do 100 jumps when meeting. Oh my, what kind of trick is this child playing? Noel thought. At that moment, Ida interrupted Noel. What's wrong? Hugh beside her also asked in confusion. Yes, what's so urgent? Noel regained his composure, remembering the important matter, cleared his throat, and announced, Duke Meyer asked me to fetch Her Highness. Hearing this, Ida immediately suggested, It's the Duke? Then I must go back quickly. Then she turned and smiled at Hugh. It was nice meeting you, Hugh. The blonde boy pressed the rose tightly to his chest and bowed politely. The honor was all mine, Your Highness. Not wanting to see the two of them continue to be so amicable, Noel hurriedly urged, Let's go, compelling Ida to quickly follow. Standing there, gazing at the princess's retreating figure, Hugh pondered for a moment, then mustered his courage and called out to her, Your Highness, happy birthday! The clear and sincere voice reached Ida's ears as she turned around in surprise. As she ran, Hugh continued with a smile. Your Highness, I can't express how happy I am to hear that you came into this world. Ida's steps halted, and she stood still for a moment, then smiled radiantly and nodded. Thank you. Just that one smile made Hugh's face flush crimson. Everyone's prepared birthday gifts. The dress Ida was wearing was a gift from the Duke, and this beautiful ballpoint pen was from Daryl. That butterfly hairpin was a gift from another princess, and Alicia also gave little Ida a present. Although she was busy with her academy coursework, she hadn't forgotten to send a handmade bookmark. Sitting beside her, Noel thought, I made her a knight, and now she's become a sculptor. Seeing Ida's surprised expression, Noel frowned and explained, explained. I clearly knocked 3 times before entering. Perhaps your highness didn't hear. Ida shook her head helplessly, as she hadn't intended to ask about that. She put the gifts into a box, saying, I have to go buy thank you cards tomorrow. Of course, I must express my gratitude for these gifts. I'll write letters and send them, saying I really like the presents. Seeing Ida engrossed in the birthday gifts everyone had given her, Noel thought silently. When did everyone prepare these? And I spent the whole day thinking about something interesting. He suddenly asked, do you really like these birthday gifts? Ida smiled and nodded quickly. Of course, because everyone thought of me and prepared these gifts. It's their care and affection. Hearing her explanation, Noel pouted. You're thinking too much. They're just gifts. If you say so, doesn't that mean Noel will also come to give me a gift later? Ida suddenly asked, taking Noel by surprise. She pointed at his coat pocket with a smile. Look, that gift box with the ribbon in your pocket, isn't that mine? Noel startled, pulling the gift box out. He remembered then, it was Hugh McLean's gift. Standing before a smiling Ida, she said, give it to me. Witnessing this, Noel sighed and handed her the gift box. He would have had to give it to Ida anyway. As Ida opened the gift, Noel tried to explain that it was from Hugh, but her excited squeal drowned him out. It's a butterfly hairpin. It's so pretty. I'm so happy you gave me such a beautiful gift. Hearing her praise, the explanation Noel wanted to offer caught in his throat again. He watched as Ida gently clutched the hairpin to her chest. I'll treasure it. Thank you, Noel, she said, a beautiful, happy smile gracing her face. Noel, not wanting to spoil the moment, could only awkwardly scratch his head. Ah yeah, I'm glad you like it, huh? Winter arrived, accompanied by falling snowflakes, blanketing the streets in white. Inside a tea shop, a sweet voice rang out. You eat this too. Ida blinked, surprised, as Noel pushed a slice of cake towards her. What's wrong, Noel? Aren't you going to eat it? Noel coolly shook his head, explaining that he didn't like sweets. Watching Noel's thoughtful expression, Ida suddenly felt a pang of worry. I wonder why Noel is acting so strange today. You came with me to buy cards, you're sharing your cake with me, and you even said you'd find the same flowers I received when I was sick. This train of thought began last night, as Ida arranged the flowers she received from Hugh in a vase. These flowers are beautiful, but the flowers Noel brought me when I was sick were very beautiful. Last night, Ida had asked Noel the name of that flower. Back in the cake shop, Noel explained, you said you liked that flower the most, even more than the gift Hugh gave you yesterday. Ida continued, even so, giving me the whole cake like this. Before she could finish, Noel interrupted. I'm not giving it to you. That's right, I'm not giving it to you. I'm just letting you eat it. Outwardly calm, inwardly, Noel was in turmoil, screaming internally. Am I supposed to tell you I feel guilty because I wasn't the one who prepared the hairpin? Noel cleared his throat, preparing to finally say something serious. The thing is, you see, Ida. Before he could finish, Ida interrupted him, placing a plate of cake in front of him. This is for Noel. Noel was bewildered. Why would she give cake to someone who didn't eat cake? She smiled. Because I'm letting you eat it. Because only good friends share with each other. Hearing the words, good friends, Noel felt bewildered. Her gentle voice explained. That's right, just like how Noel gave me the cake he likes, I also want to share what I like with Noel. Next time, if you eat something delicious with someone else, remember to share like this. I'm so touched. At these words, Noel froze, once again swallowing the words he wanted to say. He thought, at this rate, I won't be able to talk about the gift. Meanwhile, Ida happily continued eating her cake, imagining how touched the female protagonist of her novel would be. The two of them harbored completely different thoughts. A while later, in a shop selling pretty cards, Ida kept asking while browsing, Noel, which one is prettier? But honestly, in a boy's eyes, what difference did these cute things make? Afterwards, they watched a street circus performance together. Ida was thrilled, while Noel, on the contrary, paid no attention to his surroundings, his mind preoccupied with figuring out when to tell her the hairpin was originally Hugh's gift. Later, they visited a flower shop together. Ida was mesmerized by the beautiful flowers, her eyes glued to them. As for Noel, he still couldn't get a word in edgewise. The red-haired florist smiled, approaching the two children. Are you looking for a particular flower? If you tell me what it looks like, I'll help you find it. Ida nodded eagerly, describing the flower she wanted. It's pink, very pretty, and the buds look like clouds. Noel, observing from the side, decided that if he found that flower, he would give it to her first as a gift. Honestly, Ida mused. If I apologized properly and explained everything, Noel would probably understand. She glanced at the slice of cake she'd shared with him, a small gesture she called a symbol of their friendship. As Noel strolled past a cluster of potted flowers, his eyes widened, catching sight of a vibrant display of tulips. Their beauty was striking, a splash of color against the green. He quickly picked one, hurrying back to Ida while the shopkeeper was still searching for the specific bloom he'd described earlier. Noel shook his head excitedly. "No need to look anymore," he declared, "because I found it. Is this it?" He presented the tulip to her with a flourish. Ida's face lit up. "Yes," she exclaimed. "How did you find it amongst so many flowers?" "You're amazing." Her joyful smile was infectious, and Noel couldn't help but grin back. It's called a tulip," he explained. Ida delicately admired the flower before her. "I had a cold back then, so I didn't realize it had such a sweet fragrance," she murmured. "It's like candy, isn't it?" Noel scratched his head sheepishly. "Here, it's for you. A gift." Ida's eyes widened in surprise. "You bought it for me? Oh my, I'm so happy. Thank you." Her radiant smile made her next words almost an afterthought. "You've finally grown up, Noel." The boy saw his chance to finally explain the situation with the hairpin. Actually, that hairpin. But before he could finish, two figures entered the flower shop, stopping him mid-sentence. Oh dear," he thought, his face paling. "Hugh, why is he here?" If Hugh sees Ida now, then Ida will know who really gave her the hairpin. Noel's expression froze. "No, that can't happen. I need to apologize properly first." Panic seizing him, he grabbed Ida's arm and pulled her away. He needed to find somewhere to hide, and fast. To Ida's confused questions, he simply urged her to run. Moments later, they reached a small clearing just outside the flower shop. Ida, breathless, stopped. "I can't run anymore," she gasped. "Why do we run like that? Was it because of Hugh McLean?" Noel's eyes widened at her words. "How did you know?" Ida narrowed her eyes, a shrewd glint in them. "Just a hunch. I saw Hugh enter the flower shop earlier." Noel was taken aback. I can't believe she saw him at a glance. Ida, ever direct, cut to the chase. "What's going on? Did you two have a fight?" Noel blushed, shaking his head. "Not a fight. Then why did you run?" "It wasn't running." He deflated like a puncture balloon. "It wasn't running. It was avoiding." His voice trailed off into a mumble. Either Ida didn't hear him or hadn't processed his words, because she asked again, "Noel, what did you say?" Noel's eyes glistened, threatening tears. He screwed up his face. "I didn't mean to." "The hairpin. I didn't give it to you. Hugh asked me to. I wanted to tell you last night, but you liked it so much, so." His voice grew quieter, his hands clenching as he avoided her gaze. Ida gasped, her hand flying to the hairpin. "Of course I liked it. I thought it was a gift from Noel." At her words, Noel froze, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Because I gave it to you," he began eagerly. "You liked it?" Ida blushed. "Well, the hairpin is beautiful too, of course." "Oh." Noel's hope rekindled. Ida sighed, stroking the hairpin. "So you were acting so strange all day because of this hairpin? We went to buy meat together. You gave me cake and a flower." Noel rushed to explain. "The cake was because I can't eat sweets. We went to buy a card because we were going to the gardens, and the flower. I didn't have a birthday present for you." He sighed dejectedly, because everyone gave Princess Ida gifts, especially Hugh. He gave you flowers and a gift. In contrast to Noel's gloomy expression, Ida smiled. "What were you planning to do with me, Noel?" "That plan was the gift, right?" Even though it was ruined, because we had to go to the princess's birthday party. Ida knew exactly what he meant. Noel had asked her countless times if she liked playing dice games with cards. And Noel already gave me a gift. Clutching the beautiful tulip, Ida said, "Noel found out the name of this flower for me. Thank you for the gift." Facing her genuine smile, the anxiety and unease in Noel's heart completely disappeared. He gave a slight nod. As the sun began to set, a voice rang out. "Well then, shall we go back now? Everyone will be worried if we disappear." Having purchased a bouquet of tulips, the two children left together, oblivious to the fact that every single flower in the shop had been meticulously labeled by the owner. Each tag clearly stated the meaning of each flower. That day, the tulips pot also had its own tag, bearing words of admiration. "This flower really suits pink. Pink tulips, the beginning of love." And so, in Ida's vase, a beautiful pink tulip joined the company of the daisies. Sitting at her vanity table, Ida stared at the squirrel plush toy in her hands and grumbled, "Noel is such a bother." The maid who was brushing her hair asked curiously, "What happened?" Ida then recounted the events to her. It all started when Noel saw Ida place the tulip and the daisies in the same vase. He went berserk, completely unlike his usual self, demanding of Ida, Why'd you put the flower I gave you there? The question baffled Ida. Wasn't it perfectly normal to put flowers in a vase? But her answer clearly didn't satisfy Noel, who stammered incessantly without offering a clear explanation. Noel took a deep breath and blurted out, Never mind, Ida. You're such a dummy. Back in the present, Ida still couldn't understand why he had been so upset. What's wrong with putting it in a vase? Even the maid was curious as to why the young master had acted so strangely. Ida felt it was a big deal. Those who caused trouble were usually abnormal. Seeing her dejected expression, the maid asked with a smile, Do you wish for young Master Noel to return to normal? Ida paused, but if that were the case, it might be better than the current situation. While needing the plush toy, Ida sighed. Noel, he at least, should know better than anyone else that the heroine will discover Noel's good qualities. The maid's next words seemed to confirm Ida's thoughts. Don't worry, princess. Mischievous children eventually grow into mature gentlemen. The young master will surely become a fine man. However, Ida sighed, saying no, he won't. The maid anxiously urged, Oh, beautiful princess, don't sigh like that. A misfortune fairy might hear and land on your shoulder. Ida knew she shouldn't be so down about such a thing, but what she had read in the book told her that compared to Noel, the supporting character, Hugh McLean was the one who truly acted like a gentleman. Noel was always arrogant and rigid, repeatedly telling Ida how honored she should feel to be in his presence. That teasing attitude really made her want to hit him. Thinking of that scene, Ida sighed again. Oh, princess, please laugh out loud so that the misfortune fairy will realize she's come to the wrong place and leave. Faced with the maid's earnestness, Ida forced a laugh to appease her. In an ethereal space, a strange voice echoed, I can't understand how the heir to the McLean family became my fiancé. It's absurd. Ida's consciousness jolted, realizing the person before her was the original heroine. Sitting opposite the heroine was the Empire's princess. The princess replied, I hope they spend more time together. At this moment, Ida realized this was a scene from a novel. The princess said to the heroine in Hugh below, In my opinion, they are well suited. Hearing this, Ida's consciousness screamed, This isn't fair. She appeared in their conversation, trying to interject. No, Noel is also suitable for her. Please, princess, give him a chance. No, Noel can't just be discarded like this. This can't happen, princess. Ida screamed, jolting awake in her soft bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she sighed. It was a dream. Indeed, according to the original story, the heroine and the princess were very close. Ida considered Hugh McLean to be the perfect male lead, gentle, caring, and refined. A mature and steady man like him was far more suitable for the heroine than someone rash and insensitive, like Noel, who had once unceremoniously lifted her skirts to get out of bed. Ida tried to reassure herself. There was still time. If the princess gave Noel a chance, perhaps he could change, little by little, in the short time remaining. Ida resolved to get closer to the princess. Surely, an opportunity would present itself. Gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, she felt a surge of hope and determination, fueling her resolve to help Noel transform. I'm certain I can do it, she murmured. A new day dawned, birds singing merrily on beautiful branches, the lovely garden teeming with countless flowers, plants, and trees, a clear, cool fountain, all blending together to create a beautiful, harmonious scene. In the mansion's library, Ida was surprised by the news Daryl had just shared, the spring hunting competition. Organizing books on the shelves, Daryl explained that it was an annual event, open to people of all genders and ages, from the emperor to commoners. Even princesses from neighboring countries could participate. Hearing that even the princess could attend, Ida was thrilled. I want to go too, she thought. It was a perfect opportunity. Daryl seemed pleased with her decision. Well then, will you be participating in the wildlife hunt or staying behind to embroider? Ida tilted her head, puzzled. Embroider at the hunting competition? Seeing her confusion, Daryl quickly apologized, having forgotten to mention. Do you intend to hunt with the Duke, using professional equipment like bows and arrows, daggers, and such, or would you prefer to stay in the tents with me and embroider? I wanted to prepare according to the schedule. This truly surprised Ida. Daryl embroiders? He met her sparkling eyes and nodded shyly. I know a little. I learned from my mother when I was young. She said I should at least learn to embroider my own name. Ida trailed after him, praising him. That's amazing. Her voice softened, and she sighed. Actually, I don't know anything about embroidery. I've never learned. Hearing the hint of sadness and longing in her voice, Daryl stopped, turned, and bent down to her level, offering a gentle smile. If it's the beautiful princess, you'll learn quickly. You're a fast learner. Cheered by the praise and comfort, Ida's spirits lifted. Do you really think so? But Daryl seems to be good at everything. You're already excellent in academics and athletics, and now you can even embroider. She placed a book on the table, marveling. Almost everything, Daryl. Always has a knack for capturing everyone's hearts. At this, Daryl looked perplexed. Do I have such a knack? Of course, Ida said enthusiastically. I think Daryl embroidering must be as dashing as Daryl wielding a sword, both strong and gentle, enough to make hearts flutter. It seems my heart has been captured by Daryl too. Actually, it happened a long time ago. Watching her cheerful expression, Daryl could only chuckle along. Ida mused, if only hearts had a price. Then I could buy it with 5 actions, like the Duke gallantly taking the princess's hand, or perhaps sharing a delicious meal together. Then maybe I could find a way to capture Noel's heart, a way to capture the heroine's heart, and thus help Noel become a better person through his love for her. Ida couldn't help but ask Daryl, how can you buy someone's heart? The slightly naive question made Daryl laugh. You want to buy someone's heart? Then let's discuss how to capture someone's heart while we embroider together at the hunting competition. Ida was ecstatic at the decision, exclaiming, wonderful. This was a golden opportunity for Ida. In the original story, there was a scene where Hugh skillfully mended the heroine's torn dress. Noel should learn embroidery too, she thought. But when Ida suggested this to Noel in the carriage, he refused. I don't want to. Meeting Ida's expectant gaze, Noel calmly replied, the weather is so lovely. Do you really want me cooped up in a tent fiddling with needle and thread? Ida's head drooped. I really wanted to learn together with Noel. Unable to withstand Ida's pleading eyes, Noel blurted out, a mixture of fluster and annoyance in his voice. Are you mad? Noel's face flushed crimson as a thought struck him. Ida simply wanted to spend time with him during the hunting competition. Across from him, Ida puffed out her cheeks reproachfully. You're the mad one, Noel. You're so shameless. Taken aback by the sudden insult, Noel felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. More importantly, where had Ida even learned the word shameless? Folding her arms, she turned her head away. Fine, I won't learn embroidery with Noel anymore. Ida's sulking brought a chuckle to Noel's lips. He paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Your Highness, I will win today's hunting competition for you. The title of victor I shall dedicate to you, Princess. Surprise flickered across Ida's face. You mean, give the title of champion to me? She asked uncertainly. Why? Ida's reaction sparked a flicker of annoyance in Noel. He clenched his fist. What kind of reaction is that? Shouldn't she be touched? Composing himself, Noel replied, I will register my captured prey in your name, and that way, you will be the winner. Ida still seemed puzzled. But to win, you have to catch the biggest animal, right? Noel nodded firmly. That's right. He then launched into a story about how he'd caught an exceptionally large rabbit last year, and how this year he was determined to catch a deer as big as their carriage. Ida, picturing the scene Noel had just described, was momentarily speechless. If it's that big, wouldn't it be a monster? Ida sighed softly. I don't need to win. But just as the thought crossed her mind, Noel suddenly reached for her hand. Tying a pale purple ribbon around her slender wrist, Noel explained, it's a hunting competition custom, a wish for the other person to perform well and be victorious. I, Noel Mayer, guarantee Ida Lisa's victory. I see. Before Ida could fully process what had just happened, Noel extended his own arm. Realizing Ida still didn't understand, Noel blushed, his voice rising slightly. You should wish me luck and safety too. Understanding dawned on Ida, and she tied a similar ribbon around his wrist. By the time their carriage arrived, a large crowd had already gathered, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Everyone was dressed in hunting attire, looking like knights. There were also families with children who had come to watch and participate in the hunting festival. It's so crowded and lively, such a grand event, it's wonderful. Most importantly, everyone looks so excited and happy. Witnessing this scene of prosperity, Ida couldn't help but think of the state of her own kingdom. Say, a stark contrast to Lisa. If only Sei could enjoy such a culture, rather than the lavish banquets held there every day. Just then, Ida heard someone call out a greeting. Turning, she saw the imperial princess. "Ah, your highness." The princess looked quite different from the last time Ida had seen her. Ida's sharp eyes noticed the shoes the princess was wearing, the gift Ida had given her. A thrill of pleasure and excitement coursed through her. "Oh my, does her highness like the shoes? I really want to ask." Perhaps today was a good opportunity. Ida could use this chance to get closer to the princess. "When her highness brings back an excellent game, I will offer my heartfelt congratulations." Ida thought to herself, this was indeed a perfect opportunity to make an acquaintance and a friend. Suddenly, someone called Ida's name urgently. Noel rushed over, asking, "What are you doing here? Your father and brother are probably waiting for you." Ida smiled, explaining that the princess was here. Hearing this, Noel also glanced in the direction of the princess and her entourage. Abruptly, he asked, "Oh, are you thinking about that guy?" Based on Noel's description of someone who greeted her like the knight, touching the back of her hand, Ida excitedly exclaimed, "That's Alicia." Alicia's always thinking about that, because he's like my precious friend. But before Ida could finish, Noel seriously interrupted her. "Not today. Today, the princess should only think of me. Today, the princess's time belongs entirely to me." Ida was completely taken aback by Noel's insistence. "Why is my time yours, Noel?" Noel hastily explained, "Because I'm fighting for the princess's honor in the competition today. So, the princess's time belongs to me today." After this perplexing explanation, Ida finally nodded in agreement. "I understand. Today, I'll cheer for Noel with all my might." Hearing this, the boy stopped his complaints, a smile blooming on his face. "Really? Then I'll definitely catch a deer as big as a carriage." "No, I'll catch a stag as big as a carriage. Just you wait and see." Ida laughed along with him, adding, "Just don't get hurt, Noel. And don't be surprised if the princess catches a big stag herself." After bidding farewell to the knights, the princess carefully checked the saddle of her beloved horse. Her eyes shone with anticipation. Finally, she thought, today has arrived. Having gained the right to decide her own life at 18, this was the first time the princess appeared in an official setting, dressed magnificently and behaving demurely, like a royal doll. The emperor's actions had cast him as an elusive father in the public eye. Naturally, Princess Gabriella had also been labeled with nicknames like the Emperor's Doll or the Imperial Flower. Gazing at the gleaming dagger before her, Gabriella resolved to put an end to the gossip about her and her father. These rumors must stop. Today, I will hunt large game. I will show them my strength. When faced with absolute power and outstanding talent, all gossip will vanish. Just then, her father approached with a smile. "I apologize for being late, my daughter. You've worked hard for me." Facing her father, the princess cheerfully shook her head. "I'm fine, father. I'm happy to help while you're busy with royal duties. I've allocated manpower to each area as you instructed. Since there are more participants this year than usual, I've also set up additional tents." The emperor patted his daughter's head gently, praising her. "You've done well. It's good that you're eager to work. However, my daughter is at a stage where she needs to learn and be protected. It seems I've given you too much work." At these words, the smile on the princess's face faltered slightly. She explained, "I'm 18 years old, father." The emperor chuckled and nodded. "Of course, I know my daughter has grown up. So capable, so outstanding." Hearing this, the princess hesitantly asked, "Then, will I have more opportunities in the future?" The emperor replied without hesitation, "Of course. You will receive the opportunities you deserve." As expected, this answer delighted the princess. She immediately assured her father, "Father, I will definitely hunt a magnificent beast today." But before her joy could fully bloom, her father's next words were like a bucket of cold water. "I will dedicate the victory of the hunting competition to you. I will hunt a large beast beyond compare. The victory of today's hunting competition belongs to you." Gabriella was utterly stunned by these careless words. Her eyes widened, trying to suppress the bitter emotions welling up inside. Clenching her fists, she asked again, "Father, did you just say you would give me an opportunity? I've been preparing for today's competition for months." The princess's meaning was clear, but the emperor seemed not to understand or pretended not to. He calmly stated, "That is why I entrusted this place to you. I want you to carry out this task in your mother's stead. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be participating in the hunt, and the people here would face difficulties. Now, why don't you go and meet the ladies, have a chat with them? My daughter, Princess Gabriella of the Liza Kingdom is also participating. I expect you to take good care of her." Faced with this string of instructions, Gabriella inwardly cried out in frustration. Why me? What does it matter if she's a princess from another kingdom? The emperor's voice continued. "My excellent heir understands my intentions, doesn't she?" Gabriella wondered why he even needed to ask, the answer painfully obvious. Suppressing her turbulent emotions, Gabriella offered her father a dazzling smile. "I understand, father." He then departed with an infuriatingly cheerful air. "Don't worry about winning, my daughter. I'll secure your victory, so your training won't be in vain." The princess's long hair whipped in the wind, mingling with the lingering echo of her father's words, each syllable a sharp jab to her heart. Her gaze unfocused, she sighed. "I don't want to win. I just want." The urgent beat of drums abruptly announced the commencement of the hunt, the emperor's grand entrance marking its official start. The surrounding soldiers and citizens roared their approval, brandishing bows and weapons, while non-participants, like Ida and her brother Daryl, cheered from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Princess Gabriella stood silently in the wind, her sorrow a lonely burden. While the men hunted, the princess was expected to remain in the flower-adorned tent, sipping tea with the young ladies and noble women. Each of them showered her with empty compliments. The tea prepared by the princess is truly exquisite. It has such a unique aroma. Gabriella forced a smile, responding to these social niceties with practiced ease. "I'm glad you all enjoy it." Then, a young lady spoke. "Actually, I thought the princess would participate in the hunt this year. Perhaps having tea with us is rather dull for you, especially since this is your first official engagement since coming of age." At these words, the princess's hand, holding her teacup, faltered slightly. She plastered on a bright smile. "Of course, participating in the hunt would be wonderful, but spending time with all of you is equally precious." The surrounding ladies responded with delighted laughter. "Oh my, the honor is all ours." Their conversation flowed on, turning to the delectable pastries laid out on the table. "I heard that Princess Ida of Liza is participating in the hunt, but she isn't here today, is she?" "That's right. Didn't we see her at the embroidery club? Perhaps she's elsewhere today. Perhaps she's alone in the Duke's tent." Overhearing their whispers, Gabriella recalled her father's earlier instructions. "Princess Ida of Liza is also participating in today's ceremony, so I expect you to take good care of her." With that thought, Gabriella rose to her feet. "Ladies, please excuse me. I'll go and check on Princess Ida." As Gabriella departed, the ladies offered their sincere praises. "The princess is so thoughtful. She's so kind and considerate." Guided by a knight, she walked towards the Duke's tent, parasol held aloft, her thoughts churning. "I know Princess Ida is a royal guest and still quite young, so it's only natural that I should look after her. But just for today, I wanted to enjoy my afternoon tea without the burden of caring for another nation's princess." Gabriella yearned to break free from these constraints, to openly embrace her ambition for power and prove her own capabilities. Standing before the tent, Gabriella suddenly heard Ida cry out from within. She hastily flung aside the tent flap and rushed inside, her voice laced with concern. "Princess, what's wrong?" The scene within the tent stunned Gabriella. "Oh my goodness, brother Daryl." She saw her cousin, Daryl, with an embroidery needle pricked into his finger. "What are you doing?" At the sound of Gabriella's voice, Daryl turned, a sheepish grin spreading across his face, while Ida looked on with evident worry. As Princess Gabriella began to bandage his wound, Daryl explained, "I was teaching the little princess how to embroider. Indeed, I seemed to be quite good at this when I was younger." Gabriella shook her head in exasperation. Honestly, that was ages ago. Then, turning to Ida's astonished face, she asked, "Little princess, are you all right?" "You must be surprised." Ida, still dazed, could only manage an awkward nod. "Ah, yes, your highness. I'm quite well." Gabriella reproached her cousin, Daryl. "Look, you've startled the little princess." Faced with their concern, Ida could only try to explain that she was fine and not surprised at all. Well, not true. She was surprised, but it was because the princess had appeared so suddenly. Ida had never expected to meet her so soon. A while later, Princess Gabriella, while embroidering on a piece of white cloth, carefully explained and guided Ida. Embroidery had to be done step by step, with caution and without rushing. Then, before anyone realized it, the princess completed completed her work. The finished product was the phrase, "Daryl is an idiot," which immediately earned a synchronized groan from Daryl. And Daryl, Gabriella glanced reprovingly at her cousin. "I don't want to hear your compliments. Why don't you go hunting? You enjoy the hunting competition, don't you?" Daryl just smiled without replying. Princess Gabriella casually voiced her suspicion. Could it be because of the little princess? As soon as she finished speaking, she gasped, realizing her blunder. Both of them worried that the little princess would be hurt upon hearing this. But on the other side, Ida was looking up the words Princess Gabriella had embroidered on the handkerchief in a dictionary. Seeing this, Gabriella blushed, exclaiming, "Oh, you shouldn't look up words like that. The word I just embroidered is a very bad word. Good children never use it." Ida asked with a smile, "Is it a word like miser or fool?" Gabriella, surprised that she recognized the word, asked her cousin suspiciously what he had been teaching the little princess at the Duke's estate. Daryl could only laugh and say that he hadn't taught her the word idiot yet. "Ah, idiot!" Ida exclaimed excitedly, thrilled to have learned a new word. Princess Gabriella rubbed her head in exasperation. "Oh, really? What am I going to do? It seems she's learned a bad word. Now, if she uses a word like that, what will become of her reputation?" While Gabriella was still fretting, Daryl's enthusiastic voice rang out. "So, how about teaching the princess how to shoot a bow, an arrow?" Facing the princess's questioning gaze, Daryl explained, "You've prepared so much for today. Oh, you really know me." The princess shyly picked up her bow and arrow, while Daryl continued, smiling, "This is a chance to make up for what happened earlier. Besides, it's what you really wanted to do." Hearing her cousin say this, Gabriella noticed the starlight of anticipation shining in the little princess's eyes. "All right, this time, I'll definitely teach you the right thing, haha." With excitement and joy, their archery practice began in the tense courtyard. After receiving some instruction, Ida shot her first arrow in succession, successfully hitting the target, but only grazing the outer edge. She sighed softly, slightly disappointed. "Oh, I missed again. That's a shame." Daryl approached to comfort her. "Even so, you did well, Ida. Just hitting the target board is impressive, since you've only just started practicing." Princess Gabriella, standing beside them, also agreed and praised her. "That's right, you were great." This made Ida feel a little flattered. "Thank you very much, Your Highness. How do you feel? Do you like it?" Ida was, of course, delighted, and she broke into a bright smile. "I think it's because the princess is a good teacher." The little girl's adorable appearance made even the previously dejected Gabriella laugh. "She's so cute, haha." Before Gabriella's arrival, she had been feeling down because she couldn't go to the hunting grounds and participate with everyone. But now, because of these two, she felt happy. After asking Ida if she was cold, Daryl decided to go back to the tent to fetch a coat and some hot tea. Now alone with Princess Gabriella, little Ida felt a flicker of panic. What should I do? Being alone with the princess makes me nervous. Ida's mind raced, trying to formulate something, anything to say. She had so much she wanted to share. But just then, Princess Gabriella broke the silence. "Little princess, are you enjoying your stay at the Duke's estate?" After a brief pause, Ida replied with a smile. "Everyone has been very kind to me." Gabriella pressed further. "So who has been the kindest?" Ida's instinct was to say the Duke, but she stopped short, a thoughtful silence descending. "No, if I say the Duke, it's too ordinary because everyone already knows the Duke is..." "Brother Daryl, I'm so sorry." Silently apologizing to her cousin, Ida offered an answer that surprised Princess Gabriella. "The kindest person has been Noel." She said this because it was the perfect opportunity to bring him up. The arrow Princess Gabriella held clattered to the ground. "What, Noel Maya?" Ida nodded with a bright smile. "Yes, he's been really kind." Outwardly, that's what she said, but inwardly, her thoughts were different. But really, he'll become that way in the future. This answer truly piqued Gabriella's interest. How has he been kind, specifically? Faced with this question, Ida wondered what image of Noel Gabriella held in her mind. Hesitantly, she tried to enumerate his good qualities. "He gave me his cake, just because I like sweets. He also found a flower I liked and gave it to me. On the days I was sick, he wrote me letters so I wouldn't feel lonely. He always listens to my worries. And he also helped me learn the imperial script." Ida continued, unaware that she was revealing her true feelings and genuine affection for Noel. In Ida's current heart, Noel truly was a very good person. Princess Gabriella listened, wide-eyed and impressed. "I thought he was always childish, but this is unexpected." Suddenly, Ida continued, "Noel, He'll become a wonderful person in the future. Absolutely. Noel will become the best husband. Ida affirmed her thoughts, her excitement bubbling over. However, her outburst seemed to freeze the atmosphere. The two stared at each other in silence, unsure what to say. The cawing of crows filled the sudden quiet. After a long moment, Ida's face flushed as red as a beetroot. Oh no, did I say too much? Realizing she might have overstepped, Ida became embarrassed and shy. Beside her, Princess Gabriella burst into laughter, flustering the little girl further. She explained, it's true. He said he's also participating in the horse race today, and if he wins, he'll give me the prize. Princess Gabriella laughed until tears welled in her eyes. Wiping them away, she apologized. I'm sorry, I laughed. I was just surprised to hear that the Maya family's future best husband is Noel Maya. I think I should observe the little princess more. I think I might see a new side of Noel. Hearing this, Ida nodded enthusiastically. Yes, you must call me. I'll tell you lots of things about Noel. Princess Gabriella beamed, happily thanking Ida and expressing her delight that Ida was so fond of her brother. Ida shook her head. You don't have to thank me, because Noel really is a good friend, and it's natural that I like him. A friend. The little princess seemed puzzled by the word friend. Ida exclaimed happily, Yes, he's my best friend. Princess Gabriella seemed to misunderstand the word friend. Realizing her mistake, she thought, right, it's not time yet. Her way of expressing friendship is natural. Then the princess suggested, well then, I hope you'll continue to be fond of Noel in the future. Ida, of course, was delighted by the suggestion. The corners of Gabriella's mouth turned upwards. She felt much lighter than she had earlier while talking with her father. Gabriella leaned closer to Ida and said sincerely, Little princess, although it's a little late, I still want to apologize. I should have paid more attention to you. I've been thinking I shouldn't have acted that way. I wanted to apologize. Ida, startled by the apology, quickly waved her hands. Apologize? I should be thanking you. You taught me embroidery, you taught me archery, and the shoes too. For Ida, having a noble like Princess Gabriella accept her gift and even wear them was an immense honor. I'm so glad you wore them for me. I truly am. I wasn't lying. At the mention of this, Princess Gabriella smiled genuinely. She said it was a gift she was incredibly grateful for. Leaning closer, the princess whispered, This is a secret, okay? Actually, I wanted to wear the shoes you gave me right away, but I held back. The secret, like a drop of honey, spread through Ida's heart, making her feel as if she were floating on a cloud. Really? The princess chuckled, glancing towards the distant targets. In a low voice, she added, They don't usually give me gifts. So today, I wanted to wear these wonderful shoes for the competition. Suddenly, Princess Gabriella's expression turned pensive. A touch of melancholy graced her features. Observant Ida noticed the look on her face, a sadness that couldn't be shared with others. A wave of sympathy washed over the little girl, her pretty lips parting slightly as she suddenly wanted to offer words of comfort. But just then, a trumpet sounded, announcing the return of the hunters and the end of the competition, interrupting Ida. Princess Gabriella stood on the platform with her father, the emperor, who declared, Today's victory belongs to my daughter, Gabriella Farrell. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Gabriella struggled to maintain a bright, natural smile, lest anyone notice her true feelings. Within the cheering throng, Ida murmured to her brother, Daryl, The imperial princess is truly multi-talented, but I think she's sad because she couldn't go to the hunting ground herself. She looks happy, but she might not be excited at all about this victory that isn't truly hers. Hearing this, Daryl consoled her, saying that sometimes someone has to do what everyone wants to do. Because she's the imperial princess, someone who values making everyone happy more than anyone else. In return, everyone still loves and respects our princess. Ida understood this reasoning. In that position, it must be that way. Sitting on a throne no one else can sit on, you have to endure feelings no one else can endure. Sometimes, for everyone, we have to sacrifice something. It was the same for Ida herself, leaving the kingdom she loved and coming to a foreign land for similar reasons. Even so, she turned to Daryl sadly. Even so, I still feel bad, because the imperial princess doesn't seem satisfied with the way things are. Daryl was taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected her to notice this. He confirmed with a nod. That's right. Seeing this, Ida suddenly asked, Brother Daryl, can I go somewhere? Though he didn't know what she intended to do, Daryl naturally wouldn't refuse her request. Of course, go ahead, little Princess Ida. Ida silently made up her mind, telling herself, I will definitely become her reliable support. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the hunting grounds, but everyone hadn't returned yet, instead gathering to eat and drink. The feast would consist of the animals they had hunted that day. The Emperor approached his daughter and whispered, To be honest, I was worried. I thought my dear daughter would be very upset. Throughout the entire hunt, my hands were shaking, and I couldn't concentrate. Looking at her father's demeanor, the princess couldn't help but look directly at him. But, Father, you still won, didn't you? That's because I was determined to dedicate the glory to my daughter. That's how I managed to do it. My daughter must become someone who knows how to gracefully wear the glory given by others. Hearing her father's words, Gabriella naturally understood what this meant and what she had to do. Approaching her position as an imperial princess, she shouldn't personally strive for glory, but must become accustomed to accepting glory from others. In a way, the most crucial element constituting an emperor's existence is the respect and glory offered by their subjects. Without these, the majesty and dignity of the imperial family cannot exist. Princess Gabriella had been learning this lesson her entire life. The emperor faced his daughter, repeating his question once more. My excellent heir, you understand your father's meaning, don't you? The princess lowered her head, remaining silent, a rebellious voice rising within her. But father, what about my own desires? This time, the princess's reply was clear, though she could only clench her jaw and lower her head in agreement. I understand, father. Seeing this, the emperor patted his daughter's shoulder in satisfaction. It's still quite cold outside. Don't stay out here too long. With that, he departed once more, returning to his duties. Princess Gabriella stood silently on the grassy field, lost in thought. I know your words are meant for me, for my dream is also to become a good emperor, just like you. Suddenly, a child's voice interrupted Gabriella's contemplation. Ida appeared, calling softly, Your Highness. Startled by the little girl before her, Gabriella hurriedly wiped an unseen tear from the corner of her eye. Oh, little princess, it's you. Flustered, Princess Gabriella, not wanting the little girl to see her emotions, asked in confusion, Are you looking for the Duke? Or Noel? Oh, where's Daryl? Contrary to these guesses, Ida answered firmly, No, it's not them. The person I'm looking for is you. You're looking for me? Gabriella asked, puzzled. Ida blushed, nodding her head in affirmation. Yes, the person I'm looking for is your highness. Your highness. You will win. You will win. Gabriella scratched her head awkwardly. Thank you, but I already won. As Ida spoke, she untied a handkerchief from her wrist with her teeth. I know. The little girl tied the handkerchief around the princess's wrist. Next time, your highness will win on your own. If you can't do it next time, then keep trying. If you still can't do it, then try the time after that. Ida spoke with a voice full of conviction. Because in the stories, the princess always wins. The princess will definitely win. Have faith. Gabriella seemed lost in thought. As she received the handkerchief and this blessing, the princess's lips parted, but she was momentarily speechless, a surge of emotions welling up within her. Perhaps this was the first time the princess had received such absolute encouragement and trust. The princess's tears welled up, and she quickly buried her face in her knees, fighting to control her emotions, unwilling to cry in front of the child. Ida anxiously comforted her. Don't sigh. Don't be sad. The bad fairies will come. Chase away the bad fairies. Chase them away. The princess's face remained buried in her knees. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly and embraced Ida. Princess Gabriella gently closed her eyes, her hand stroking the little girl's soft hair. Caught in the princess's embrace, Ida was momentarily stunned, scarcely able to believe it was real. After a moment, Gabriella released Ida, her composure gradually returning, her voice regaining its cheerfulness. All right, just like the little princess said, I will definitely strive for victory next time. Thank you very much, little princess. Ida was startled, but then she smiled brightly. Yes, I will continue to support you. And so, Ida's first hunting competition ended with a smile. As the sun began to set, the Duke's carriage slowly made its way back to the estate along the country road. Sitting inside, Ida fidgeted restlessly, her expression like that of someone who had done something wrong. Noel sat opposite her, fuming. The stiff atmosphere prompted Ida to try and make conversation. "Oh, right. I heard Noel caught a really big scorpion." Noel blushed, startled. "Why you? Where did you hear that?" Faced with his flustered reaction, Ida answered honestly. "From Hugh McLean, of course." Ida had happened to run into him and heard him recounting Noel's accomplishment. As for Hugh, he'd caught a small rabbit. Hugh said he caught a rabbit, Noel. The words hit Noel like a thunderclap on a clear day, sending a fresh wave of panic through him. Noel sat down with a huff. Great, the princess's friend had caught a rabbit. Ida wondered at his despondency. "What's wrong? You caught a rabbit last year too, didn't you? What's the matter?" Noel seemed to grow even more agitated. Ida tried to change the subject. "Hey, Noel, did you know that in the Liz Kingdom, giant scorpions are super expensive? Giant scorpions look really shiny and cool, so everyone wants them." It was a lie, but Ida was willing to do anything to appease the boy in front of her. Noel caught a giant scorpion like that, so it's really admirable. At the praise, Noel stared silently out the carriage window. Then with a sniff, he puffed himself up. "I know, right? Its shell was so shiny, it looked really precious." Oh, the bragging never stopped. Ida could only manage a strained smile. "I bet that scorpion was as big as this carriage." "Yeah, about that big, huh?" Bragging aside, thankfully, Noel's mood seemed to have improved somewhat. Suddenly, he fell silent for a moment, then continued. "But, little princess, don't think my mood has improved because of this. I'm still angry that while I was hunting, you were praying for someone else's victory. And you even used the handkerchief I tied for you." Even for an imperial princess, Ida understood that her actions had been a little unkind, so she apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry." Even her apology seemed charmingly cute. Noel stealthily observed the beautiful face before him. How could he stay truly angry in the face of such adorableness? Clearing his throat, he said, "Well then, can you forgive me for one thing?" Ida tilted her head quizzically. "What did you do wrong to me? Let's talk about it when we get back." Instead, "Ida, if you really feel sorry for me, show some leniency." Ida listened and could only nod in agreement, curious about what grave misdeed Noel had committed back at the estate that evening. Noel returned the puzzle to Ida. "This is the puzzle I lent to Noel, right?" Noel nodded. "Yes, that's it." Ida wondered what this puzzle had to do with the mistake he mentioned, but as she examined it closely, she saw a dark stain. Noel explained the stain awkwardly. "It must have fallen out the window during the winter. I spent a lot of time looking for it in the garden. I didn't find it until the snow melted, but unfortunately," Ida exclaimed in surprise. "You found it in the garden?" Because her voice was a little loud, Noel mistook it for anger, and squeezing his eyes shut, he apologized. "I'm sorry. If I had found it sooner, it wouldn't have become like this. Because it snowed a lot this winter." Looking at Noel's dejected form, Ida felt a pang in her heart. He had searched for it in the freezing winter. What if he caught a cold? This silly boy, still worrying about that mistake now. At her wit's end, Ida said to Noel with a smile, "Okay, I forgive you. I'll forgive all of Noel's mistakes. And thank you too." Suddenly thanked. Noel didn't understand why. "I'm thanking you because Noel also cherished my precious things, so he looked for it in the cold winter. Noel didn't lose it or throw it away on purpose, right?" Ida said innocently, unaware that those words were like a dagger to Noel. "If so, I will be very sad." But Noel isn't that kind of person. At those words, Noel was overcome with shame, his hands clenching as he mumbled, "Ida, about that. Actually, focusing on the puzzle is fun. Ha, the Liz Kingdom's games are the best, haha, so fun." Faced with Noel's stiff demeanor and forced laughter, Ida was puzzled, but she didn't pry. From that day on, somehow, Noel became different. The two children now strolled through a garden bursting with flowers. No one was smiling or talking, and Rita was incredibly unnerved by this sudden shift in atmosphere. "Oh my goodness, why is he acting so strange all of a sudden? What's with the way he's talking?" she wondered. "Noel, why didn't you play to win like you always do?" The answer she received was that Noel accepted defeat in important matches. Rita thought this was a lie, because he always played to win. "Why did you suddenly invite me for a walk?" Noel's reply was that the weather was nice today, but the truth was the boy had always said he hated walking in the garden, because it's boring. Not only that, but Noel winked at Rita and said, "Because the little princess enjoys walks too, you know." "Really? He's so strange. What's going on?" Rita worried. As she searched for answers, a hand reached out in front of her, shielding her from the sun. "The sun's too bright." Let's go inside. Noel's polite and considerate gesture made everything seem even stranger. Noel, what is this? Some kind of joke? Noel smiled brightly and asked, Rita, you like flowers, right? Have a seat here. Rita hesitated for a moment, then replied, Thank you. Oh my, you have some cream on your face. Noel quickly wiped it off for Rita, leaving her stunned once more. What? Noel, what's going on? Is this some kind of punishment for beating you at chess yesterday? I'm so curious I couldn't sleep. Noel blushed and replied, I'm not the one acting strangely, Your Highness. You came to see me in your nightgown first thing in the morning. Rita answered seriously, You seem to have forgotten that just last week we were playing together in our night clothes. Why suddenly go back to your room? Noel said, draping his coat over Rita's shoulders. The weather's gotten warmer, but you might catch a cold if you're not careful. Rita felt suspicious, wondering why he was acting this way. Suddenly, Noel's been really strange lately. It's like something's fishy. The scene changed. Gabriella asked worriedly, Your Highness, is the tea not to your liking? Rita snapped back to attention and quickly said, Oh no, the tea is lovely. Gabriella sighed in relief. I'm glad to hear that. Rita scolded herself internally. Oh my goodness, I'm having tea with the princess, and my mind is wandering. Forget Noel. I need to focus on this moment. It's a rare chance to enjoy all these sweets that Noel can't have. Just then, a guard stepped forward and announced, Princess, Mr. Noel Mayer has arrived to escort you. Rita was utterly astonished. What? Noel? Gabriella covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my, he came himself. Just like the princess said, Noel truly is a gentleman. Rita worried, but Noel doesn't usually act like this. Is he still playing a prank? This is the royal palace. You can't joke around here. Then Gabriella said, Now that he's here, I can't very well send my cousin away. Why don't we let him join us? The other girls exclaimed, Wonderful. Rita was sweating with anxiety. If Noel doesn't live up to the princess's expectations, she'll be disappointed in him. What do I do? There are so many sweets here. If Noel sees them, he won't be able to hide his excitement. I have to do something quickly. Gabriella smiled at the newly arrived Noel. Welcome, Noel. Noel greeted her politely. Please pardon me, I am Noel Mayer. The girls responded excitedly. Oh, what an honor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Gabriella said, Please have a seat. Feel free to have some tea and cake, especially the chocolate cake. It's quite delicious. Rita frantically gestured. Oh no, please, Noel, restrain that awful expression in front of all these sweets. She realized he ate it. Noel ate the sweets. Noel continued to be unbelievably polite, even complimenting the taste. It's truly wonderful. Rita asked incredulously, Is this the Noel I know? Gabriella also inquired, I heard you caught a rather large stag beetle during the hunting competition. Noel nodded. Yes, I happened upon it. I was quite lucky. It was nice to spend time with my father after so long. Looking at this composed individual, Rita was deeply suspicious. Who is this person? I don't know what's going on, but I feel incredibly uneasy. Something is extremely unsettling. Noel, with a sweet smile, looked at Rita. Moments later, Rita cornered Noel against the wall, demanding an explanation. Why are you acting like this? Rita asked sternly. That's exactly what I want to ask you, Noel retorted earnestly. What's going on? What do you mean? Rita said seriously, lately you've been like. Noel looked perplexed, waiting for her to continue. Seeing Noel's expression, Rita closed her mouth, thinking, I shouldn't say it. What if he goes back to how he was before? But this is what I've always wanted, like how the female lead in novels wishes him to be. She sighed and said, It's nothing, it's just that lately, Noel. It feels like you're hiding something from me. Noel replied, I'm really not hiding anything. I'm not lying. They stared at each other. Rita finally gave a small smile. All right, Noel is a gentleman. He wouldn't lie. Noel blushed, chuckling. Well, that's right. Well then, good night, Rita said with a smile. Thank you for walking me back. Then she turned and walked inside, laughing aloud. To herself, she muttered, Noel's gentlemanly act is just a facade. I'll expose his true colors. This suspicious gentleman over here. Noel breathed a sigh of relief. I almost slipped up when I thought about that puzzle piece. That was dangerous. After all, I am a perfect gentleman. A few days earlier, Noel had asked in surprise, What? Hugh nodded. Yeah, Mother and I went to visit the princess, and she praised you a lot. Noel was astonished. You mean Princess Gabriella? He replied. She said you were very kind to her. The princess said you've become a perfect gentleman, and she's proud of you. Hearing this, Noel's face slowly flushed, a smug smile spreading across his features. She said I'm a perfect gentleman. He thought for a moment, then abruptly stood up. Sorry, I have to go. Hugh's face froze. What? What about the chess game? Noel said casually, You win, I lose. See you later, pal. Hugh grinned foolishly. The young master called me his friend. Rita and Noel walked together. Unlike Rita's worried expression, Noel thought smugly, "Humph, I thought she was exchanging letters with the princess every day to praise me. I see. That lovely princess has recognized my true worth. All right, I'll become a perfect gentleman, just like in the books." Thinking this, Noel placed his hand over Rita's head. "The sun's too strong. Let's go inside." Noel proudly considered himself a perfect gentleman. A delicious cup of tea was soon served. Rita smiled, offering a cake to Noel. "Noel, I saw you really enjoyed the honey-flavored dessert yesterday. You'll eat this too, right?" Noel replied politely, "Of course. We should also drink the tea the princess gave us." Rita thought silently. "So you're going to play it this way?" Noel was happily lost in thought. "Regardless, I'm doing a perfect gentleman act." After a while, Rita suggested again, "Noel, let's play chess." Noel asked suspiciously, "Now?" Rita nodded. "Yes, I want to play chess with you." She thought, this will trigger Noel's competitive spirit. If I keep winning, Noel's true nature will be exposed. Hee. Noel fell into the trap, agreeing, since the princess wants to play, let's play. Rita smiled to herself. "Noel, things won't go your way." A few hours later, Rita looked flustered. This is bad." Noel said, "What should I do?" "I won again." Rita counted. "This is the 10th game already, and I keep losing." Noel stood up. "It seems it's best not to play today." Rita hesitated. "Oh what?" "It seems the princess can't concentrate on chess." This strengthened Rita's resolve. "Today I must expose him. I know Noel is a playful person, of course, but he's always been hard-working and ambitious. But I can't let him continue pretending to be a fake gentleman. I'm sorry to bother you while you're working hard, but please go back to being yourself." Rita suddenly covered Noel's eyes with her hands, startling him. Rita laughed. "Are you angry? Go ahead and stay mad." Noel chuckled softly. "Oh, Your Highness, if you continue like this, I won't be able to practice. Please let go of my hand." Hearing his gentle tone, Rita realized her plan had failed. She wondered, "Noel, have you truly become a gentleman now? It's so strange. You feel like a completely different person." As if on cue, Noel suddenly called out, "Princess!" Tears welled up in Rita's eyes. She felt a pang of sadness, as if Noel had vanished entirely. Noel, bewildered, asked anxiously, "Your Highness, why are you crying?" "Noel, you idiot!" With that, Rita burst into louder sobs, increasing Noel's worry. "No, why are you crying? I put up with your teasing." "Your Highness." Rita wiped her tears and asked, "Why did you put up with it?" Noel was taken aback. "Did you want me to be angry with you?" Rita sobbed. "I wanted Noel to be angry. If you don't like something, I want you to say it." What? Noel quickly asked, "Is there anything else?" Rita countered, "Anything else?" Noel nodded rapidly. "Yes. Is there anything else?" Rita started crying again. "I don't know anymore." Noel was utterly confused. "Why are you crying? You wanted me to be angry, right? Like this?" Rita shook her head. "That's not what I meant." "Noel, you're such a jerk." "Noel, you're such a jerk." Noel asked, exasperated. Do you even know what that means? Why are you pronouncing it like that?" Rita pouted. "I don't know. Idiot." Noel sighed and touched Rita's face. "It's not pronounced like that. Watch closely, dummy. It's dummy." Noel gently guided Rita's pronunciation. "What are you looking at?" At that moment, someone called Noel's name from behind. He startled and turned to see his father standing there. Noel hastily explained, "It's not what you think, father. No, I mean the princess started it. Duke Mayor said, 'Come with me now, and you too, princess. Both of you be good.'" "Yes. All right." The afternoon passed quickly. Both children emerged from the room at the same time, breathing a sigh of relief. Rita said, "That was scary. I'm glad the Duke cleared up the misunderstanding though, right?" Noel crossed his arms, reminding her, "Princess, didn't you have something to tell me? Why were you crying?" Rita hesitated. "Well, that's because I felt left out." Noel was surprised. "Left out? You felt left out? Did you think I would treat the princess poorly?" "I was trying to be a gentleman," Rita replied. "I know it's a good thing that you're polite in front of the princess and others. It's just that I felt like Noel suddenly became a different person. Noel and I were friends. Because we're friends. You don't have to force yourself to act differently around me. It's okay." Noel deadpanned. "So you're saying I'm better when I'm stubborn and angry, is that it?" Rita waved her hands. "That's not it." Noel smirked. "So should I continue acting like a gentleman?" Rita frowned. "Noel, seriously? Noel is being mean now." Noel continued, "I can't help it. Noel Mayor will act like a gentleman. It seems you wish it so as well. However, I will make an exception for our troublesome princess. Even if I act like a gentleman to everyone else, I won't be a gentleman with you. I'll still be Noel. Rita immediately rushed forward and hugged Noel tightly. She smiled, yes. I'm glad Noel is still a gentleman, but he's also my precious friend. That makes me really happy. We'll still be precious friends in the future, right? Noel blushed, then smiled. He reassured Rita, of course. The two children stood and talked for a long time. Rita realized she felt closer to Noel than before, but something still bothered her, so she ventured, Hey Noel, I was just wondering, are you hiding something from me? Noel hesitated at her words. Well, Rita immediately pressed. So there's something, right? Noel didn't try to hide it. To be honest, Rita, he confessed, I was going to throw away that footage from a few days ago. Of course, he continued, a slight waver in his voice. I didn't actually throw it away. I just left it on the terrace for a while, and then it fell. That's what happened. Rita pressed him, why? Why didn't you just tell me the truth from the beginning? Noel lowered his head. I was worried you'd be upset. Rita placed her hands on her hips, a mix of exasperation and hurt in her expression. Well, I am upset. How could you do that? Noel kept his head down. I'm sorry. A soft smile touched Rita's lips, and she reached out, taking Noel's hand in hers. Even now, she said, her voice gentle, thank you for telling me the truth. A flicker of sadness crossed Noel's face. Are you okay? He asked. Rita's smile widened. Of course, silly. We're best friends, aren't we? Touched, Noel murmured, thank you. Rita teased him gently. Oh my, Noel, are you crying? He immediately denied it. Of course not. You're the one who's crying. A few days later, Noel's triumphant voice rang out. I won again. This time, Rita's response was laced with playful annoyance. Noel, she exclaimed, do you really have to beat me every time? Couldn't you let me win just once? Noel shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That wouldn't be fair. They were still far from their previous closeness, but they had fallen back into their familiar rhythm of playful competition. The scene shifted. Rita sat fanning herself in the sweltering heat. Noel stood beside her. If you're hot, go inside, he suggested. Why are you sitting by the door? I'm waiting for a letter, Rita replied. Noel's curiosity was piqued. Not from Liz, is it? Ah, from one of your loyal subjects. Rita corrected him immediately. Alicia is a friend. Speaking of which, I haven't received a letter recently. Noel nodded. You're always so noisy when a letter arrives. Rita sighed. It's true, she admitted. She had been waiting, her anticipation melting away like her ice cream in the heat. A few days earlier, while having tea with Princess Gabriella, Rita had asked in surprise, is the military academy on holiday? Gabriella nodded. Yes, it seems the summer training is quite rigorous. I imagine you'll be seeing your knight friend from your kingdom soon. It's been a while, hasn't it? Back in the present, Rita's voice was tinged with worry. She said the school was on holiday, but I haven't heard anything. I wonder if something happened. Noel, sitting beside her, chuckled. Why are you so worried? What could possibly happen? Rita's brow remained furrowed. I wish that were the case. The weather is so hot. I'm worried about their well-being. Noel's expression turned thoughtful. I suppose everything will be all right, he mused. The next day, Noel stepped out of the carriage, feeling the oppressive heat. Before him stood the military academy. The reason Noel had come here in this sweltering weather was because the previous day, Duke Mayer had asked him, would you like to suspend your swordsmanship training? Noel had agreed. It's been too hot lately. Even the instructors seem to be struggling. Of course, I can resume training any time when the weather cools down and it rains. It's not that I dislike swordsmanship training, he had added. Duke Mayer had nodded in agreement. Yes, as you said, this weather isn't suitable for training. I'll arrange what you've requested, so be sure to write to your swordsmanship instructor. You can go in person, representing the Mayer family, can't you? Noel, looking at the letter in his hand, had nodded. Of course, I will go as a gentleman befitting the Mayer family. There was no other way. Back in the present, Noel's voice rang out, laced with authority. Who dares speak ill of the Duke Myers family? Two young men before him flinched. No way. The Mayer family? Their expressions quickly shifted to obsequious smiles. We apologize, sir. It seems this fool doesn't understand the prestige of the Duke's family, so I was just trying to teach him a lesson. Noel's voice was cold. Is that so? You weren't using the Duke's prestige to bully someone. The two young men, thoroughly intimidated, turned and fled. We're sorry. Truly sorry. Rita let out an exasperated breath. Honestly, they ran away. Then he called out to the person who had been bullied moments before. Hey, their face seemed bruised, their appearance slightly disheveled. but a certain beauty still shone through. Noel spoke. His legs suddenly gave way. Noel realized he was floating in midair, falling. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact. "You should be more careful," a voice said, catching him unexpectedly. "Are you all right?" Noel flushed crimson. "What are you saying, Alicia Moy?" he shouted. "Put me down." Alicia chuckled. "My apologies. I do wish your language skills would improve." "Very well, then." She set him down. Noel stared at her, bewildered. "Wait, what? Is this how you treat your savior?" Alicia scratched her head. "Oh dear, I assumed you knew how to land safely." Noel pointed. "What happened to your face?" Alicia gave a light laugh. "This is what happened after I caught you." Noel's expression turned serious. "Stop joking. Those men did that to you, didn't they? You were initially recommended by the Duke. Why would they do this to you?" Alicia replied. "They only care that I'm a foreigner." Rita, who had been watching, frowned. "And you just take that? They're nothing." Alicia smiled. "More importantly, the princess is happy here under the Duke's protection. I don't want to cause trouble for the people of the Empire." "I'm fine," Noel retorted. "No, you're not. And you call yourself Rita's attendant." Alicia suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, alarming Noel. "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Are you badly injured?" The next moment, Alicia said, It's been so long since I've heard someone call her princess. I'm touched." Noel folded his arms sarcastically. "Someone like that, who doesn't even send a letter, and you get beaten up for her." Alicia explained. "That's the reason I didn't tell the princess I was on leave, was because, but somehow, she found out and suggested we meet." Noel asked, "Then go see her." Alicia's voice dropped. "But in this state," Noel immediately said, "then at least send a letter saying you can't. The princess is waiting." Alicia asked, surprised, "What?" "My master requested a meeting. How could I refuse?" "How could I?" Noel nodded. Anyway, let's go. You need to be treated. Where's the infirmary?" At this, Alicia demurred. "I'm fine. The infirmary doctor is also on leave. Rest will help me recover quickly." Hearing this, Noel ruffled his own hair in frustration. "Then I'll bring you medicine tomorrow. The best kind." Alicia exclaimed, touched. "My master." Noel explained. "It's not for you. It's because the princess is worried. That's all. Seeing her waiting for your letter made me uncomfortable." Alicia smiled. "Thank you, truly." Noel crossed his arms, slightly embarrassed. "Enough. Write to me tomorrow, saying you'll meet with the princess in a week." Alicia hesitated slightly. "A week? Can I really recover by then?" Noel reassured her. "I'll bring a special remedy. Don't worry. I'll check on you every day. If they know I care about you, they won't try anything." Alicia asked, dumbfounded, "Care?" Noel immediately shouted, "Don't misunderstand. Did you really think I'd care about someone like you? Don't get the wrong idea." Alicia laughed. "I understand, sir." Noel blushed. "Did you misunderstand? Why are you laughing?" Alicia couldn't help but smile. The next day, Alicia asked in surprise, "You really came, Your Highness?" Noel blushed. "Of course. I promised. Here, this medicine is from the temple. It's blessed by the high priest. It's very effective." Alicia said, "Thank you." To her surprise, Noel took it back. "Should I apply it for you?" Alicia was startled. "What? I suppose that would be better. Thank you. I hadn't considered that I can't reach. My back." "Your Highness, you're wiser than you appear." As Noel applied the medicine, he scolded, "Shut up." Alicia teased, smiling. "I think my wounds are already healed." Noel said, "Whatever you do, don't mention in your letter that I treated your wounds." Alicia seemed surprised by this. Then she asked with a smile, "Are you asking me to be indirect about it?" Noel frowned. "No, I'm not. I just don't want to hear that person's thanks." Alicia nodded. "All right, I guess we have a little secret between us now." Noel nodded in return. "Yeah, I suppose we do." He thought to himself, "I'm not particularly thrilled about having a secret with this girl or woman." But just then, Alicia spoke up. "Since we have a secret, I'm curious about something only you would know, so you have to tell me." Seeing her serious expression, Noel could only reply, "Fine, fine. What are you curious about?" Alicia immediately asked, "What did the princess eat this morning? If possible, I'd also like to know if she slept well and if the weather is hot. The thought of the heat making her uncomfortable makes my heart ache unbearably." Noel answered awkwardly, "Well, the princess is fine. This morning she had bread and eggs. Since she didn't yawn during breakfast, I'm guessing she slept well. She's been fond of iced drinks lately, probably because of the weather." Hearing this, Alicia smiled. "It seems she's doing well. I hope she isn't eating too much ice cream at this hour." Noel then spoke. "I've always been curious. Why are you so fond of the princess?" Alicia replied, "I don't just like her. I respect her. Respect. The word seemed novel to Noel. Alicia nodded. Yes, from now on. Could you say respect instead of like? Noel nodded. All right. Then why do you respect Princess Rita so much? So incredibly much. As if she's the most important thing in the world? Alicia said, That's a secret. A secret, secret, secret. Noel was dumbfounded. He exclaimed, That's not fair. The scene shifted to a younger Alicia, chasing after her father with a sword, asking, Wait, father, could you spare a little more time with me? My swordsmanship teacher praised me yesterday. He said I was like grandfather. I want you to see. Her father said, I'm sorry, Alicia. I have to go to the royal palace now. Young Alicia looked a little disappointed upon hearing this. Her father said with a smile, But I promise I'll be back soon to see how much your swordsmanship has improved. Alicia immediately brightened. Yes, I'll practice more this afternoon. Good girl. You can take care of yourself, right? Alicia nodded. Yes, of course, father. Have a safe trip. A while later, she walked into the house and asked, Mother, are you back? Let me take your bag. Here's some water. Her mother said happily, Thank you, Maureen. Alicia replied, You don't have to thank me. Father said he'll watch me practice swordsmanship tonight. Will mother watch with father? Her mother shook her head sadly. I'm sorry. I have to go and attend to the princess tonight. Alicia was a little sad, but understandingly said, I understand. Alicia's mother comforted her. Alicia, the princess is still young. Alicia nodded. Yes, I know. I'm fine. Watch me next time. Seeing her so understanding, her mother said, Thank you. Our Alicia is always working so hard. You'll definitely become an excellent knight. Protecting the princess, Alicia replied. No, I won't become a knight to protect the princess or the king. Her mother asked in surprise, Why? Alicia patted her chest and replied, I will also protect the honor of mother, father, and grandfather. That's a very admirable ideal, he thought. Isn't it? Who knew her mother would ask. But Alicia, your talent is a treasure your grandfather bestowed upon the royal family. You must protect the princess. You will do that, won't you, Alicia? At this point, Alicia changed the subject. Mother, if you're going out again tonight, it's best to go to bed early. I'll take you to your room. Her mother smiled and said, Good night. After her mother returned to their room, Alicia recalled the words of the adults. The Moy family was born to serve the royal family. Destined to serve them for a lifetime, Alicia thought, I hate this. Even though my parents work day and night for the royals, they still struggle every single day. What kind of king can't even take care of his own servants? That's why I have to protect the princess. Never. I will never become a knight for the princess. Even after that, Alicia's parents continued to work for the royal family, their days filled with more worry than joy. Alicia witnessed this constantly, and the more she saw, the firmer her resolve became. Never. I will never become a knight for the princess. One day, Alicia asked her father curiously, Father, where are you going dressed like that? Her father replied, I have to wear my most formal attire to receive your grandfather. Alicia asked in surprise, Where are you going to receive grandfather? Her father answered, You'll understand once we get there. The scene changed. An enraged voice echoed through the palace. Your Majesty, those portraits are meant to commemorate past loyal subjects. How can you remove the portraits of those who stood by the royal family? This cannot happen, the king declared. It's more fitting to have a portrait of a beautiful woman hanging in this castle than that of a decrepit old man. Look, how beautiful these women are. Someone protested. This is a pledge to forever remember their contributions to the royal family, a symbol of it. Please retract your order. This is our family's pride. Please have mercy and reconsider. Please reconsider. The king stroked his chin thoughtfully. Reconsider, indeed. I have a splendid idea. Considering your diligence, why not burn all these portraits? No need to bother moving them. Someone shouted furiously. What in the world are you doing? Without a word, a guard swung his sword. The person who had just spoken was struck down instantly. Another rushed forward in anger. Your Majesty, this is too much. How could you do this to us? The king's guards pointed their swords at them. The king stepped forward and said, I've changed my mind. Since you brats are here as well, I'll burn you alive along with the portraits of your oh-so-loyal parents. King Leeds declared, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Just then, someone called out, Your Majesty, the princess has arrived. At this perilous moment, Rita stepped forward and cried out, Father, I have something to say to you. Young Rita began, Father, I have something to say to you. Alicia saw her from afar. Looking at her mother, she thought, so she's the princess. She looks so frail. She doesn't seem to have any royal bearing at all. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. At that moment, the king asked Rita furiously, "You again? You still have the nerve to interrupt my amusement. What insolent thing are you going to say this time?" This time, Rita spoke hesitantly. Yes, I want to move all these paintings into the palace. Right now. All of them." Everyone present was stunned into silence. The king, enraged, asked again, "Move all of them? Why should I give up such amusing artwork?" Rita replied, "That's because, rather than having them displayed so humbly under the scorching sun, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to fully appreciate the artwork and leisure you so desire, so that you can relive this moment sooner? I'll have the servants move all their family portraits immediately." "She has a point," the king mused, actually considering it. Rita seized the opportunity and asked with a smile, "You'll allow it, won't you?" The king nodded. "Very well." Rita beamed. "Thank you, father." Seeing this, the king burst into laughter. "That makes you this happy? Your cramped palace will be filled with portraits of dead old men. It will be quite the peculiar sight. Take them all away. You can hold a feast for their souls every night." King Leeds declared. Noel watched the seemingly mad king silently. Rita, suppressing her fury, forced a smile. "Thank you, father." After a moment, she bowed her head to the assembled crowd. "I apologize for making this decision. This isn't the best place, but I will speak to them every day and greet them. If anyone wishes to visit, please feel free to come." A voice from the crowd called out, "Your Highness, why did you volunteer to house all the ancestral portraits?" Rita replied, "The answer is obvious, isn't it? Leeds was built and exists thanks to them. If we take down these portraits, everyone will be sad, even the paintings." A grateful subject spoke up. "Your Highness, thank you for understanding our hearts." Rita waved her hand dismissively. "You're welcome. It is I who should apologize. It's difficult now, but when I grow up, I will definitely restore them to their proper places. A place truly befitting them, I promise." Everyone was touched by the young princess's words. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Truly, thank you." Alicia stood quietly amongst the crowd. She thought to herself, adults are so foolish. Respecting portraits is the royal family's duty. It's only natural for the daughter to do what the father won't. She's just doing what she should. The next day, Alicia recalled her mother's words. "Your grandfather has moved to a strange place, so he must miss you." Alicia thought, "Mother said I could visit, but it still doesn't feel right." The books said a princess's palace is much bigger, incredibly ornate and sparkling. But this place is bare. I'm glad they at least have portraits here. Leaving grandfather in this desolate place. However, it's well maintained, spotless. That's a relief. Just then, Rita appeared, asking with a smile, "It's quite nice here, isn't it?" Alicia was startled by her sudden appearance. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Mother must be in her room. But more importantly, she's amazing. She's talking to me. What am I thinking? Rita, looking at Alicia's grandfather's portrait, remarked, "This is the only portrait here with a sword." Alicia nodded. "That's right. Is that so? I never noticed the other portraits before." Rita asked with a smile, "You were looking at it just now, weren't you? Do you know Militia Moore? He was a great knight, respected even by the royal knights. It warms my heart to think our little kingdom had such an incredible knight. It's wonderful, isn't it? Don't you agree?" Alicia hadn't expected Rita to think so highly of her grandfather. She thought, well, maybe she might not be a bad princess after all. Rita suddenly seemed startled. "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been rambling. You came to see your family portrait, right? Which family are you from?" As if just now, making the connection, Rita realized, "You're from the Moore family, aren't you? Am I right? You look just like them. So everyone can tell." Alicia thought, "I can't believe you're only just realizing it now." Placing a hand on her chest, she said, "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Alicia Moore, named after my grandfather." Hearing this, Rita's face lit up with delight. What a wonderful name, Alicia Moore. Alicia offered a small smile. "Thank you." Rita placed a hand on her stomach. "I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm a little hungry." Alicia, slightly embarrassed, held out her hand. "Would you like this?" Rita looked surprised. "Candy." Seeing her hesitate, Alicia wondered, is something wrong? Do you not like sweets? Then, she remembered her mother's words. Do not bring food into the palace. It's a rule to prevent any potential danger. The princess said she couldn't just eat food brought in from outside. Noel began, quickly retracting the offered treat. "I apologize, I forgot you couldn't." Unexpectedly, Rita smiled. "I want to eat it. It's all right, I want to." Alicia asked, "Are you that hungry?" Rita nodded, accepting the candy. "Yes, I'll enjoy it." "Alicia, this is sweet. I'm so happy." Alicia then offered, "Would you like another one?" Just then, a woman called out to them, "Alicia Moore, Your Highness, it's dangerous to eat food brought in from outside, even if it's from my son." Alicia immediately responded, "Yes, mother." Her mother scolded, "I've told you this many times." Rita interjected, "I said I wanted to eat it." Alicia is a Moor. If the Moors were capable of poisoning, I think it's best to just eat it obediently. Alicia's mother asked incredulously, "Oh my goodness, why would you say such a thing?" Rita replied with a smile, "Because I trust you." Turning to Alicia, she said, "I apologize. I actually don't think the food is poisoned, so feel free to visit any time, all right?" Alicia smiled and gave a small nod. Rita cheered. "You nodded. It's a promise." From that day forward, Alicia visited the princess often, and their relationship gradually deepened. Alicia became increasingly aware that Rita was completely different from the king, who was obsessed with luxury and pleasure. That winter, Alicia asked the princess, "Do you remember saying you'd return the portraits? You mentioned it before, right?" Rita nodded. "Yes." Alicia pressed, "Really? Are you really going to give them back?" Rita looked at her silently. Then, with a smile, she said, "Of course. That's the secret Alicia was talking about." Noel, beside her, exclaimed in exasperation, "You're making me feel terrible. Why are you so happy about this yourself? You weren't going to tell me." Alicia laughed. "That's right. Let me tell you something." She willingly ate the candy I gave her. Thinking back, it was a reckless move. I was so stupid. Hearing this, Noel asked, annoyed, "What was reckless about it? What's dangerous about candy?" Alicia couldn't believe the noble standing before her would ask such a question. So naive. She sighed. "You really don't know anything." Noel snapped. "You just insulted me. I've heard similar words from Rita before." Alicia glanced at him. "Please don't talk such nonsense." The princess would never use such vulgar language. But if it were a slightly more mischievous Rita, somehow, I think the princess saying something like that would be pretty cool. Of course, the only one who would hear such words would be the prince, her close friend. A few days later, Rita thought happily to herself, "Thank goodness, the medicine worked well. It seems those guys won't cause trouble while I'm with Alicia. It's all thanks to me keeping my promise, not missing a single day. Today is my last day visiting the academy, but if I keep this, it will definitely be useful. I have to hand it over to him personally." The scene shifted. Someone ran up, calling, "Noel! Noel!" Alicia asked, surprised, "Rita, why are you running around like that so early in the morning?" Rita replied, "It's important. Do you think I should wear the blue dress or the yellow dress tomorrow? Which one do you prefer?" Noel answered, "They're both beautiful. It doesn't matter what you wear." Rita responded earnestly, "But I want Alicia to see me as a splendid princess." Noel said, "Even if you wore your pants on your head, that guy would still say you exude a princess's elegance." Rita blurted out, "Noel, I'm serious." Noel crossed his arms, stating firmly, "So am I." Rita laughed, realizing, but if it's Alicia, I can see him saying that. I'm so excited to see Alicia again." Noel asked, deadpan, "You're that happy?" Rita immediately replied, "Of course." Noel smiled slightly, amused that she was this happy just to see that silly Alicia. He then asked, "You're going to class, right, Noel?" Noel shook his head. "No, I'm just going out for a bit." To himself, Noel thought, "I have to go protect your friend." Rita asked again, surprised, "That's odd. I definitely saw it on my way here." The piano teacher was getting ready for the lesson. Noel's face fell as he remembered. "Right, the piano. I completely forgot about my lesson today. Father will be furious if I skip it. But if I don't go to the academy today, they'll bully Alicia again. And then he'll see the bruises on Rita's face. That would make Rita sad, wouldn't it?" Noel thought, biting his lip, trembling slightly. Then he decided, today's lesson is canceled. Rita asked again, surprised, "Canceled? The teacher's here, even if the lesson is canceled?" "What?" Noel, unsure how to answer, thought, "Why is he so insistent today?" He hesitated. It was just canceled." Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Canceled?" Noel's father appeared behind him. "I don't think I heard anything about your lesson being canceled." "Noel, make sure you finish your lesson and then come to my room. You must have something you want to tell me." After a moment, Duke Mayer called his son's name. Noel Mayer. Noel steeled his resolve. "I should be honest." He began, "The truth is at the academy." But, remembering the torment he endured for Rita's sake, the things Alicia worked so hard to protect, Noel wasn't sure he could say it. Thinking it over, he told his father, "I have something to say, but it's not there. Sometimes it's like that, you know? Sometimes it's there, and sometimes it's not. It looks like it's there, but it's not, or it looks like it's not there, but it is. Something like that." Duke Mayer closed his eyes. "Well, since that's the case, take this and copy it until you remember what you have to say. Noel's eyes widened in alarm as he realized. That's the book my brother struggled so much with. In the end, Noel had to copy classical poetry late into the night. Keeping that guy's secret is hard. Will he be all right? Just then, Rita appeared and asked Noel, "Are you all right? You're being scolded all night. Why did you lie? That's not very gentlemanly. Don't do that again, understand?" Rita clenched her teeth. "They don't understand how I feel." Then, looking down, she said, "It's almost time. The carriage is here," but there was no one beside her. She quickly turned and ran after Noel. Noel ran to Alicia, asking anxiously, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Alicia smiled. "Yes, sir, I'm fine." Noel breathed a sigh of relief, confirming again, "Thank goodness." Just then, Rita arrived too, calling out to Alicia, "You must have had a hard time getting here." Seeing her, Alicia smiled brightly. "Your Highness, welcome." Watching them embrace, Noel's face stiffened. "What? Let go of him. It's hot. Why are you hugging him?" A moment later, Rita's cheerful voice rang out in the room. "I was surprised just now. I thought Noel liked Alicia, but I didn't expect him to be happier to see him than me." Noel blushed, retorting, "Who said I was happy to see him? More importantly, it's so hot. I'm dying. Why are you two still hugging?" Alicia laughed and asked, "Why? Is there something wrong?" Noel muttered under his breath. This was supposed to be a sofa just for Rita and me, but Alicia suddenly squeezed in. So ungrateful. Noel glared at Alicia. Just then, Rita stood up from the sofa. Alicia asked, "Your Highness, why are you getting up?" Rita replied, "Like Noel said, it is a bit hot. I'm going to tie my hair up and change into something lighter. Do you need some comfortable clothes, Alicia? The academy uniform is stylish, but it looks hot." Alicia smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness, but I'm used to the heat, so you don't have to worry." Rita nodded. "That's good. I'll be right back then." After Rita left, Noel asked Alicia suspiciously, "Why did you pretend to be bad at the imperial language in front of Her Highness?" Alicia exclaimed, "I did." Noel pointed at her. "Even if you did speak like that, the way you spoke was strange, not cute at all." Alicia laughed. "I must have been so happy to see Her Highness that I couldn't speak properly." Alicia took a sip of her tea, startled when Noel suddenly spoke. "I'm sorry," he began. "I said I'd come see you every day, but I haven't been able to. I said I'd come every day, but yesterday, I really had a reason I couldn't. Have those bullies bothered you again?" Alicia asked with a smile. "It's all right," she continued. "They came to my room, but I took care of it." Noel looked surprised. "Took care of it?" he questioned. "I'm glad it's resolved, but are you hiding any injuries under your clothes? It's so hot, and you're still wearing your uniform. That's not good." Alicia continued, a playful glint in her eyes. "It seems you're jealous that I'm wearing the outfit Her Highness complimented. You must be jealous." Noel blushed, his voice rising. "Don't be ridiculous. Rita has no right to judge me." As a handkerchief slipped from Noel's person, Alicia picked it up with a look of surprise. Embroidered on the handkerchief was her name. Flustered, Noel explained, "I didn't make it specifically for you." "Absolutely not." Alicia smiled, lowering her head slightly. "Sir," she said, "thank you for your kindness. I won't forget it." Noel's face froze. "What?" he asked, then, with a touch of exasperation, "were you just speaking ill of me? Why did you suddenly switch to the kingdom language?" Alicia smiled. "However," she declared, "I will promise one thing. From now on, I won't be beaten for no reason. Protecting myself also means protecting the Duke's family, who have always been kind to me, because I want to protect Her Highness." Noel gave a small smile. He then turned around haughtily, saying, "It seems you've finally figured it out. You should have done this a long time ago." Just then, Rita, having changed into lighter clothing, entered the room, her face bright with excitement. "Have you two been waiting long?" she asked. "What were you doing?" Noel hesitated for a moment. "I just noticed the handkerchief in Alicia's hand." Rita's eyes widened in surprise. "That handkerchief, was it a gift from Noel?"